Okay, irukle. Ram in the lecture stand iPad stand. This stand. Okay, click. So good morning, everyone. So everyone is mostly like one is doing CA, others are all CMA, right? So like I just want to think of how to teach. Okay. So all right. Yeah. You want me to teach with a mic or without mic? With mic itself, right? I mean, if there is like an echo or anything issue problem, then just tell me. Without mic I can use. So auditing is there one subject in CMA, and how is your reviews about auditing? Like, is it tough in CMA? What do you think in how auditing is? Tough CMA? Hard to remember. That is obviously auditing is just like that, and hard to remember is purely because it's actually hard to understand auditing. That is a problem. Like once you understand auditing, it is very easy to remember. Because students try to like memorize. For example, if you look at this explanation or something, they'll simply memorize. Auditing is like examination of evidence underlying accounting, and like that it will never work. Because when I was doing CA, this was one nightmare for me subject. Because in CA Inter or CMA Inter, this is a new subject, right? Other subjects already like we have learned once. This whatever accounting, costing, everything in +2 or something we have learned. But this is one subject which is actually technical and new. And other problem is that students won't study without, they normally study without understanding. And that is a problem. It's very hard to remember because point connect panna mudiyadhu, like one to one, you cannot connect everything. But what my approach will be is, I'll make you understand the stuff. Then it's learning is on your hand. Or if there is power batch, like I cannot emphasize more on this mnemonics, making you learn it now itself, because only 3 days, 4 days we have. Normal batch, like we used to memorize it in the class and go itself. We'll understand it in the first session, then we'll memorize in the class, we'll finish it and go. But like here I only have 3-4 days with me, so I cannot like do that. I'll make you understand auditing, understand each and every single line, and the CMA textbook is so good. I was reading this for the first time last week because CA text audit technical it is, but in CMA the text is so good. You don't need any other material or anything for auditing. But there are a lot of irrelevant items, like lot of explanations, all these things you don't have to read. So auditing, like I went through your question paper, CMA inter auditing. So it's like 50-50. The other accounting is also there. But I would say there is a catch on this. Normally students focus on accounting in that paper, and auditing like some 20 marks something they'll get, and 30-40 marks they'll try to get from accounts. But I'll give you another approach. Accounting, even if you study everything, but still there is a chance of error when we are doing the question. If a new question comes in, error ka chance like calculation mistake. So 10 marks question like we committed an error, your mark is gone. But theory paper that is not a problem. Here CA or CMA? CA. CA inter. This is CMA inter. CA inter, that is upstairs. So, what was I saying? What was I saying? Error. Error ke chance like lot of chances. But because like for me that was the biggest problem. I have very big writing speed. 3 hours paper complete like it's not a problem for me. I can like super speed. Handwriting is also like below average, but still readable, so it's not a problem. But mistakes like calculator set write it's gone. The mistake will come. So, but auditing is that theory paper. The benefit is that if you know it, there is no chance of error, zero error. Only you know it, just write it down. Same question comes, full marks you can get. That is a benefit of theory paper. And in this paper, if you like focus more and understand irrelevant stuff, like leave it apart. If you're doing like a CA or something along with it, then study everything because it will be beneficial there also. But for CMA along with just CMA, it's not relevant to study so much things. But I'll explain everything. MCQs like so. they can ask MCQs from anywhere. There is no nothing. But seriously, I'll focus on the important areas more, and areas where you need understanding more. Like some areas where you can just read yourself and understand. Those areas we'll skip because 3 days we have to finish it. Other areas we'll more focus. We'll give more focus. Right? Okay. Food, I have not had food. Everyone had food, right? Because having food is a problem. I can say like, for morning we wake up, immediately food and the body like I'm gone. I'll feel like you have your lunch, then after you crash, right? After having that lunch. So I used to stay hungry all the time. Once we stay hungry, we'll be having that energy loss is there, but still being in hunger is much better than being in having a full meal for me. So studying also, when you're studying also, always keep this in mind. Don't have a full meal in the morning, noon or night. Always have like small quantity. Don't make yourself full. Full light, you'll go crash. Because energy will not be there. See, have you observed like, morning you study in the morning or you study late at night? You wake up in the morning and study, or you study late at night? Tell me. Late at night. Everyone is night owl. Perfect. I am also. So I was also. But there is a problem with this. Night owl, Anna, the number one problem is your exams are on noon, right? Noon or morning? Morning. Afternoon, right? That is a problem. Because when I was studying, I used to study till like 7 a.m. in the morning. Full night I'll study till 7 a.m. and sleep at 7. For CA final, like the last 6 months, I'll sleep at 7. I'll wake up at around 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. noon, 1 p.m., 12 p.m. something. Then I'll kickstart my day. But when the exam came, like there you have to wake up early and go and like do all those things. That was very big problem for me. So make sure if you are studying at night, at least last 2-3 weeks, switch it a bit like you're waking up at like at least 7 a.m. in the morning, 7 or 8. Just last 3 weeks. Else exam time, that will be a problem. Just keep in mind, I'm just saying this. Now we'll focus on the subject. And studying at night is so good, like peaceful. It's so peaceful to study. And you're studying here, Power Pro Bachelor, or you're studying at home. Everyone is like not in the Power Pro batch, right? CMA. Just for auditing you have come. Super. So you have the textbook with you, right? Around 200 and some pages are there in your text for auditing, purely for auditing. We'll cut short it down to around 120, 130, like the immediate, only the mostly important areas. And whatever I'm teaching, you study that first. The highlighted areas, the important areas, what I say, you study that first. Once you finish that and you have time still, then only go with the other areas. And just before, like 1 week or 2 weeks before the exam, just read the book. Because MCQs, whatever you find relevant for MCQs, you can mark it. I'll also try to do one thing. I'm not giving you a promise, but I'll still try to do it in May. The important question list or something I'll try to provide for auditing. What are the questions that they can ask? I'm not, because for that, going through your past 10 years question paper is very important. Right? So auditing, it's actually divided into 3 areas. You know, right, in your auditing. First is the normal basics of auditing. If you understand that basics itself, more than enough. Other auditing you can easily. Then the company audit area, you have law in your syllabus. Law is also there. Our company audit is also very easy for you. Then last, the different entity financial statements, all these things, it's super easy area. If you understand, that is a problem. Articleship, is there anyone who has done articleship in the office? You are done, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 people have done, right? And for you, it will be very easy for you to understand auditing. Because in office, you may be doing auditing, right? You're doing articleship in a CA office, right? CA office, right? CA office, obviously auditing will be there and you'll be doing the tally, all this work will be there. No problem. So auditing, we'll start from here, this important evolution of auditing, who just need to know. And read it for MCQ purposes if you want. The other thing is, first is the term audit has been, this can be like an MCQ question in CA also, this is asked. Like, auditing means audire, which means to hear all these simple things. Then from here, according to SA 200, the basic principles governing told me. Yeah, look at, you have the book with you, right? We'll jump onto the subject. This is like a dry subject, auditing. We'll try to make it better. According to essay 200, the basic principles governing audit. I have two ways of teaching audit. You tell me, what do you want? Do you want me to teach it directly from the text or just simply explain stuff? Like in look and normally I can explain, or I can teach you directly from the book itself, because I'm doing this because you will know the meaning of every line. So it will be easy for you to learn. I can just sit like as per essay 200, I can say like that, but I would suggest reading a book and explaining the words so you can write the meaning of something which you don't know on the side, examples or anything. So when you are revising, it will be super easy. Okay. And according to essay 200, the basic essay 200 means standards on auditing. We'll touch upon standards on auditing later, like it will be coming. The basic principles governing an audit. This is the definition. Whatever it is. An audit is an independent examination of the financial information of an entity, whether profit oriented or not, irrespective of its size or legal form. When such an examination is conducted with a view of expressing an opinion thereof. I'll tell you what it is. What is actually auditing? I'll give you the process of auditing. Auditing means who prepares financial statements? Tell me. In a company, take company Reliance for example. Financial statements, balance sheet and profit and loss account. Who prepares that? Management. Yeah, everyone knows that, right? Management or auditor? Make it sure. Think. Who, auditor or management? Who prepares? Management, right? So, all companies, financial statements, that is the what is the financial balance sheet and profit and loss account, will be prepared by management. And I'll give you a hierarchy. This is the basics of auditing. Then we'll move faster. No worries. If this is a company, at the top of the company we have the shareholders. Shareholders, who owns the company. Like everyone knows this company, right? Boat, the earphone brand. We'll take Boat for example. So who are the shareholders of Boat? Aman Gupta is there, the owner of Boat. He has then his partner Samir Mehta. Then other shareholders are also there. Lot of shareholders will be there in Boat. Then next level is what we call those charged with the governance, or the board of directors, all these people, the higher level authorities in the company. Then we have the management, below that management. And these people, here we have management, here those charged with the governance, that is basically the board of directors, audit committee, all these people. Here we have the shareholders. Then below we have employees. Different level of employees, high level employee, top level, like this category will be there. So these people will not be there in the company mostly. Shareholders, like Aman itself is the CEO of the company also. Not CEO, CMO, Chief Marketing Officer. So, but normally if you take a bigger company, take a Reliance or something, Mukesh Ambani is there, but he may not be coming daily to the office and looking at everything, right? So to run the company, he hire these people, management. Management is the people who runs the company, daily operation, sales, purchase, profit, everything they are doing. And at the end of the year, this shareholders, he is not in the company, right? So he need to know whether whatever these people, management has done is correct or not. Because they have access to the money, fund, everything they have access to. So they can like do a fraud or something. So to check whether management is doing everything correct, this shareholders will hire auditor. Auditor, he is coming from outside. He is not someone in the organization. He comes to the organization, ask for the financial statements. So shareholder, this management will give the financial statements to him. Now he has a financial. He will check whether all the operations done by the management is correct or not, and he will give a report to the shareholders. This is the process of auditing. Company run by management, shareholders are the people who invest money in the company, but company is run by them. To check whether these people are doing it properly, shareholders hire auditor. Auditor comes, do the checking and report it to the management. This is how the auditing process works. That is, then now you know when we look at the meaning of auditing. What is the meaning? It is an independent examination. I told someone is coming from outside. He is not dependent on the company. That is what we call independent person. It is an independent examination of the financial information of an entity. Balance sheet, profit and loss account is financial information, right? Financial information of an entity, whether profit oriented or not. That means there are many types of company. Profit oriented company, non-profit oriented company, any company auditing is there. And irrespective of its size or legal form. That means It can be a big company, it can be a small company, or it can be a company, partnership, or proprietorship. That is what we call legal form. Proprietorship or partnership, we need to do auditing. So, when such an examination is conducted with a view to express an opinion, that is, these people are auditors hired to express an opinion to the shareholder, right? Whether everything is correct or not. This is what we call the definition of auditing. It is an independent examination of financial information of an entity, whether it is profit oriented or not, irrespective of its size or legal form, conducted with an opinion, conducted with a motive to express an opinion. Like break it down everything into pieces and understand the meaning. Then it will be easy for you to memorize it. Because auditing, memorizing is the only way to get in. Because how much ever I say understanding is needed, there are two options. You understand auditing very well, but you don't memorize it. You will not be able to pass the exam. Other option, you don't even understand anything, but you memorize it. Still you may be able to pass the exam. But if you do both, then learning auditing becomes very easy. Very easy in auditing. And CMA pandra ellarkume, if auditing, you can crack it in CMA, then in CA it's very easy. Because it's more than CMA. CMA and CA auditing is a bit more, but your book is so well, so good. Because in CA audit book also I have read, here there is no need to make a separate book. Ellarme correct, like structured, well explained, everything. It's over explained. Over explained. Coming from any institute or something, uniform. Articleship officer. A uniform of what college? Uniform of CA? Internship under articleship. Article firm uniform. Oh my god. So, is it a big firm? Is it a very big firm? Super. You came for just 4 day classes, skipping the office. Super. So, articleship uniform, like in our office, we have to buy all this. Because if you have a uniform, that's the best thing I can say. Because 3 years, when I was doing 3 years of articleship is there, we have to buy this professional shirt. Like every day we cannot wear the same, right? Every month we need to buy at least 1 or 2 shirts or pant, everything. 5 days we'll rotate. But if it's a uniform, 2 uniform is needed. Done. Go on for the 1 year. So, but you cannot impress any girls or something with a uniform. That is different game. Articleship, go to a bigger office, like a really good office. You can get really good friends and enjoy. Also. So, that is what we call auditing. Then the essential features of auditing, simple. Evaluation and verification of relevance. Evaluation and you should learn to make the bigger sentences short. For example, then only you can remember it. Evaluation and verification of relevance, reliability, adequacy, RRI. Simply, if you keep it RRI, evaluation verification of RRI, it will be very easy for you to remember that. Otherwise, in exam, you will say evaluation and verification of what? Relevance you got, reliability you may not get. So, RRI, make it crisp. Evaluation and verification of the relevance, reliability, and adequacy of evidence in support of the verifiable information. That is to check sales, verify the relevance and reliability of invoice. How do you check a sale? You are working in an office, so a sale happened. You are working in a CA office, you went to audit something where a sale happened. How do you check a sale? Cross check with the bill, right? In the books of accounts, it will be written sale of 10,000 rupees to Mr. A. How will you make sure it is actually to Mr. A? How do you make sure whether that sale has happened? Ask for the bill. Bill is there. Bill is there, 10,000. Okay, here also 10,000. The bill name is Mr. A. Here also Mr. A. Okay, done. That sale is checked. Auditing is purely just checking what you're doing. That's it. Nothing more. So, as an auditor, you have to essential features of auditing are enumerated below. First is it involves the evaluation, verification of the relevance, reliability, and adequacy of the evidence in support of the verifiable information. Then it is analytical, critical, and investigative review of the system of accounting and internal control. When you are doing an auditing, you go to an office and you check everything there. Not only just the books, the internal control. We'll explain what is internal control, everything when it comes. Just I'll give you an example of internal control. Internal control means something that the organization has kept. I'll give you an example and you'll understand. To prevent any fraud or error. Simple as that. If you all have paid 10,000 rupee fees to me, just imagine to attend the audit classes. And if I keep the door like that, just a normal door, someone who has not paid the fees also can come in. How can I, like, I don't know whether you guys are paid or not, because you accountant or office accountant checks all this. I don't know whether you have paid or not. So there we'll keep a fingerprint scanner. So whoever has paid money, your fingerprint will be registered there. Only you can enter the class. So that fingerprint scanner is an internal control. Similarly, in a jewelry, you take a jewelry like gold jewelry. There are a lot of, just I have thought it prior. It's a very big jewelry, and one small ring is valued, or one diamond ring can be like 10 lakh, 20 lakh rupees. The staff will be there. What if like he can take one diamond ring and put it in his pocket? Who can check it? How will they reconcile? At the end of the reconciling, it's very tough. So how do they manage this? That is a game. So why that for internal control they have kept a CCTV? Even internal control is something to prevent fraud. Management keeps something to prevent fraud. That is what we call basic understanding I'm giving you. When we go to internal control, we'll understand everything for as of now. So similarly, there are 5 employees in a company who handle cash. 5 cashiers are there. So how will we make sure whether they are taking cash, they are doing any fraud? We'll put another guy on top of them to supervise whether everything is going correct or not. So this guy is also an internal control. Whatever the shareholders and management do to make sure the company there is no fraud, no error happening in the company, to check everything, whatever they put, that is internal control. Then it is an analytical, critical and investigative review of the system of accounting and internal control. When you are doing auditing, you will review the system of accounting and internal controls. You will check everything. Then the information audited may be financial or non-financial. That can, normally financial information is what we audit. The money things, balance sheet and P&L is purely about money. Rupees will be figure. But you will also audit non-financial information also. Simple example is weight of the inventory. You go to audit, stock will be there, right? When you have stock in physical verification of stock will be there. So you will look at the amount of stock also, you look at the weight of the stock also. That is what we call a non-financial information. You will audit both. Then there should be standards or criteria for evaluation of information in a systematic and scientific manner. We have standards or criteria for evaluating, and we have auditing standards kept to see how we should do an inventory counting, is how we should obtain audit evidence from inventory, as a 501 says. So we have criteria for all these things kept in auditing. Then auditor should be competent and independent, qualified and possessing prescribed qualification and certificate of practice. You need to have all these things. Simple. 3-4 points. Essential features of auditing. They can, if they gives you a simple paper, then they can ask this question. Not a very important question, but if they want to set an easy paper, they'll ask all these things. Then it is the nature of auditing. The objective of an audit of financial statements is to enable the auditor to express an opinion whether financial statements are prepared. What is the objective of auditing? See, to enable the auditor to express an opinion whether the financial statements are prepared in all material respects in accordance with the identified financial reporting framework. As an auditor, you are auditing. Why are you auditing? I told you, just to express an opinion. You are being hired by this guy to check whether everything they are doing is correct or not, and you have to report to this guy. Right? That is what is written here. Where is it? To enable the auditor to express an opinion whether financial statements are prepared correctly or not. That's it, simple. Then Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has defined the auditing as systematic and independent exam. Same thing, no need to study all those things. Then relationship between accounting and auditing. What is accounting? Entering the transaction. What is auditing? Checking the transaction. Simple. You don't need to think about anything else. Whatever, for example, a sale happened. Entering that sale to books is what we call accounting, and checking whether it is correct or not is auditing. Simple. Then difference, they can ask, it's like if easy paper only they'll ask all these things, else you give it in the second priority, B category topics. Then accounting and auditing, it is a collection, classification and summarization of data for preparation of books of accounts and to make financial statements. It is an analytical, critical examination of books of accounts. I told, here we are collecting the data and summarizing it into books. Here we are checking it in auditing. That's it, simple. Then the recording of transaction, post-mortem examination of recorded transaction. Here we record transaction, here we do a post-mortem, like a dead body, we'll post-mortem, like we'll put the dead body, take a scissor, cut it, open it, take the heart out. Similarly, in auditing also, we'll take one transaction, one sale transaction, we'll check everything, the purchase related to it, everything related to that we'll check. That is a postmortem. You can like draw a dead body and keep it like, oh, this is not a dead body. So you will remember that word, postmortem. That is how you need to relate stuff. Because this is like a dry subject. You have to come up with something to remember all these things, else it will be horrible for you. Then like, that's how we'll do. We'll do a dead body. Now this table, dead bodies are there. Dead body. So you'll never, like, postmortem is happening. Then it measures the business events in monetary terms, records them and communicate the financial statement. It review the financial records. Simple. Then primary responsibility of accounting is of the management. Auditor is an independent person, has a primary responsibility here. Then accountant is not expected to review or report on financial statement. Audit, because accountant just records only. He don't need to review a report. Accountant records all the transaction. Auditor reviews and checks all the transactions. Simple. Then auditor is required to submit a report with his opinion of true and fair view to the owners. I told you, right? That guy need to submit a report to the owner. Then an accountant works for the management. Auditor is an independent person accountable to the owners or shareholders. Accountant, THARUN'S Brainery also has an accountant downside. He is responsible to us, like the team of THARUN'S Brainery, THARUN'S are. And we also need an auditor to audit everything, right? He's coming outside the entity. He's not responsible to us. He is only responsible to the shareholders of the company. That's it. Accounting is done as per the Ind AS and auditing is done as per standards on auditing. Easy points. Just you have accounting also. In AS you are studying, right? Accounting standards, everything you are studying. You understand. You are writing CMA in June. December is only CMA. CMA in December and Jan CA. Group 1. Group 2 you are doing it in September. Because then only you can do the articleship, right? Now. Manage CA issue, CA. And shall I ask you one thing? CA, we are doing articleship. Will it count for CMA also, same articleship? Or we have to do it another 15 months again? 15 months, right? Now, CMA. Employment? Employment. So if you go for like a job also, you can take it as articleship. Oh, that's a really good thing. Because in nowadays, I would suggest, even if you go for employment or articleship or anything, try to improve your skill set on the other side. Skill set in terms of like basic things. First, go with the basic stuff like advanced Excel, simple things, Excel, MS Excel, or like even if you are using Tally in your office, still go with learn how Power BI works, how PowerPoint presentation happens. The moment you get an opportunity to speak in front of a crowd, some in offices, like you told you are having bigger office right there. So do you have presentations in the week or something? Because in my office also we had presentations every week, every day we had presentations. We had around like 100 articles, 150 people was there. So not in my articleship time, but in my job I worked previously before clearing CA. So there we had around 100 people. So that's also CA office. There every single day morning presentation was there. We'll come, we need to present something about GST or income tax, auditing, anything. Just a 5-10 minutes presentation. But we used to take everything. But there were some people who were shy in doing all these things, coming in front of people. But improve that, because in the long run, the CA, CMA degree will give you a job 100%. But if you don't have the skill set, you won't earn big. Normal 70,000 to 1 lakh rupee salary, everything you will get. 50 to 1 lakh salary you will get as a fresher. If you have a CA or CMA, whatever it is. But to go beyond that, you need to have skill set, you need to improve. Basically, now focus on the smaller skill set. Once you clear your inter and go into final level, focus on higher, like bigger stuffs, bigger softwares, how to talk properly, how to have the basic manners. All these things adds up. Slowly add up. How to, for example, if you're going to meet a client in your articleship or something, before that you just need to know how to give a proper shake hand. Because once you clear CA, sometimes you may get this client, you can take this client, something, not CMA, whatever it is. So always have that. Then auditing and investigation. It's against professional ethics, but I'm still saying ethics where money is completely on a different side. So auditing and investigation, what is the difference between auditing and investigation? As an auditor, what are you doing? You're just going and checking. You don't have the authority to, we asked management to give us a sales bill for checking. Management says, no, we cannot give you. So as an auditor, we cannot do anything. We can only say to the shareholders that I have asked for it, they are not giving. But in investigation, you can either like make a forceful things or like something like that. So investigation is more a deeper thing. Auditing is just checking, just understand. Now the meaning is that auditing is an independent and systematic examination of the evidence of underlying accounting or other data in accordance with general principles and audit practices to see the true and fair view of the financial statements. Our only intention is management gives us the financial statements. We need to make sure everything is true or not. That's it. But in investigation, it is also an examination of accounts and records with a view to ascertain any fact for some special purpose. Auditing, every year we need to do it. But investigation happens, for example, a fraud happened in a company, in the middle of the company. Like, for example, we are suspecting a fraud in our accounts. So, auditor full auditor set better, we'll hire an auditor and say, do the investigation. Just that fraud. You just need to investigate deeply in that one area only. You don't need to check the entire accounts. Investigation is a deeper thing. One transaction we'll go deep into that, find anything related to that. Then scope, auditing has a wider scope, this has limited scope in terms of, I'll say what. Scope means in auditing you will be checking everything, right? You will be checking the internal controls, you will be checking the transactions, every purchase, sales, expenses, everything. But in investigation, if there is a fraud in sales, you will be only checking the sales and some related expense or purchases, not everything. So that in that sense, this has a wider scope and this has a limited scope because we will only checking limited things. Here we will be checking everything. Objective, accounts and records are verified to the truth and fairness to see whether everything is correct. And investigation is for a special purpose. I told you, for special one fraud happened, only for that purpose. Then audit procedure. Audit is conducted in accordance with the generally accepted auditing principles. Standards on auditing, all these things, we are doing auditing. Investigation don't have like some kind of that kind of a procedure. We will go beyond that. Then evidence, we need a persuasive auditing evidence. Persuasive auditing evidence means in auditing, we only need a convincing evidence for the auditor. I am the auditor. I am going to audit a fraud or something. In auditing, I will obtain evidence, right? Evidence, because to summarize whether a fraud has occurred or not, I need evidence to show it to the shareholders that your management has done this fraud. We need an evidence to show. So, in auditing, the evidence is only persuasive evidence. That is a convincing evidence for me. As an auditor, I just need to get convinced first. That's it. But in investigation, you need a proving evidence, 100% proving evidence. Here, only convincing me is enough in auditing. But in this one, so not audible. It's audible on your mobile phone. So, Meenu, I'm just let me know if it's not audible. I'll try to do something. As of now, it's audible, right? In YouTube, I'm saying, good morning, Deepthi. So, yeah. And in investigation, we need a conclusive evidence, like a proven 100% proof. If you go to the court also, we need to stand with that. But in auditing, we don't need that kind of an evidence. Simple example is, I'll say, in auditing, in the balance sheet, you know this item called debtors, right? Trade receivables, debtors will be there in the balance sheet. So as an auditor, how will you check debtors? Anybody tell me? How will you check debtors? There is, you got a balance sheet. There are debtors written as 30,000 rupees. And in the notes, 10 name of debtors are written, like 3,000, 4,000 rupees, like 10 people are there. How will you check it? As an auditor, you need to check whether it is correct or not. How will you check it? Sale invoice. Yeah, that's one way. Other way. How will you check whether that amount is correct, whether that debtor exists or not? Invoice is there. Yeah, that is one way to check. Is there any other way also? That is exactly, you told whatever is correct. First thing is what we check, invoice. One more thing is also there. Anybody know? We call something called confirmation, you have heard. In auditing also, there is a standard called as a 505, external confirmation. That is, in balance sheet, the name of the debtor will be there. In the notes, name will be there. Mr. A owns, we have done a sale to Mr. A, 10,000 rupees he need to give to us. That is debtor, right? So as an auditor, what you will do is, you will take a piece of paper, like normally it's an email, you will write, I am an auditor of this company, and this in this company's balance sheet, your name is written as a debtor and you owe 10,000 rupees to the company. Is it true or not? Just tell me, and we'll send the mail to that debtor. So what the debtor will see, and if it is correct, he'll say yes. If it's not correct, he'll say no. Sometimes amount may be different. In debtor's book, sometimes it will be only 9,000. So he'll say, in my book it is 9,000, here it is 10,000. Why it is that? Then we'll check with the manager and make the correct entry, whatever it is. So that all these evidences are not like a conclusive, strong evidences. Because, for example, if a management want to do a fraud, what they'll do? They'll hire someone, their friends or something, and act as a debtor and say that 10,000 rupees sale is given to them. So that is not a conclusive proof. But in investigation, you will need a very conclusive proof. You will check the bank statement, whether the money has come in or not. You will check whether the stock has come in or not. Everything. In auditing, you will just obtain the confirmation and just sometimes leave it. That's it. Because you cannot check everything. So that is what we call conclusive evidence we need. Then approach. Auditor is skeptical and not suspicious. He is doubtful, but not skeptical means he is always in a doubtful state, but not that kind of a like a CBI investigator or something. He'll just be doubtful about everything. But in investigation, investigator starts with a suspicion and collects evidence to either confirm or dispel that suspicion. Then periodicity, it is a routine exercise. It spreads over a period longer than 1 year. I'll give you an example of investigation that I did. Normally in audit firm, we used to do auditing, right? But this is it's going on live also. Oh my God, publicly I cannot say this. Without taking the name of the company, I'll say this. This practical experience will be easy. Good thing for you when you are also in your articleship. I was doing it in Kerala, Kochi. So one day, one guy, he is like a 45, 50, not 50, like 55-year-old man, like my father's age. So he came to the office. He was like, he's actually a rich person. Not a rich, like owning a Ford, like an Endeavor, Fortuner car, something. So it's a rich class, right? So he came to the office and he met our principal, CA. And he told, sir, my entire money is gone. He was weeping there, crying there. This guy, I saw him, I guided him to the sir's office. I went up, we were doing the work, and after 30 minutes or something, I came down. I saw him like literally crying, a 50-year, 60-year man. And then after 30, 40 minutes, he went off. And like in the evening, my principal called me. Sudarshan, you have to go to Coimbatore next day. In 2 days, you have to go to Coimbatore. Their fraud investigation is there. You have to do it. I have never even done a auditing properly. I don't know what the hell is this investigation. So I told, sir, what is investigation? And he explained to me what I should do. He explained everything that I need to do because I was at second year of my articleship, so I don't have bigger experience also. Then 2 days after, because he sent me, I'll tell you why he sent me. I was at that point of time like jacked, this like height and size was there. I'll tell you the importance of this. And the next day I have to go, 2 days after. So the day before going, he told me, always wear like a tight dress, because I was into this like martial arts, all these things also I was doing. So the funny thing is that you are a Malayali, sir, your style. Okay. Purushot. Yes, bro. Malayali. Then what happened was, next day morning I went there to Coimbatore, because from Kochi to Coimbatore it's like a drive. So driving, he told me the thing is that this guy has a partner in Chennai. He's in Kerala, he has a partner in not Chennai, Coimbatore. So, and both of these guys got this business from their boss. Here, I'll show it to you, because this was the main boss. This was the main boss, and this guy, our team, like his name, I'll put it as Ram. And here they had another partner in Chennai. So this guy actually died, and he never had a friends or a relatives, family, nothing. So his business got these people got 50-50 share in his business. What happened was, this guy was a fraud, complete fraud, like a horrible fraud. I've never seen a fraud like him. And he was handling the accounts of the company, this guy. And this guy was handling the operations of the company. And the game was that this Ram, our sir told me, sir, I am putting in a lot of capital, but still my business is not running profitable. I'm getting really good sales. I'm getting really good orders, but still my business is at loss. I don't know what is happening. So for the last 10 years, he put his wife's, like the marriage, like the thing, right? That thing also in pledge, the gold also in pledge, and then also he put money into the business. Every month he is putting 10 lakhs, 5 lakhs, 10. So total around like 2, 3, 4 crores he have put in. But still the business is at loss. We don't know what is happening. And actually the business is really good. The sales are also there. But then I go there, because all these accounts is kept in Coimbatore and we cannot get it. And their tally, nothing was, there were, a proper accounts was not there. Physical sales bill was there, sales purchase bill. So if I go there and try to take it, they will not allow, because they are anyways doing the fraud. So we went at a point of time when that guy was not there. We used, because he had that secondary key, we used the secondary key, got into the office, because if we see some other person see something, he's a local there. He'll come and like sometimes fight with me or something. So we went there. So to handle all this tension, everybody cannot do. So like my principal suggested me to go. I never knew all these damn things, else I would have never gone. Because why should I get beating from Coimbatore when I can get it from Kerala directly? So then I went to there. I got this. We entered the office and some people, we opened the log was there. Then inside also 2 people were there, like the evening shift guys was there. So, and immediately it is like a raid, we get in, we took all these things. In 10 minutes, we put all the file in our office, 10-15 minutes for the last 10 years files with bigger sales. And this company is not a small company. This is a very big company in terms of they're selling industrial pipes. So in 1 month only 1 order will be there. But that order value is like 20 lakhs, 30 lakhs, big industrial, this kind of a pipe, terrible. So we took all the file, went back to our office. Next day, I reached my office. Then we need to identify the fraud in this. Then 2-3 months it take for a 5-member team of us. We sat there, we checked all the sales, purchase, invoice, everything. And we are not getting any fraud because we don't know what the hell they have committed. But one day it was a eureka moment. Suddenly one day, one of my assistant, suddenly he shouted, "Sir, I got it. Like everyone just came in and then we discussed the fraud. I'll tell you what the fraud was. It was a small fraud, simple fraud, but it's difficult to detect. The issue is, I'll tell you what this guy is doing. This is our company. For example, this is M Limited. This is our company. And this is a person who need industrial pipe. So what he'll do, he'll first send a purchase order showing the quantity, purchase price he need. Then what we'll do is that, what this company is actually doing is that they don't manufacture anything. They will purchase it from another person. And this person will sell it for 100 rupees and he will sell it to him for 120 rupees. So 20 rupees is the profit. This is how the company works. So when this purchase order comes in, he'll purchase from this guy and sell it to him. This is a process. But there were lot of purchase bills without purchase order. What happens when a purchase is happening? Money is going to this, right? Money is going. So lot of purchase bill was there in the company, but no purchase order. Then we checked whether those bill has a corresponding sale to them. No sales also. Just purchase. Like we cross-checked with the purchase order, purchase, sales. That is how we cross-checked everything. Once we finished everything that matched moved out. Just 20-30 bill was there from a company called, like, say it as S Limited. This S Limited, from S Limited only purchase was there. And then we identified who is the owner of this S Limited. It was the wife of the other partner. The wife of the other partner was there. So what they were doing is that they made a dummy company and simple purchase bills they were entering. No purchase was coming in, no stock was coming in, just money was going. They'll simply create a bill, money was coming in and going. Simple as that. And GST also, GST was started in like 2017. So in 2018-19 also, that time not that much kind of a regulation was there. It was easy to make fraud. But now they cannot do that because everything is properly updated in GST. That time it was easy to be done. And this was an amount of nearly like 2.5 crore or something we got bills. And that was a perfect fraud. That is what we call investigation. Only that company we took, just the sales purchase, we cross-matched. We don't check the expenses, all these things, just the sales purchase orders. We cross-checked everything. That is what we call a deep investigation. If it was an auditing, what we'll do, we'll just go verify the whatever it in the books of accounts and just finish it. Investigation, we'll take one transaction and go deep into it. And we got this guy. Then what we did, we filed a suit case that time. Then 1 year case is there. It's still running. It has not even been finished. So this is what we call fraud investigation. So similarly, you also may, when you are doing your articles, will get cases like this, frauds, investigation. Take the guts to do all these things because this will give that experience for you. And the next is scope of auditing. What are things covered under auditing is what we call scope of auditing. What all things we audit is scope of auditing. Auditor must also ensure that there is no relevant aspect of the organization left unchecked, even if it's not specifically mentioned. All those things, simply leave it. Scope of audit should cover the following aspects. First is assess the reliability and sufficiency of information contained in the accounting records. We have to assess the reliability and sufficiency of information contained in accounting records. Simple as see whether the information in accounting record is reliable and sufficient for audit purposes. Can he rely on it, or is it sufficient enough? Simple as that. As an auditor, we are relying on this accounting records, right? The sales, purchase, everything. So, is it true? Is all these things reliable? Can we actually rely on this? Is it original? Whether the company is like a fraud company or not? Can we rely on it? First thing, he need to check that. Then, is it sufficient enough? Whether all the things has been properly entered? Everything. That's it. ARS. ARS means assess the reliability and sufficiency. Assess the reliability and sufficiency of information in the accounting records. Simple. Then auditor has to determine whether the relevant information is properly disclosed in the financial statements. Whatever information is there in the books of accounts, it should be there in the financial statements also. And whatever request disclosure, proper disclosure should also be given. He need to check that. Then auditor work shall involve an exercise of judgment. He shall be concerned with items that are material, because in auditing everything is based on a judgment, because there is no fixed rule to do all these things. Standards are there. It says if you find external confirmation issue, go with what is written as 505 standard. But everything is actually based on a judgment. For example, auditor is doing an audit sampling. 10 invoices are there. He'll take 3 invoices for checking. That is based on his sampling, his judgment, right? Whether he need to go with sample or full checking, it's purely his judgment. Then that is, these 3 things are involved in the scope of auditing. This can be a question. Then what are the basic principles governing auditing? You can like use this mnemonic if you wanted, space diva. Yeah, basic principles governing auditing. Video on bank audit for CA intra. Bank audit for CA intra, I'll do it after this lecture. In 1 or 2 days, I'll try to do that bank audit for CA inter. Bank audit is a very easy chapter. It's like super easy chapter. I'll make you understand that, then you'll understand how easy it is. So, what are the basic principles governing an audit? Simple as that. First, look at integrity, objectivity, and independence. Integrity means the auditor should be straightforward, like an honest person. For example, I'm coming to this class. What if I'll come at like 10 a.m.? You are waiting from 9:30 a.m. This is like no integrity, ethics, nothing is there, right? So, I should be straightforward, everything. So, integrity is straightforwardness, honest, sincere, all these things. Integrity, objectivity, and independence. Independence means auditor should not be anyway related to the company auditing, because then there will be like, he'll not give an independent opinion. Imagine Mukesh Ambani is there and Anil Ambani is the auditor. They are both friends, so they'll not do, even if they identify a fraud, they'll not report it. So auditor should be independent. He should not be related to the company in any way, friends, nothing. Then confidentiality. Whatever information you get from auditing, when you're auditing, you will get lot of deep information about the company, some future plan of the company. Imagine I am the auditor of Mama Earth. You know, right? Mama Earth, the shampoo company. So imagine I am the auditor of Mama Earth. While auditing Mama Earth, I found out that in the next year they are going to launch a new shampoo. Something for people for hair loss is there. Some new product they are launching into the market. I'll get the understanding in when I'm doing the audit. Imagine I go to Wow company or like Minimalist and say this. Or I say to my wife. I said to my wife, Mama Earth is launching this company. Simple as that. It's like my wife in my bedroom, I told to her. Just simple as that. But this wife is a YouTube vlogger. Like imagine this scenario. In her next vlog, she suddenly says, next year, guys, you know, Mama Earth is launching a new hair fall shampoo. Immediately, the competitor will launch it. So these are secrets. So in auditing, whatever thing you identify, please don't share it with anybody. Anybody, even your wife. Nobody. Confidence. You should be confidential. Then skills and competence. You need the required skills and competence to do auditing. Then work performed by others. Carefully supervise the work performed by others. Imagine you are going to audit and the company has internal auditor. If I say now, you may not understand. Just simple example. As an auditor, you need to supervise the work performed by others in terms of, for example, there is someone called management expert, internal auditor, all these things. Imagine a registered valuer is hired by a company to value the land and assets of that company. So as an auditor, you have to properly check whether that valuation, everything was correct, or similarly, normal employees also just supervise whether work they are doing is correct. Then documentation, proper working paper should be maintained by the auditor as an evidence of audit work. That's when you are doing an audit work, whatever procedure you are doing, make it in a piece of paper and write it. That is day one, these are the things I did. These are the articles I have. You have to document what you're doing every day. That is what we call audit documentation. And why we are doing this? Because 10 years after or 5 years after, some police case may come against the company and we have done the audit 5 years before. So they may put the blame on us. So we need to know what we have done 5 years back. So we need to make a document and keep it with us. That is what we call documentation. Then planning. Auditor should obtain the knowledge about the client's business to determine the nature, timing and extent of audit procedure. So before we start something, imagine before you start your CMA preparation, you will plan, right? One day you will plan, I have 2 months for the examination. This is what I'm going to do. Similarly, in auditing also you have to plan. That's it. Then audit evidence. Auditor should obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence through performing compliance and substantive procedures. I'll explain what is compliance procedure, substantive procedure, everything. There is a chapter number 3 which is coming, which is the most technical chapter in your entire auditing, like risk assessment. In inter and CA and CMA also, that is a technical chapter. Students don't know, anybody know what is the meaning of substantive procedure? Analytical procedure, substantive procedure, test of controls, test of details, nothing, right? That is one. You have attended auditing classes before, anyone? Auditing classes? Yarume attend pannala. Nobody, right? First thing, super. Perfect place. And auditing classes, I would say, classes plays the very crucial role in auditing. I'll say why. Because like I told you initially, students won't understand auditing. Then because it's a theory subject, you'll take it like business studies in your class 12, where you can read, understand and write. But this is a technical chapter. You need to know the process of auditing, who hire whom, all these things we need to understand. So class is important in auditing in every exam, in CA, CMA, inter, final, everything. If you go to a final stage, my mistake was that in CA, inter, I never took auditing classes. So what happened? I somehow memorized everything, went there, got 43 or something marks and passed, 40 something and passed. But when I went into final, I couldn't catch up with what is written in there because the syllabus is also too big. You cannot memorize the 100% syllabus in final. Then I took, there is no way to go. I need to understand everything, otherwise I cannot memorize. But understanding itself is also not enough. You have to understand and you have to revise also, memorize also. So classes are important in auditing. Or if you're not even taking class, take like a ChatGPT or some dictionary or understand the meaning of everything and go. Then accounting system and internal control. What is it? Understanding of the accounting system and internal control he need. Before starting an auditing, just obtain an understanding about what are the accounting system in the company, what software company is using for accounting, Tally, Excel, all these things. That is an alarm clock, like a snooze button morning. Then audit conclusions and reporting. On the basis of conclusions drawn from the audit evidence, auditor should give a unqualified report or qualified report or adverse report or disclaimer of report. Don't worry, I'll explain that in the auditing chapter. Many reports are there in the company. You are feeling hot? No, right? AC is okay there. Here it is not even working properly. Let's see. You're also, it is also working there. Separate remote is there, right? Okay. I thought like when I'm adjusting here, it will adjust there also. Okay. YouTube live stuck. Now it is going in a 1 second later. Okay. Then audit conclusion and reporting means you are going to do an audit. Once you finish auditing, you may have a lot of conclusions, right? This is correct, this is wrong, sales is correct, debtors are wrong. This is what we call the conclusions you get from auditing. You will combine all these conclusions and make a report. That is what we call audit report. So these are the Basic principles govern auditing. Space DY, you can use this. Try to create your own mnemonics. That is the best thing. Because you can create the most cringiest mnemonics also. Like create something, because ultimate thing is you have to remember that. Whatever the way it is, even if you are using a cuss word or something, create a mnemonic, whatever it is. So same, S for the skills and competence, P for planning, all these things, it's there. Go through, you'll understand. Then objectives of auditing: obtain a reasonable assurance about whether financial statements are free from material misstatements. Simple. Then and report, that is what we the objectives. Then the primary objective and secondary objective, just read it, you will understand, nothing is there. So the main objective is to determine whether the financial statements present true and fair view of the financial position and financial performance. What is financial position and what is financial performance? Position means as on 31st March, where the company is standing. What is a position? That is, what is the value of assets? What is the value of liability? What is the amount of share capital? Financial position, we will get it from balance sheet. Balance sheet gives the financial position. And financial performance, how was the last year? How was the profit? How was the sales? That we will get from P&L. So as an auditor, the primary objective is to determine whether the financial statements, balance sheet and P&L, present a true and fair view of the financial position and financial performance of business. Simple. Then secondary objective, detecting the fraud and error of the books of accounts. Simple stuff, nothing tough to learn, because I'll focus more on the complex areas. So other areas you just read, you will understand. We have to finish it in 25 hours or something, we'll get 3-4 days. Then auditing also attains certain social objectives also, that is to protect the shareholders' interest, stop evasion of taxes, safeguard against capital erosion. Capital erosion means same thing I told you in the fraud investigation case. He was putting in the capital, but the capital was going, like the other person was doing the fraud and going. So as an auditor, if a proper audit was conducted, that fraud will have never occurred. We have put the blame on his auditor also, because when an auditor signs an audit report, he should know whether a fraud has been committed or not. That auditor, his auditor, the Coimbatore auditor, he have not checked it for the last many years. So we filed a case against him also. Then fair return on investors, reasonable return on investors means the shareholders. Once auditing is done, we'll it actually ensures a fair return on investors is properly done, whether if the company is profitable. Then reasonable price to customer, fair compensation to worker, corporate social responsibility. Just keep one or two, not one or two. What are those? But in CMA, mostly you will get easy, very direct questions. Easy and direct questions is what you get. So don't worry about anything. Just you don't even need to focus too much on understanding the question, all these things. Just study 7 points, keep it with you, done everywhere. Then safeguarding or this is what we call significance of that can be expected from auditing. Advantages of auditing. From legal, then the significance of auditing. Yeah, what is the importance of auditing? So from legal point of view, we have this much importance, and for this also, just in CMA, just study the head points and keep it. Write inside whatever you want with 1 or 2 keywords from that. That is the easiest way to go. Don't expect to study everything perfectly. That will never work in auditing, because the book is that big and you have only 50 marks for this. In CA, enter the same syllabus plus 1 or 2 extra chapters, 100 marks paper is asked. But in CMA, same syllabus is asked for 50 marks. So you cannot, and don't even think of studying everything perfectly. Study the head points, because you will get marks like that. If you are studying this one, filing of income tax return, just write the points and write income tax authorities accept the profit and loss account that has been prepared by qualified auditor. Similarly, also you can write in like whatever the financial statements is prepared by the qualified auditor, that will only be accepted by the income tax authority. In your language, we can write auditor, income tax authority, that word should only come. Financial statements. 3 important words are there, right? That is what we call keywords. They'll give marks. In your language, you put it. So from legal point of view, for filing of income tax return, auditing is necessary. For borrowing of money from external sources, money is necessary. I'll tell you why. Borrowing of money from external sources means borrowing money from the bank or creditors. How will a bank know whether a company is doing good, profitable or not? How will a bank trust? Based on the financial statements, right? Financial statements, auditor signs it. So it's sure for the bank that company is actually earning a profit and somebody has checked that and signed it. It is a CA auditor also there. So that auditing has a significance in terms of borrowing of money from external sources. Statement of insurance claim. A company had its audited financial statements for the last year. Next year, in like June, December, a fire occurred and the company completely got burned off. The assets, all the machinery, building, plant, everything got burned off. Now the insurance company need to get the insurance, right? So on what basis company will get the insurance? Based on the value in the balance sheet. In the balance sheet, asset value is plant's value is 10 lakh. So they'll get insurance of 10 lakh. If the balance sheet it was 12 lakh, it will get 12 lakh. So, and who's only the audited balance sheet, because chartered accountant verifies it. So there is a significance in terms of statement of insurance claim also. Sales tax payments based on the audited financial statements. Then action against bankruptcy. In case of any bankruptcy, for example, a company, Byju's, simple example, Byju's getting almost bankrupt now. So at this point, so now Byju need to pay money to the creditors, debtors, all these things, right? So whatever is there in the financial statements, that money will only be paid. In financial statement, there is a creditor of 10,000. So Byju will pay creditor 10,000. No others can come and ask for anything, mostly. So everything depends upon the audited financial statements. Then this is from the legal point of view. Sometimes they can ask this question, legal point of view. Then from internal control point of view, within the organization, quick discovery of error and fraud, moral check on employees, advice to management, uniformity in accounts. Quick discovery of error and fraud means when you're doing the auditing, immediately you'll pick some error that has happened in the last year. Now itself you'll pick it. If you're not doing auditing, the same error continues for many years. So then moral check on employees. If auditing is done, employees will not do fraud because they know they'll get caught in when the auditor comes. So there will be a moral check for them. Then advice to the management. When auditor is auditing, he is an expert. He is like a CA who studies everything. So he may identify areas where management is lacking. So he'll give advice to the management also. Then uniformity in accounts. When you are auditing every year, your accounts will be uniform. It will be in a proper format, structured, everything. Then from external affairs point of view, and here you can use, there is like a Uma is a disco dancer. Just thinking like, so disco Uma is there. So like she is Uma. So you can keep it like this, discovery, disco, uniformity, moral check, advice on employee management. Here also you can use this if you want. Then from external affairs point of view, outside the business, settlement of accounts, auditing can be used. Valuation of assets and goodwill, future trends of business also we'll give. Just study the head points and keep it, nothing more to over explain. Advantages of auditing, just read it, you will easily get it. Nothing, whatever we have learned now. Then inherent limitations of auditing is very important. Limitations of auditing. I would say in auditing, we cannot give an absolute assurance. That absolute assurance means we cannot 100% say everything is correct because we are a human being. We only have 1 or 2 months to do an auditing. So in just 1 or 2 months, looking at everything the company has done, we cannot 100% examine all the transactions. For example, you take Byju's or boat. Boat is a perfect example. 1 year around like 1 lakh, 2 lakh sales of earphone will be happening. So can an auditor sit and verify the 10 lakh, I mean this 1 lakh of bills? He cannot do that, right? So he'll be doing it on a sampling basis. Take 1 or 2 bills and just examine that, and if that is correct, he is assuming everything else is also correct. So as an auditor, we can only give reasonable assurance. There are limitations in auditing. So what are those limitations? That is what is here. Auditor does not guarantee that all the material misstatements will be detected because we cannot guarantee that. We are only taking 2 months to check a transaction of 1 year. So we cannot guarantee that all material misstatements will be detected because of the following reasons, following limitations. First is test nature of auditing. We are basically sampling, testing only. We cannot check everything. Then the audit evidence available to the auditor is persuasive rather than conclusive. I told you, whatever audit evidence he obtains is only convincing for him. It's not a 100% solid proof which is valid in court. No. It's only persuasive evidence is what he is obtaining. So that is a limitation. Then inherent limitations of internal control. Internal control means as an auditor, you are going to check the physical inventory. Physical inventory means the stock. In case of boat earphone, if you go to boat's warehouse, there will be many boxes of earphones. One box will be of earphone, one box will be of Bluetooth speaker, one box will be of this smartwatch. Inventory will be there. So you have to check whether, and the total value of this inventory is 10 lakh, and that is there in the balance sheet. So as an auditor, what are you going to do? You are going to check whether that inventory is actually there, whether the value of that inventory is correct. You will check all those things, right? So when you are going there, you need to know, you cannot open all the box and check all the inventory. You are checking it on a sampling basis. One box you will open, okay, this much is there, done. And you'll think that there is an internal control. CCTV camera is there, so nobody will do a fraud, or no employee will come and it's a small thing. Someone can take and put it in a pocket and go. So to prevent that, CCTV camera is kept everywhere, and the access of that room is only given to the one employee who checks everything. So that is an internal control, and you trust the internal control. But what was actually happening was that the management, someone in the management is friends with this guy who has the lock of this, and both are friends, and together they are doing a fraud. Every day this management will give the key, he'll come, open it, take 100 units and put it in his pocket or bag and go, or take 10 units every day and go, and they are selling it outside through OLX or something. This fraud is happening. But auditor may not detect this because he believes in the CCTV camera. But what happens? That CCTV camera is an internal control. That two guys, the key is only given to one guy. That is also an internal control. But they have colluded. They have become friends, and now they are doing the fraud. So auditor cannot detect all these things. How can we expect auditor to detect that? So that is inherent limitations of internal control. Camera is there, separate lock also, key also is there, but still fraud is doing. But we cannot do anything. Then professional skepticism. This is inherent limitations of auditing. Then now the term is, next is professional skepticism. Skepticism means attitude of a questioning mind. You should also have this skepticism when studying. When you are studying accounts, you'll be like one, or we'll take subject. You have financial management in your, financial management is there, right? This working capital, cost of equity, all these things. So when you are doing that, there are many ways to calculate the same answer. One way is this, another way is this. So always have a questioning mind. If you can get the answer in this way, why can't that way be? Or why this amount is like this? In accounts also, when debit is happening, where is the credit going? Always have this questioning mind. Similarly, an auditor also, he should have a questioning mind. Whatever transaction he sees, management says this is correct, but still in your mind question, if this is correct, what is the other credit going? Whether that credit is also correct. Check all these things. Professional skepticism means approach that would ensure that if something wrong is detected. This behavior of auditor helps him in identifying and evaluating matters that increase the risk of material misstatement resulting from fraud or error, circumstances that make the auditor to suspect material misstatement, question of reliability of management representations. Means he should have this questioning mind in everything he is doing, and that questioning mind will help him for these things, for identifying the matter that has a risk of material misstatement from fraud, because he has a questioning mind. So when he questions everything, he'll identify the areas where fraud is there first, then he'll identify the circumstances that make the auditor to suspect material misstatement. He'll identify if there is any circumstance that is creating a material misstatement, that is creating a mistake. Do you know what is material misstatement? This word is there, right? Material misstatement. What is material misstatement? That is why I'm saying every term in auditing, if there is a new term which you are not understanding, you have attended this class, right? You know my Instagram and my yes, sir, see Sudarshan is on Instagram, you will get my Instagram or LinkedIn. Text me there. Whatever meaning you are not understanding, you are not getting any sentence, meaning of lines, anything, you text me there. Just take a photo of it and just send it to me, or a voice note. I'll reply to it in at least in 12 hours. Normally I'm not that much active, but still I'll reply anywhere. So first thing is, anything you are not knowing the meaning, go to ChatGPT or go to Google, search for that one word, get the meaning and go. Otherwise, this subject will be very tough. But if you understand the meaning, it's very easy, the subject. Material misstatement means just mistakes, errors. In a financial statement, there may be a lot of errors. This error is what we call a misstatement, and error or fraud. So misstatement means mistake that is happening from either fraud or error. Fraud means someone is intentionally creating that mistake. Error means someone accidentally, some management, some accountant, when they're writing 10,000, they put another zero. It became 1 lakh. It was an error. Someone purposefully doing that is what we call fraud. So mistakes in the financial statements is what we call misstatements. And material misstatement means if that mistake is something that is very big, that is creating a problem for the financial statement, that is what we call material misstatement. Important mistakes, that is a simple meaning of material misstatement. So understand every word and go like this, line by line. So you'll get the clarity in auditing. And everyone doing CMA, I would suggest go with CA too, like if you can, or doing CA, go with CMA too, because these two papers are like interrelated. You can easily crack both. There's a fear only in your mind that is holding you back. If you have both the degrees, the value will be like super, because there is one faculty here, he is a CA, CMA and CS. He was placed in like Barclays or something, some investment banks, because 3 degrees are with him. What is the placement he is getting? So materiality, then materiality is one of the functions. Auditor has to constantly and continuously judge whether transactions is material or not. That's simple thing. I told you, like material misstatement means important mistakes that affects the financial, big mistakes that affect the financial statements. Then classification of auditing, like how you divide auditing, like what are the different types of auditing, simple as that. One is statutory audit we have based on organizational structure wise classification. Here they'll not directly ask you what are the classifications, something like that, but they'll ask you to write about statutory audit or something like that. 1 second. Oh. Okay. First is statutory audit. Anywhere normally when an audit, till now I have said 100 times audit, the word, right? That 100 times it is means statutory audit. There are many types of auditing in audit. Statutory audit means an audit which is mandatory by a statute. Statute means law. An audit which is mandated by a law is what we call statutory audit. Simple as that, as per Companies Act. Companies Act is a law. Companies need to get audited. So this is a statutory audit. Mandated by the law is what we call statutory audit. Understand that? Okay. So any audit that is mandated by law, statutory audit. There is something called internal audit, concurrent audit, forensic audit. Lot of things are there. I'll say everything. This is mandated by law. Checking of accounts as required by the law. A statute or law may require having an annual audit of financial records of the company. Statutory auditor is generally the principal auditor in an organization because he is the one who do the main audit. This is the main audit of an organization. He do the main audit. He gives the main audit report. That is statutory audit. Then, then he is called the principal auditor. In the case of companies, Companies Act governs the auditing. Then in the case of government body, controller and auditor. What in the case of companies? Companies governs audit of. Okay. In the case of government companies, Controller and Auditor General of India and Companies Act, both are coming in. I'll tell you why. As per Companies Act, for normal companies in India like Reliance, Boat, all these are companies, right? So companies need to do a mandatory audit every single. This is mandatory, 100% they need to do this. And in that case, the shareholders of the company, the members of the company, they appoint the auditors. But if it's a government company, the company is owned by the government, the auditor will be appointed by the Controller and Auditor General of India. That guy, you know who it is. Like a top guy in the auditing department, Controller and Auditor General, government guy. He will be doing the auditing stuff of the government company. He appoints the auditor, not the government company. That guy appoints auditor for every government company. So in case of a government company, it is a government company. So Companies Act will anyways come, plus Controller and Auditor General will come. In normal companies, only Companies Act will come normal. In the case of audit of insurance company, nationalized bank, IRDA, RBI, all these sectors regulate them. Because in case of insurance, the auditing of insurance companies, LIC, some Star Health Insurance, these companies are there, right? For them, their auditing, everything is governed by IRDAI. Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India, something like that. Then for banks, it is governed by RBI. So it's not important area. Just understanding is enough. No need to like memorize, study anything here. Just understand. Statutory audit, just understand that is an important audit, most important audit, which is to be done normally once in a year. The auditor is called principal auditor. In your words, your line, you understand, because there is nothing technical in that. Then statutory auditor of a company is appointed by the board or shareholders of the general meeting, and shareholders cannot delegate the power to directors even by passing a special resolution. That means in case of a company, the statutory auditor is appointed by the shareholders and members of the company. They cannot give that power to the board of directors to appoint. No, shareholders are the owner. They need to appoint. They cannot give that power of appointment to the board of directors directly. No. Then statutory auditor can be appointed by the central government if the shareholders fail to appoint the auditor. And we learn the company's audit chapter, we learn that, all those things. This you can just read, understand. This is, what was this? Advantages of statutory audit. 7 and 8 points, whatever you have talked is mentioned here. For timely tax assessment for the shareholders. Advantages of the normal audit also, similar things, some extra points are there. Then non-statutory audit. Audit conducted by an entity itself voluntarily to make their accounts risk-free. Statutory audit is mandatory audit. There is something called non-statutory audit, which is not mandatory. It's as simple as it is not mandatory, but people are doing that audit to make the organization risk-free. I am the owner of THARUN'S Brainery. Imagine Tharun sir is the owner of THARUN'S Brainery. So he suspects some fraud is happening in the company. We don't know who is conducting. Around 15-20 employees are here. So he just want to know why company is having a lot of expenses, where the fraud is happening. So he'll ask an auditor, come take 2 months and do the auditing. It is not mandatory, just to identify the fraud or something, he is doing that audit. Then advantages of when the audit is conducted without any legal requirement, it is called a non-statutory audit or private audit. This kind of audit is arranged purely voluntarily. They itself arrange it, or sometimes as per the internal rules of the organization. Okay. Then advantage of auditing for sole proprietors. What is a sole proprietor? You know it, right? Sole proprietor partnership. You have learned it in CPT. It is there, right? I have not cleared CPT. I don't know. The foundation exam, it is there, right? This legal form of company proprietorship, partnership, all these things. So what are the advantages of auditing for a sole proprietor? Just easy things. Evaluate the internal control system and strengthen it by removing the weakness. Checks all the internal control system of the company, of the business. That's it. Increase the reliability and authenticity of financial statements. Just leave it. It keeps a moral check on employees. Moral check means when auditing is conducted, employees will fear someone will check, so they will not do the fraud. All these things easily you can understand. Then advantage of auditing for partnership firms. Partnership firms, it helps in settlement of accounts among partners. It protects the interest of minor sleeping partners who are not involved in day-to-day operations. I'll explain what it is. Settlement of goodwill, enable firm to get loan. In a partnership, this is the area where auditing is needed. Yesterday I met with a client. The case, I'll say the case. It's very interesting. One of my client from Kerala, he called me. He's like a very close friend of mine. Like in my college, he was like we were into like politics in college, so he was very close associate with me. So the thing is, he told me, bro, I lost around 75 lakh to 1 crore rupees. I don't know what the thing is. Can you just listen to my business cases? He just narrated me his entire issue. The thing was that there was 3 partners. He was one and another 2 was there. And what they do was, these 3 were doing a business. This person was also pouring in the capital, putting in the money. Those 2 people had their accountant placed in the company. My friend was like he has money with him, but he's like not good at accounts. Same the case of like I told you about the Coimbatore case. So these 2 partners actually cheated this guy. And what they did was they manipulated the accounts in the last 2 years. They made a lot of transfers from the accounts, but made a lot of fake entries. Account is like a complex accounts. If you look at their tally, even as a CE, I cannot understand what the hell they have done. Lot of manipulation entries here, one entry to there, one entry to here. What is this? What the hell is this? I cannot even make it good, proper. So I told I don't have time for all these things because it will at least take me 1 month to sit and do that. And what is the reward? 1 lakh rupee I may get from settling that issue. But 1 month or 2 months I'll have to spend on that. So I gave that to another friend of mine to do that work. And he called me yesterday night after he just went through the basic stuff. He told me it's a very big fraud. It's a very big fraud. Minimum amount of at least 1 crore rupees is actually gone. They are actually because he has not identified the fraud, but looking at the entries itself, we'll get the idea that what is the level of fraud. Double multiple sales entries there. Some sales entry has been deleted. Extra purchase entries, expense entries, all these things are there. So, in a partnership account, auditing is very, very, very crucial. And this guy has audited for the last 3 years also. And his auditor was a fool. He was not a fool. I think he was in line with the other partners also. I don't know what was the relation in between. Normally, an auditor can easily spot all these things, SEA. But he has not done that. I don't know what was the issue regarding that. But the thing is, for partnerships, auditing is very, very crucial because it helps in settlement of accounts among partners. 3 partners are there. If one partner need to break in between and go, he is like he's tired, fed up with the partnership. He need to go to do on some other business. So at that point of time, settlement should happen between the partner. When a partnership business starts, partners put in the capital, so he needs to get back his capital or something, right? So that settlement between partner happens on the basis of the audited accounts only. So auditing is necessary. Then it protects the interest of minor sleeping partners who are involved in day-to-day operations, who are not involved, because 3 partners are there. One may not be involved in day-to-day business. He just put the money and go. So to protect his interest, auditing is needed. Then settlement of goodwill. Goodwill is there. What is the goodwill of the company? In settling that, like settling in here also, auditing is needed. Enable the firm to get loans from banks. To get a loan, you need a good audited accounts. Simple. Statutory audit versus non-statutory audit, just simple. It's compulsory, voluntarily. Simple things are there. You just read it, you'll understand. Then now you need a break, like 11 o'clock, you're tired, fed up, dry subject. You need a break, or should we continue? Tell me. If you need a break, you can take it for 10 minutes, go to the washroom, wash your face. Or we'll continue. What do you want? Break. Okay. We'll have a break for 5-10 minutes and we'll be back around like 11:15. And we'll continue. Okay. And guys, attending it on live, we'll have a break for 5-10 minutes and then we'll continue. We'll be back by 11:15. 1-5. Nobody's going on. We'll start. Let them come. So next is risk based pota. Because only we have like 3 days, so explaining everything in detail takes time. That is why I'm focusing on the core areas. So next, non-statutory we did, partnership we did, all these things, objective-based classification. Now we have internal audit. We learned about statutory audit. Statutory is something that is mandatory. Internal audit means these bigger companies like Reliance. Don't think of small companies, big companies like Reliance or Boat. These companies, this company itself will hire a CA and put it inside the company to audit inside the company. That all the transactions done by the management happening, everything. This internal auditor will be there. He will do an auditing inside the company. That is what we call internal auditor. Internal, inside the company. Internal audit. Internal audit is an independent, to check whether the management is anyways there, employees is anyways there, they are doing all the transactions, everything. There is someone on top of them to check whether everything is correct. That is an internal audit. Sometimes the company will have an internal auditor by themselves, or some smaller companies, if they cannot give salary to an internal auditor, they'll once in a while, like in a quarterly or 6 months or once in a year, they'll hire an auditor to do some internal audit, not by the law. This is just for the company's sake they are doing. Internal audit, an independent management function which involves a continuous critical appraisal of the functioning of the entity with a view to suggest improvements and to add value and strengthen the overall governance mechanism of the entity, including its risk management and internal control. It's an independent management function. It's a management function. It's done by the management, not an audit, which involves a continuous and critical appraisal of the functioning of the entity. That is, entity's functioning, appraisal. It's like an evaluation of the entity's functioning with a view. Why are we doing that? With a view to suggest improvements. If there are any problems, internal auditor will identify it and suggest the improvements to the management, so they can make it better next time. Then to add value and to strengthen the overall governance mechanism of the entity. This is done for these purposes, to add value, to suggest improvements, to strengthen how the company should be governed. That is why we are doing the internal audit. It provides an assurance that there is a transparency in reporting, a part of the good governance. Then internal audit is, this can be an MCQ. Internal audit is based on the principle of early detection and prevention of further damage. Statutory audit only happens once a year, that is at the end of the year. Once the entire year is finished, financial year 23-24, once that year is finished only, then financial statements are prepared and the statutory audit happens after that. So there is no chance for improvement in that. But internal audit happens inside the year itself. In 22-23, that accounting period itself, the internal audit is happening. So it can detect the mistakes, anything early. Statutory audit can detect the mistake only after the entire year is completed and 6 months after that. But internal auditor can detect it early in that now itself. When the mistake is happening, then itself it will detect and reduce the further damage. So then next is independent financial audit. It is similar to that, conducted by a qualified auditor at the request of a client. Then comments on the truthfulness and fairness of the financial statement. This is also not a mandatory audit, similar to internal audit, but focusing on the financial statements. Independent financial audit. Internal audit will focus on everything, just like a normal audit itself. Internal audit will focus on everything. This is something which is focused purely on the financial statements. Then periodicity wise classification, that is periodical, or these all audits are not even relevant. Statutory audit is important, internal audit is important. Two things. Periodical and final audit is conducted at the end of the accounting year after the books of accounts has been closed. It does not interrupt with the regular functioning of the clients and operations. That is similar to statutory audit, but statutory audit is a mandatory audit. This is not like a mandatory audit. Oh, no, sorry. Here the classification is based on the periodicity. This is a different classification, which means you can classify auditing based on periodicity, like a final audit, which happens only after everything is done. Entire 22-23 accounting year is done. Once the year is finished, then finally this audit is happening, final audit. Then advantages and limitations. So the statutory audit comes in the final audit. Statutory audit is happening after the year end, right? So it comes in the final audit. This is a different classification. Statutory audit is a main audit, internal audit is there. Then this is classifying the auditing based on periodicity. So one is a final auditing. This auditing that happens once the accounting year is completed. That is a final audit. Interim audit means auditing that happens in between the year. This is the year. This is like 22, 23. All the audit of this year itself happening after this accounting period is what we call final audit. In this period is called interim audit. Limitations of final audit: cost effective because it's happening after the year end, and when an auditing is happening in the year end itself, the problem is that the company will be functioning. For example, THARUN'S Brainery, now class is happening here. If an audit of THARUN'S Brainery is happening now, these guys will come here and the day-to-day operation will get affected. But in final auditing, it happens only after the year end, right? So no operations will be affected. So once the year end is entirely completed, then they are doing it. Here, so because it is like that, it is cost effective, ensures continued focus, planned approach to all these things, simple. Major disadvantage is that all errors are detected at the end of the accounting year. In interim auditing, the auditing that happens in the year itself. So any error is there, any fraud is there, immediately it will detect, immediately we can correct it. But final audit happens only after the year end. So errors we can detect, we will detect only after that. Then, sir, you are named in LinkedIn. Sudarshan Yadunathan, I will just show it to you, the profile if you want. You are not getting this. Yeah. The camera I cannot go and zoom, just sorry, that was a foolish thing. So Sudarshan Yadunathan, you type it, you will get it. So interim audit conducted between the two annual audits is what we call interim audit. Two annual audit means this year and that year. In between that is interim audit. It may be conducted in the quarterly or half yearly. Interim object of declaration of interim dividend or valuation of shares, all these things. Interim audit, there is something called interim dividend. You know anything about that? You have known that in accounts, right? So for determining the interim dividend, something we will do some interim audit, happens in between. Then it is useful for ascertainment of interim profit and loss. Interim means till that year, April to September. What was the profit in that year? Normal audit is April to the next March end, right? Here, so interim profit and loss, it can help and to declare the dividend. Change in the structure of partnership firm. If there is a partnership firm and they need to change the structure, if they want, one partner is going or other partner is coming, or they want to make the partnership to a company, all these cases interim audit can help. Determining the goodwill and net worth, investigation of any fraud, obtaining loss, all these things. The next is continuous audit. Continuous audit means it's very simple. The audit happens continuously. Three types of audit are there. One is final audit that happens after the year end. Statutory audit, all these things comes under that. Next is interim audit that happens in the year end, once like a month, not monthly, like quarterly or 6 months, they'll do it. Next is continuous audit. Continuously every month or every week we are going and auditing. For example, a company like Flipkart. There's a very huge number of transactions happening. We cannot audit it, finish it off at monthly only because it's huge number of transactions. So what they do is they'll hire an auditor. One articled assistant of the auditor will be sitting in Flipkart's office every single day. He'll be going to Flipkart's office. He'll be checking everything daily. Or sometimes monthly he'll go and check 3, 4, 5 days they'll sit and do. That is what we call continuous auditing. Continuously auditing is happening. Three types of auditing is there. Examination and verification of a firm's financial transactions, checking Flipkart's financial transactions and their supporting documents. Supporting documents means these bill, invoices, vouchers, all these things. Continuously throughout the year at regular or irregular intervals. Sometimes monthly they'll be going and checking. Sometimes in 2 months they'll be checking. Sometimes full year they'll be sitting there. All these things happen. Because in Kochi, when I was doing articleship, there was one company where I was doing the continuous audit. Every month, at least 10 days I'll be in that company. Every month we need to go and audit. Continuous audit. Then the features necessary, all these things you will read, it is very easy. Like internal controls are inadequate, transactions, all these things you can easily understand. Simple language. Then this also continuous periodical audit difference. Periodical audit and continuous audit. Periodical is the other things, continuous is happening daily. Then this is very important, limited review area. Limited review means as per clause as per SEBI, a company shall submit a quarterly or year to date annual financial results to the stock exchange in a manner prescribed by the clause. Wait, a company has an option to submit audited and unaudited quarterly year to date financial results to the stock exchange within 45 days from the end of each quarter. That means all the listed companies. What is listed company? Law stock market, right? Listed company. All the listed companies governed by SEBI. The SEBI has a rule that every quarter, because listed company, people like me or like you are investing your money there, so there should not be any fraud happening. So this SEBI has a, if someone is into stock markets, you are into trading or something, you can see the quarterly result of Aditya Birla Group is out, quarterly result of Reliance is out, you can see like that. Quarterly result means every quarter these listed companies need to submit a financial statement to SEBI year to date. From April, for example, they are submitting it in September or June, whatever transaction, April, May, June. But that quarter, whatever transaction has happened, they will make a financial statement of that, balance sheet and profit and loss account, submit to SEBI. Year to date financial statement, that is opening year till date, what was the financial statement. So this need to be submitted by every company to SEBI, and within 45 days from the end of each quarter. So instead of conducting a full-fledged audit, the auditor has to make restricted study of the books and documents. This is called a limited review, because here 3 months financial statements they are preparing. No auditing is actually done. Just a basic review of everything, compile all the accounts and submit and give. That is what we call a limited review, because only we are observing it limited things. So keep this thing in mind, limited review is very important. Then it is to be noted that in case of limited review, generally accepted auditing standards are not followed, because auditing standards on auditing can be followed only on a normal audit, like a full year financial statements, like, but this is happening only 3 months. You are not following standards on auditing on this one, not too much. Then scope wise classification, like a complete audit, partial audit, detailed audit. Complete audit means you will do a normal, like a statutory audit, do the complete audit. Partial audit means something is a part, like a limited review we said. Next is detailed audit, complete, like an investigation, you will do the entire checking, detailed auditing. This is a classification based on scope. This is a classification, these all were the classification based on periodicity. Similar. So different types of audit and periodicity. You have to bother about all these things. Just understand the heading and go, that's it. Then subject matter wise classification of auditing. Subject matter wise, cost audit, management audit, operation audit, many audits are there. I'll just give you a hint of all these things. First is cost audit. Just auditor is checking the cost, simple as that. So once you become a CMA, you will be doing this, you will become a cost auditor. Cost auditor, checking the cost of everything, because only the bigger companies, the huge companies, they need to have a, I'll give you a simple example. Why the Britannia Parle-G biscuits or anything you would say for that matter, Tiger biscuits, all these things are still at 10 rupees, right? They are not priced at more. So to check all the cost, and but this is increasing, the daily raw material cost, everything is increasing. But how are they keeping it still at, if they increase it to 11 rupee, no one will buy the product. You bet me. That is the toughest thing. That is what we call a price sensitivity. So you guys are actually should be the experts in doing all these things, cost cutting, all these things. So someone like you, a CMA, would have advised Parle-G that anyways you cannot increase your price above 10. If you make it 11, you will not get, nobody will buy you. So do one thing, reduce the size of the biscuits, reduce the quantity of the biscuits. So that is an advice given by a CMA. So that is a cost auditor. Cost auditor will identify the entire cost of production of all these things, cost of production, cost of raw material, cost of everything, and then they will give the suggestions, all this. That is what we call a cost auditor do. So this thing, if you look at Maggi, Maggi was a clean example. Maggi was priced at 10 rupees. They and the Parle-G, Tiger, everyone tried to increase it, but no one was able to do that. Make it 11, your business is gone. No one will buy it. But Maggi was so good at that. Maggi made it to 14 rupees now. 14 is the price for that small packet, right? It was 10. First, what they did, they played the psychology. They reduced the quantity and went with that, like reduce the quantity so much. Then they increased it to 11 rupee or 12 rupee. Slowly, they, and that actually affected their sales. EP is coming in, all these things are coming in. But for the luck of Maggi, EP was also priced at a similar price point. So there was no option for people. But if Parle-G makes the price to 12, people will start buying Tiger. That will be there for 10. So the price sensitivity is a very tough thing. No company can suddenly increase the price if it's a smaller stuff, I mean a locally priced item. Examination of the cost books, cost accounts, cost statements and subsidiary other documents, satisfying the auditor that these represent a true and fair view of the cost of production. Just like normal auditing, here you will be auditing only the cost area. In other auditing, you will be checking the internal control, all these things. Here the cost related internal controls. Management audit to check the management's process. Comprehensive and critical review of each and every aspect of the management's process. It covers all the areas like planning, organizing, coordination, everything. Whatever management is doing, an auditor will come and check that. That is what we call management audit. Whether they are taking the right decisions. For example, Britannia, they decided to stop Tiger biscuits from next month. They're deciding like that is not a profitable thing. We'll stop Tiger biscuits. Then we'll start something bigger like good days of Britannia, right? Good day biscuits, or we'll focus on that. That is a decision taken by the management. So someone will come and audit whether that is correct or not. When the management auditor comes, what he will understand, this Tiger is not a highly profitable product for Britannia, because anyways it's only 10 rupees, the margin will be 1 or 2 rupee. But if you take a look at Good Day or like a 40 rupee biscuits, the margin will be 5 to 7 rupees, minimum 5 to 7 or 10 rupees. So that is a profitable thing. Still, why is Britannia doing this Tiger? Have you ever thought? Because the Tiger is actually like this for for the rich, for the poor people. For the poor people, it is like an advertisement of Britannia. It's like a brand identity. Tiger is the identity. That is where the brand was built. If they stop that now, their identity gets affected. That is the reason why they may be giving it out. So all these decisions of the management, right? This will be audited by the management auditor coming in. All the decisions, process, everything, whether that was correct. Management decided to stop the Tiger. So how will that affect the entire company? All this will be done by the management auditor, will understand. Then operational audit. Operational auditor will come audit the operations of the company, how sales is properly doing, how purchase is happening. A system and process will be there. Example, yesterday we put an ad, free auditing lecture is happening. Then some students gave the money. Imagine, it's not a free, if it's 1000 rupees, some students give the money. So book should go to all the students. Lecture key should be given to students. The entire operation process is there, right? So this process will be done, audited in the operations. Examination of all the operations and activities of the entity under audit. All the operations and activity. For us, operation is lectures, selling the books, selling the courses, everything. That is our operation. Operational audit will check only that. Not at our future plans or strategic business. Are we getting into CA Foundation, BCom? No one will look at that. He'll only look at operations. Then tax audit. This is actually a kind of a mandatory audit. Examination of the financial records to assess the correctness of calculations of taxable profit to ensure compliance with the provisions of income tax. Tax audit is required in addition to financial audit, since taxable income largely differ from the accounting profit because of disallowances, allowances, all these things. Have you computed it like that? You learned DT, right? DT, accounting profit will be given as per the books of accounts. That is as per the Companies Act. I told you statutory audit is as per the Companies Act. Because these are areas some students may not have the clarity. So I'm just giving, this is basics, everyone may know, but I'm still saying normal audit, statutory audit is done as per the company, like what we learned. So that profit is what we call normal profit, book profit of, not the book profit, the statutory audit after that profit is there. Then tax, when you are calculating profit for tax, from this profit there will be allowances, disallowances, all these things, right? So the profit is completely different. So this profit is, the checking of this profit is done through stat auditing. But tax profit, there is no checking done. From this profit we made lot of additions, deletions, etc. Who will check it? For that we need a tax audit, whether that is correct or not. To check whether the tax profit is correct, tax audit is coming, because company pays tax based on that profit, like 30% tax. If the tax profit is, for example, 1 crore coming, 30%, 30 lakhs will be given to the government as tax. if they have made some sort of a fraud in the tax profit, what will happen? That much amount of tax the government will lose. So to ensure it's not like that, government is making sure you need to do a tax audit, which if your turnover is below this limit, 1 crore, 2 crore something, you have to do a tax audit. Then Income Tax Act, keep in mind that one is statutory audit is Companies Act. This is Income Tax Act. Social audit means what is a company that I can take? For example, every company is taking resources from the environment. Every company, for example, water, even if they are paying money, if some river is near to the company, they'll put a hose and take water from the river, right? And they are anyways taking air. All these things are to burn something, you need air. So every company is actually using environmental resources. So as a moral principle, every company should give back something to the society also. So at least once in a while do some environmental activity, some social responsibility activity. So that is what we call social audit. The auditor will come and check whether how much resources company is taking from the environment and how much he is giving back to the environment. In course of earning profit, every business takes resources from the society. So in return, they should discharge certain duties to the society for a long-term sustainability, because all these resources are actually limited and everyone is using it like without any like issue. So we need to at least give something back to the society. Social audit is defined as system of independent evaluation of operations of organization, examination of records relating to social responsibility, accounting and critical appraisal of the impact of organizations to the society. It is actually not mandatory in India, but in different countries it is mandatory, but it should be made mandatory. Then every company will do something to the society and the environment will become better. Then proprietary audit, it is actually related to government auditing. But I will say, if you have seen government officers, I'm not saying everyone, some of these guys, like they say at least 20% or 10% are actually these fraud people, right? They'll take bribe for everything. So, and how are these people and politicians together merging and doing the fraud? They'll do for a project. For example, if you need to construct a bridge in Chennai, the actual cost of construction of that bridge will only be 1 crore, just keep in mind. But they will sanction, the ministers will sanction 10 crore for this project. And they'll collude with the engineers, and like 3 crore engineers will take extra, another 1 crore for the extract project, another 6 crore will be given to the ministers itself. This is how the process happens. So proprietary audit means it is an audit to all these officers out there. If it was your money, since it is a government money, you are spending it like this. If it was your money, will you spend it like this? No, right? If the money was if the expense was from your pocket, will you do this? No. Similarly, management is spending the money of shareholders. Managements are just employees. They are spending the money of the shareholders. So, if it was your money, will you spend it like this? That is the principle of proprietary audit. If it was your money, will you spend it like this? So, that means if the management is spending their money, will they spend it like this? You auditor need to check whether all the decisions taken by the management to spend the money for all the expenditure, everything is actually reasonable, because if it was their money, if they do the same, then it's okay. Simply lavish spending is there or something, that is what we check through proprietary audit. Evaluation of the appropriateness of management's decisions on the basis of public interest, financial discipline and behavioral standards. This is what we call a proprietary audit. If you don't understand what is a proprietary audit, learning this, it will be very difficult to remember. So here you will understand public interest, financial discipline, behavioral standards. If it was your money, you will definitely have the financial discipline. You will definitely have the behavioral standards and public interest also. That means company should do everything that what the public likes, nothing against that. Then objective of proprietary audit is to ensure safeguard of assets. There is a safeguard of assets, check the misappropriation of funds, misutilization, all these things. Then forensic audit, it means like a detective audit. This is and once you become a CA or CMA, try to get into forensic audit department. It's so interesting job. Similarly, like the Coimbatore fraud I told, imagine some Harshad Mehta scam. You may have read that. So when Harshad Mehta scam is happening, That means they have diverted the funds here and there, here and there. So a forensic auditor will come in. He's like a detective. He's not a normal auditor. He detects everything. He has the skills. He may know how to track the bank accounts. He may know how to track the technical stuff, everything. So he'll come, he'll find out that fraud completely. Detailed detective investigation is what we call forensic auditing. Examination of the legalities by blending the techniques of proprietary audit, regularity, investigative and financial audit. He'll blend the techniques of all the audits because he's not a regular auditor. Regular auditor only knows the normal techniques, but this guy he may be too good at everything. Then only you can become a forensic auditor. Salary is too good in that. For a normal internal auditor or independent auditor, you'll get 70,000, 1 lakh rupees, but this guys will make anywhere between 5 lakh, 6 lakh, 4 lakh something, depending upon the experience and profile. Forensic audit, but the job is very limited, not like an investment banking or something. Jobs are very limited. Next is performance auditing. Auditing to check the performance. Simple as that. Performance. Normally, if it is a government is there, money is taken from government, the officers are spending the money. He'll come and see whether the performance of everything is correct, because every company will have a target, right? This month we need to achieve this month sales. So auditor will come and check the performance, whether as per the target, whether company have achieved that. We need to achieve 10 crore sales was the target. So he'll see whether 10 crore sales was achieved or not. What was lacking? Why was the company not able to? Or why company was able to? All these things. Performance. Independent assessment of entities' operations to determine if specific programs or functions are working as intended to achieve the stated goals. Independent assessment of entities' operations he'll check for what? To determine if specific programs or functions are working as intended to achieve the goals. Initially, we'll have a plan. This is a goal we need to achieve. For that, we need to work like this. That plan will be there. He'll check whether that is correct, whether it is gone. Then secretarial audit, it means to check the compliance with laws and regulations. Means Companies Act, lot of compliance you need to follow. Compliance means you need to follow those rules. That is what we call compliance. So this is just an audit to see whether all the rules and laws have been followed by the company. Simple as that. For example, if a company like Toyota, you keep it, a car manufacturing company, anything, there is emission norms will be there. The smoke you emit outside the factory, it should be limited. Emission norms will be there. So it is a compliance with the laws and regulations. So as an auditor, you need to check whether all these laws, not only the company law, every law is properly complied. Human resource audit to check the HR policy and practices. Because these days, the toughest things for a company is that to get a good employees, because cannot retain employees. Everyone wants to skip jobs. Some want to become content creators. Some want to do business. Nobody will stick with a job now. Everyone wants to move faster. So these companies are actually coming up with really good employee policies to retain them, all these things. So HR audit means human resource auditing. As an auditor, you will come and audit the HR policies. You will talk with the employees. Are you satisfied with the company? What is the problem in the company? And see, HR policies will be there, that we will give, the work will be only from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. only, and 2 leave will be there in a week, Saturday, Sunday off. HR policy will be like that, but no one will operate like that, right? Everyone, Saturday, Sunday they will say, but every Saturday will be working, night also till 9 p.m. it will be working. Every company is like that. So that is HR policy is there. This is what is happening. They will check both and say to the management, say to the shareholders that you have an HR policy like this, but it is not being properly followed. Human resource auditing. Then next is information system auditing. Information system means IT system, the software, server in a company. THARUN'S Brainery has a lot of the softwares for showing it to the here. Tally, the software for accounting will be there. All the information system, cloud will be there. You, as an auditor, you will come, you will audit all these things, whether it is functioning properly, and give a report to check whether IT system is properly functioning. Evaluates the asset safeguarding, data integrity, system effectiveness and system efficiency in a computer based systems. He will check the data integrity, whether data are properly kept, whether it is not leaked someone. Efficiency of the system. He will check the system efficiency in computer based information system. Auditor aims to establish whether information systems are safeguarding corporate assets, maintaining integrity of stored and communicated data. That means, imagine a company like Kia or Toyota itself, car manufacturer Toyota. You have seen this one, right? Baleno and Glanza, both the cars are same. So Maruti Suzuki Baleno is there, and Toyota has a same car called Glanza. The design is same, engine is same, everything is same. Just the Toyota and the brand value is only different. Maruti and Toyota, price maybe 50,000 difference here and there. So the design is actually Maruti's design. Toyota buys that design and keep it. Similarly, every company will have a car design for them. Imagine I'll give what is it? Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce has a car design with them, and that design is stored in their information system, their computer server. So auditor will check whether this server, whether this information system is protecting the, because this design is an asset of organization. If this design leaks out, anybody can easily make it, right? So he will ensure, auditor will check and ensure whether the information system, whether the IT environment are safeguarding their assets. That design is an asset of them. That IT should not be like a virus, should not be attacking that, antivirus should be there. So all these things auditor will check. Maintaining the integrity of stored and communicated data, everything. Factors that led to the development of information system audit, these simple things you can read. Consequence of losing data, possibility of misallocating resources because of decision based on incorrect data and decisions. Simple things are there. And possibility of computer abuse, high cost of computer. Why? The thing is, why information system audit was made? Purely because company was having a lot of problems with information system. So company hired someone to check this. That is how the information audit began. Then and last one is environmental, not last one is environmental audit. Oof, this chapter is done. Next chapter is easy. Environmental audit means excellent management tool for relating productivity to pollution. Simple as that, to check the company's impact on environment. Like social audit, we said similar thing. Environmental audit. Social, actually it's not environment, in social audit it is to the society. Environmental audit is purely environmental. Social audit, responsibility towards the society, to the public, people, all these things. Environmental resources are used by the company and the cost to the environment. So it comes under environmental audit. In social audit, it's actually the reply back to the society. We are taking a lot of things from the society. For example, only we are having customers, that customers are public, right? We are having customers only from public. So we need something to give back to the entire society also. That is social responsibility. You have learned this term called CSR, corporate social responsibility. That is social audit. Now it is very easy. Standards on auditing. Yeah. You have any doubt on this, what you have studied till now? Any point which need a further explanation? If anything, because since only 3 days I am going at this pace, else I would have explained every line by line, every topic. So any topic, any area you have a doubt, just ping me on, like just tell me, we'll clarify it. Next are standards on auditing. Standards on auditing means purely it's easy stuff. It's very, here it is very easy. If you go to like a CA final level or CMA final also, I think standards on auditing is asked there. In CA final level, this is the toughest thing. They cannot touch it. It's very hard. But in here only just 2 pages, 3 pages, basic stuff is asked. So it's not tough. It's very easy here. Standards on auditing means just rule books. For example, if you commit a murder, you killed someone, or you killed him for any reason, whatever happens, you killed him. So what happened in the book, Indian Penal Code, or in the Penal Code, the punishment for that is written and mentioned. If the killing was, the murder was purely because of a planned murder, then you have to be hanged to death. That is a punishment. If it is not a planned murder, something by accident, you guys ended up in fighting, but or you accidentally pushed him, or accidental cars, accident death. If it is like that, then punishment will be like a lower thing, right? It is written in the rule book. It is written in the rule book. Similarly, in auditing also. So what a judge have to do? When a judge is sitting in the court, a case of a murder comes in, he doesn't have to apply his logic. If a murder comes in, see what is in the case. If it is intentional or unintentional. If it is intentional, open the rule book. What is the punishment? Give it. If it is unintentional, If it is unintentional, look at the punishment and give it. Similarly, in auditing also, auditor also don't have to use too much brain. Everything is written in auditing standards. It is actually a rule book. If, for example, standard 505, external confirmation, when you have to send a confirmation request, see what is written in the standard, open the book, see what is written, do that. For example, like SA 500, audit evidence, when you need obtain audit evidence, you have any doubt, open it. What is written here, do that. That is what we call standards. It's just the rule books. So what was the purpose of these standards? Standards act as a ready reference of procedure to be followed by auditor. Auditor gets a doubt on 505 external confirmation, open the standard and refer it. So it is a reference, simple. It's a ready reference of procedure, what the auditor need to do, that procedure will be mentioned in standard. It's a ready reference of procedure. Adherence to standards reduce the audit risk considerably, because some brilliant guy has looked at every aspect and has made this standard. So adherence means sticking on to that, like following that standard reduces the audit risk, because what should be done is mentioned there. If it is done, then there is no risk, zero. Then an auditor conducting the audit work based on the relevant standard can always defend himself against possible allegations or negligence, because if he has followed everything as per the standard, then if any future case or something comes, he can say, I did not do anything, I did everything what is mentioned in the standard, and ICA is my mother authority, I followed what ICA has said, done. He can defend himself, nobody can put him in a jail or something. You audited, I told you, like yesterday my friend came with a company and 2 years, the auditor has also signed it. If that auditor has followed everything in the standard, he cannot be held liable. So he can defend himself in court if he follows standards. So the three words are, first the keyword is ready reference of procedure, reduces the audit risk. Here not reduces, sorry. Here it is the adherence to standards reduce the audit risk. So adherence to standards is the keyword, defend himself. Then standard improves the quality of audit work and thereby restore public trust, because when every auditor is following the same procedure in the standard, the quality of audit will improve. Every audit will look the same, it will be perfect, uniformity will be there. So it will increase the public trust also. Then International Accounting Auditing and Assurance Standards Board, these people in combination with ICA is making all the standards, everything. Objective of the IASB is to serve public interest by developing and issuing high quality auditing standards and by facilitating the convergence of international and national standards. In India, CA is the auditor. In different countries, different people will be the auditor. If you go to a country, ACCA may be the auditor there. Sometimes in some countries, other names for courses will be different, right? Here chartered accountant, there some other accountant will be the auditor. So they also have auditing standards, right? So different countries may have different auditing standards. This guy, this international IASB, International Auditing and Assurance Standard Board, they'll take from all the standards from the world, make it a proper thing for everyone and give it accordingly. So convergence will be there. Whatever is followed in that country, something similar to that will be also in this country also. So these guys ensure that. Then Auditing and Assurance Standard Board, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India constituted the Auditing Practice Committee in 1982, and this committee was later renamed as Auditing and Assurance Standard Board. Just read it like MCQ purposes, or sometimes if your luck is not in your favor, then they may ask all these things. Objectives and functions of Auditing and Assurance Standard Board, just read it, you will easily understand, for the making the standards, quality control, all these things. Not that very important. Then what are the engagement standards, quality control standards? I'll say two things. This is very important, just the basics, understand and keep it. Standards, I told you. Two types, standards are rules. Two types of rules are there. One is like, this is the rules. One is engagement standard. Other one is standards on quality control. This engagement standards, it's purely for auditing area. Then this quality control standard ensures quality. When I explain this, you will understand. When I explain this, you will just keep this much in mind. Two types of standards are there. Engagement and first is SA. Standards on auditing. What do you have to do in auditing? It is mentioned in SA. Auditing of historical financial information. What is historical financial information? Simple. Financial information, you know. Money, figures, all this. Historical means what? In the past. Because what are we auditing? 22-23, April 22 to May, March 23 financial statements. We are auditing it after 2 months, 3 months, right? So it is past historical financial information. So it is audit of historical financial information. Then SRE, standards on review engagement. This means review of historical financial information. SA, we follow SA is one set of rule book. SRE is another set of rule book. When you review the financial information, you need to follow SREs. Then SAE, standards on assurance engagements. It should be applied on assurance engagement other than auditing and review. Auditing is an assurance engagement where we give reasonable assurance to them. Similarly, other than auditing, there are many other functions. If you have worked in an articleship, you may know other assurance. For example, 15 CACB, like it's a form we need to file for this fund transfer between different countries. So there, auditor sign is needed. It is not an auditing. It is just a form where auditor sign is needed. So wherever auditor sign is required, that is what we call assurance function, because he gives an assurance that this is correct. So all the assurance function, auditing is an assurance function. For that we have SA. For all the other assurance function, we have SAE. Just keep it in mind. Simple as that. Then SRS, some other related services auditor do. For example, for some companies, this auditor may do the bookkeeping, do many other consulting services, management services they do. For doing all those things, the rules are mentioned in SRS, standards on related services. Then these are engagement standards, because we are doing this when we are doing a work. When we are doing auditing, we are following SA. When we are doing another work, review engagement, we are following SRE. For services, we are following SRS. For other assurance, we are following SAE. This is something which is inside the audit firm. This happens inside the audit firm. That is SQC, standards on quality control. That means to improve the quality of auditing. Inside, you are doing the auditing, but to improve the quality of auditing, there are certain rules you need to follow. That is mentioned in SQC. Simple as that. Simple. Then this is what we call the format CA, SQCs, services offered, assurance services, related services. Assurance services means where you sign and give it and where your sign has value. Framework, audit and review is there. Assurance like SIA, SRE, SAE, all these things, whatever you talk. Procedure for issuing standards. This you just read it, you will understand, but if you have any doubt, just tell me. This can be a question. This has been asked as a question in your back of your textbook. Then these are the different standards, different standards. Just go through this once. Just study 1 or 2, 3, 4. Sometimes MCQ they may ask you this. MCQs they may ask you this. I said 200 overall objectives, where you mention about the objectives of the auditor. 210, agreeing the terms of engagement. Do I need to explain standards on auditing? Do I need to explain this? You want an explanation or you will read from your own? Bolo. You don't want an explanation? Okay, done. Basic different small standards is just agreeing the terms. Before entering into audit, you just have to agree the terms. Simple. Audit documentation. Whatever work you do, document it. Similarly, many things are there. Just go through this. They may not even ask you anything directly, but from MCQ, some names sometimes. Okay, the next is audit engagement. Audit engagement, program documentations, evidence and notebook. You are only getting like around 10-12 marks question from the first basic area, 10-15 marks max from all the area we have studied, and whatever we are studying today, you will be expecting only 10-15 marks question. The majority of your questions comes from the company audit area. This rotation of auditor, that is a complex area. So the game is, we'll focus more there, because that is where the core mark comes. This is just the basics, and here also the important chapter comes next. That is the risk assessment and internal control. That is a tough chapter. So this is very easy. Audit engagement, program documentations, audit engagement, audit program, audit documentation, audit evidence and notebook. This is the chapter. Audit engagement means, what do you mean by audit engagement? Anybody know what is meaning of that? You may know, right? You're in CA, like you have to know what is audit engagement. Just the audit work, engagement. For example, a company gave me I am auditor, they gave me the work. So I'm going to do the work. That work is what we call engagement, audit engagement. Hmm? I cannot hear you. Contract, yes. Because when he hires me as an auditor to do the work, what should I do? Because everything that I need to do with him will be entered in a contract. That is what we call audit engagement letter. The work that I'm going to do is what we call audit engagement. I engaged in an audit work with him for the next 2 months. So, audit engagement letter. As per SA 210, agreeing the terms of audit engagement. So, before auditing, me and the company need to agree the terms, right? Our terms should match. That in the next 2 months, you will conduct the auditing. In auditing, my responsibilities are this much. I'll be conducting the review, all these things. And management's responsibility will also be mentioned. Like management need to give the financial statements when I ask, give the invoices when I ask. That is management's responsibility. All these things will be mentioned in a piece of paper and signed. As an auditor, I'll sign. Management will also sign. That is what we call a contract. That is audit engagement letter. An auditor and a client should agree the terms of engagement prior to the commencement of audit. The agreed terms should be recorded by the auditor in the audit engagement letter. Okay, got it. Then what are the contents of audit engagement letter? Just read it, like the objective and scope of engagement. What are the things? Why am I doing the audit? What are the things that I cover in audit? That is scope. Why am I doing is objective. Scope means what are the things I cover in auditing. Then management's responsibility. Give me the invoices, everything when I ask for it. Existence of any inherent limitations are there. All these things you have to mention, contents. Then audit program. Basically, there is 3 things in auditing, but in your CA, in your CMA inter, you only have one. This audit program is only mostly focused. Basically, I'll tell you, there are 3 things. Audit strategy is there. Audit plan is there. Then we have audit program. These are the 3 ways to go with this. And this all together is what we call an audit plan. Just for your understanding, I am saying this. Sometimes in final also some MCQs if they ask, because mostly the questions of CA sometimes they will take from CMA. CMA will take some questions from CA. So sometimes this may come, and at that point of time you should not get shocked. So audit strategy before, for example, take last day this Vaibhav Suryavanshi, he made like a century, right, in IPL. So similarly take Rohit Sharma in Indian cricket team, and we are going to play against Sri Lanka, World Cup final 2011. Before the match starts, we will have a strategy, right? One strategy will be there. So I am like the Mahendra Singh Dhoni, and with the coach we'll sit and we'll analyze the weakness of Sri Lanka, the pros and cons of Sri Lanka, everything. We'll make the strategy. That is what we call audit strategy. Once we have the strategy, what will be our strategy? That we need to get the toss first. We need to bat first. This may be our strategy. Once we get the batting, then the next is strategy is done. Next is audit planning. Once we get the batting, who will bat? Or once we get the batting, how are we going to bat? Are we going to bat aggressively from starting? Or are we going to bat like first 3 overs we will bat super, next 3 overs we will defend? There will be a plan like this. That is audit plan. Audit strategy is there. Then we may, getting the toss was a strategy. And once we get the toss, how to bat, that is a plan. Then once we have the batting, like this is how we are going to bat, then who is going to bat? Because first 3 overs we need to hit. So we need Rohit Sharma on the pitch. Next 3 overs we need to like defend. So who will be there? Who will be the one down? That is audit program. So audit program means a detailed step, a detailed thing. The Mahendra Singh Dhoni will say to Rohit Sharma, that is, we have the strategy was to get the toss, and the plan was to like first 3 overs we need to hit, next 3 overs we need to defend, all this. So now your hands, first 3 overs hit it, then next 3 overs you have to do like this. A detailed instruction will be given to him. That is what we call audit program, a detailed plan of auditing. When you go to articleship, when you go for an auditing, your principal will say, Sometimes he may write it in a piece of paper and give it to you. These are the things that you need to follow when you are doing auditing. These are the things. That is step by step. Check the bank statement first. Check the purchase bills next. Check the things. The detailed procedure to follow is audit program. A detailed plan of auditing work to be performed, specifying the procedures to be followed in verification of each item and the financial statements and estimated time required. Basically, detailed plan of the auditing work is the keyword. Don't forget this. Specifying the procedure to be followed. Done. In verification of each item, financial statements, you write it in your language. Then audit program is classified into two types. First is program common for all type of audit. Special program containing work relating to a particular auditing. Simple. Similar companies, one program may be enough, but for special program may be given for special works. Then what are the advantages of audit program? That is, this is a keyword, allocate CSK's uniform. I'll say what it is. What are the advantages of getting a program? A piece of paper you're getting. What are the advantages of that? It serves as a ready checklist of audit procedure to be performed. Ready checklist. Ready checklist means article don't need to use his brain also. It is written in a paper, given, just do it. That's it. Then audit work can be properly allocated to the audit assistants, because once we plan everything, some people may know the work. So experienced articles will be there. Some articles may be like a lazy guys, they don't know how to work. So based on their experience, we can give them the paper to do the work. Then that is checklist is C. S means S is something, selection of team members that you can follow. Allocate CSK. Work can be properly allocated to the audit assistants. Allocate. Then auditor may easily know the extent of work done at any point of time, which means a paper of things to be done is given to the article. Now, after 3 days, suddenly the auditor comes. He need to know how much work has been done. He just need to look at the paper only. First thing, when he finishes the bank reconciliation, he'll tick it. So, till where the tick is, that means that much work has only been done. So, auditor can easily know the extent of work done at any point of time. He can easily know, because paper is there, ticking is happening. Then, uniformity of work can be attained as the same program would be followed from time to time. That is for similar companies. For manufacturing companies, this auditor may have an audit program. For all the audit of different manufacturing company, he may be using this, or small changes may be there. So uniformity of work can be done. Then it is useful in selecting the team members and delegation of responsibilities to them. Like I told you, some may be experienced people, some may not be that much experienced. So you can select a team members according to your audit program. Simple. So allocate to CSK uniform. Allocate means work has been properly allocated to articled assistants. Work can be properly allocated. C means it's a checklist of audit procedure. Checklist of audit procedure. S means selection of team members can be easy. Selection of team members can be easy. CSK. Then uniform. Uniformity of work can be maintained. Simple as that. Like make mnemonic, something like this. Either I'm just giving this kind of things as a reference. You can make something on your own. Then disadvantages of audit program. Audit task becomes mechanical and the auditors may lose interest and initiative, because these article assistants, when a paper is given to them, there may be some people who want to use the brain always. They cannot follow what is written in a paper. They'll feel like, why I am so competent, why should I follow something that is written? Ego will be there. So for them, this work feel like mechanical, right? If you go to articleship, I'll tell you what happens. When you finish your CMA inter or CA inter, whatever it is, and you go to articleship, your internship, there the first work will be given to you will be like printing or sometimes basic vouching, all these things. And you have to sit and do the same task for 1 or 2 months. It will be horrible for you, mechanical works. So similarly, it becomes mechanical. Audit program, list of paper, right? Then drawing up an audit program may be unnecessary for small concerns. If you are auditing a small business, what is the need of a program? This is only a small business. There is no bigger things to check. One person can come do the finish the audit in 1 day and go. This program, everything is for bigger companies where lot of departments are there. One to check this department, one to check that department. Then only. Then, though audit program helps in fixing responsibilities, but inefficient staff may defend themselves by stating that the matter was not contained in the audit program. This is a super thing that happens everywhere, because there may be some lazy articles, mostly everyone. So what happens is that these guys, the auditor will give a program to them, do this and come back. But you should use your brain also somewhere. Like if you identify one fraud, when you are doing there it was written, do the bank reconciliation statement first, checking first, then do the purchase reconciliation. When you are doing the purchase reconciliation, you identified a fraud. You are doing it to identify this, right? But you don't do anything. You just finish the purchase reconciliation, done. You are going to the next. So as an auditor, you should have identified the fraud. Then that fraud, you have gone behind that fraud and see who committed that. That is a sense of investigative mentality an article need to have. But this is like a lazy guy. He is like, he need to leave to home at 5 p.m. So somehow he need to finish the work. So he doesn't do all these things. And after 1 month, the auditor finds this about the fraud. So he called the article who checked the purchase. Why didn't you find this purchase? He told, sir, I found it. Sir, I have not find, sir, that was not mentioned in the program. He will say like that. You should have mentioned it and given to me. So these kinds of lazy articles are there. I have been a team member where below me like 3, 4, 5 people was there, and 2 guys, whatever I say, they have to, their thing is just like for example, I say, you have seen painters in home, like in your home, now the machines are painting, like 5, 10 years back, these painters will come. And have you observed them? In Kerala, I'll say how it is. The laziest people, I'm not saying everyone, because I don't want to get hate, some people, not everyone, the committed people are also there, but I'm saying these normal people, what they do is, they'll come to your home at 8 a.m. in the morning. They'll say like, before the sun comes, we need to paint. So like 7 a.m. or something, 7:30, they'll come to your home. Then the first thing when they're coming, they'll ask for tea. First they, like 3, 4, 5 painters will come. Your home have to be painted. So you and your dad or someone has gone to job. Some mom or your housewife, not housewife, grandparent, something will be at the home. First thing they'll come, sir, amma, chai kodungo. Like first thing they'll ask. So from 7 to 7:30, they're 8 o'clock, they'll sit and have tea. 7 to 7:30, they'll have tea. Then they'll wear all the painting dress, everything. They have to change the dress, right? They'll change the dress, and 8 o'clock, they'll start painting. Once it's 8:30, 8:45, some sun is coming. Next thing what they do is, they have brought the breakfast in their tiffin. 8:30 they'll break, go for 1 hour breakfast. And once they have breakfast, 15 minutes of sleep they need to have, 15 minutes of rest. Then from around 10 to 11:30, 11 o'clock something, they'll do the painting. 11 o'clock they'll ask for the tea. They'll ask for another tea. And once they'll take the rest, from 11:30 to 12:31 they'll paint. 1 o'clock they'll go for lunch, and after that 30 minutes of nap, everything they need. And once the lunch is done, another 2 hours of painting, and 4 o'clock they need 1,000 rupees. This is what happens normally. Similarly, there are a lot of inefficient staff will be there. So these guys do like this, these kinds of things. Then rigid programs cannot be laid down for each type of business, because if you make a strict audit program, then they will only do that and come. That is a problem. So rigid program cannot be laid down for each type of business. For every different types of business, you cannot fix a program. So here Mumbai Indians is unnecessarily rigid. That is a keyword there. Here also CSK. So you can like easily remember that. Both are IPL. So here Mumbai Indians, M means mechanical, I means inefficient staff, then is nothing is there. Unnecessary, rigid. Rigid you can take from here. Simple as it. Then 1 second, how many is this chapter? Is this much? Okay. Where is it? Audit documentation, audit working paper. I told you, whatever procedure you do in auditing, you will make it in a piece of paper and keep it. That is audit documentation. SA 230. What is the purpose of audit documentation? To provide evidence of auditor's basis of conclusion, providing evidence that the audit was planned and performed as per standards. Sometimes after 2 years, they may come and say, you have not followed standards. Auditor has not. So he can show the audit working paper that, sir, I have followed the standards. I have done everything as per standard. This was a procedure I followed. Everything. Then assisting the engagement team to plan and perform the audit. All these things. Enabling engagement team to be accountable for their work, because if audit documentation is not there, audit documentation means audit program, I told you, it's a list of work you need to do. That will be given by the auditor to you, article assistants, and you have to follow that. Audit documentation means this will be given in the morning, in the day, first day itself, audit program will be given. Audit documentation means at the end of the day, whatever work you have done in the auditing, you have to document that. You have to document that recordically in a bundle. There may be 10 articled assistants. Everyone has to record what they have done during the day in a paper. And this paper will be given to one senior, will be their senior. Senior will make a compilation of all this and include it in the documentation file. This is how it is happening. I'm saying for your understanding, this happens like in a Word file now. This physical format I'm saying, so you'll understand more. Then enabling the engagement team to be accountable for the work, because if this is not there, some article assistants, they may not even do the work. They'll simply go there, do some paperwork and come back. But since documentation is there, at the end of the day, they have to write and give to what they have done, they have to write and give. So they'll become accountable because something they have to give, right? So they'll do the job. So this audit documentation makes people accountable. Engagement team means this team of article assistants plus that auditor team who is doing that one audit. In an audit firm, there may be 3, 4, 5 audit teams. In a small audit firm itself, the CA will be there, different article, 3 people of article will be one team, other 3 may be other team, like that. Retaining a record of matter of continuing significance for future auditing. Retaining a record, we'll create the record. Imagine I'm auditing boat, I'll keep the audit documentation now. 3 years after also, if I want to do the same auditing of boat, I can look at what I've done in the last year. So I can do the same in this year also, make procedures same. Then enabling the conduct of quality control review and inspection according with SQC1. I told you quality control standard is there, engagement standard, quality control standard. So this standard, as per this standard, and there is a guy called engagement quality control reviewer, not relevant for you, what I'm saying. These guys will come to the office, check whether we are doing everything, the quality of audit is proper in that office. So in that case also, this documentation can help in conducting those inspections, because when he comes and says, so your auditing is not as per the quality, show the documentation. I did everything as per the quality. What is wrong with this? We can say that. Then contents of audit working paper. Content. What are the contents in the audit working paper? What are the different content in audit working paper? First is, as per SA 230 audit documentation, auditor should follow the guidelines mentioned below to decide the form, content and extent of audit documentation. First is, auditor shall prepare the audit working papers on a timely basis. They should be prepared while performing the task itself. This is the keyword here. Prepared while performing the task itself rather than after the audit work is performed. That is, in a day, an article may be doing 5, 6 tasks. Morning he will be checking bank reconciliation, afternoon book the purchase, afternoon sales, something like that. So there are 2 options for him. Either at the end of the day he can write whatever he have done, or he can at after task itself he can do. So doing it after task will be better. Then understand the auditor shall prepare audit working papers that is sufficient and enable to an experienced auditor having no previous connection with audit to understand these things. That means you have to prepare the audit working paper, audit documentation, because this year you may be the auditor. Take a company like Deloitte, take a corporate like Deloitte, and Deloitte is the auditor of Flipkart. So this year I am working in Deloitte. I may be the auditor of Flipkart, but next year I may resign from Deloitte and go. Some other person will come in my place and do the auditing of Flipkart for Deloitte. So when I am making a documentation, I should make it in a way that when a new auditor comes, it should be easy for him also, because this year I am doing Deloitte's audit, Flipkart's audit. Next year another person will be coming to do the same audit of Flipkart. So what he will do is, first thing he'll check at the audit documentation of last year to see what were done in last year. So I should make these things easy for him to understand these things. For him to understand these things, the nature, timing, and extent of audit procedure performed with essay. What are the audit procedure that I performed in this year? The nature, timing, and extent, NTE. Then the result of the audit procedure performed and audit evidence obtained. What were the procedures that I followed this year and what results I got at the end of the year? Significant matters arising during the audit and the conclusions reached thereon and significant professional judgments. What were the significant matters I identified this year? What were the conclusions reached? All these things. Then in recording the nature, timing, and extent of audit procedure, auditor shall record these things too. Identifying characteristics of the specific items or matters tested. In this year, you tested a lot of matters. What were some unique characteristics to specifically identify that matter? Just record that. Who performed the audit work at what date and like on this date? Who were your engagement team members? Who performed each procedure? Mention that in the record. Who reviewed the audit work? Also mention that in the record. Then what were he shall document the significant matters, discussion of significant matters with the management, with when and with whom. When you are auditing, you identified a lot of things you need to discuss with the management. You will be discussing with the management. So what are those significant things that you discussed with the management? Document that. And with from the management, who was that person? Was it the CEO? Was it the CFO? With whom you discussed and when? Then information inconsistent. If the auditor identified any information that is inconsistent with auditor's final conclusion regarding the significant matter, auditor shall document how the auditor addressed the inconsistency. That means he identified something when he was doing the auditing. He identified something that is, he thought it will be different, but now I'll give a simple example. With an example, I'll say, what was an example to put it? Yeah. What is final conclusion regarding a significant matter? Yeah. For example, a registered valuer. He comes to value the property, everything. So auditor had a plan like this will be the conclusion. But when he observed his procedures, everything, his conclusion got different. The amount, everything was different. So at that point of time, how he addressed that difference, how he addressed that matter, what he thought will be the answer was never the answer. So there was a variance in that. So how he addressed that issue. He thought the registered value of the property may be like 20 lakhs. But when you looked at the registered values report and you go behind that, it was like 24 lakhs. Difference is there. So as an auditor, how you dealt with that? Have you spoken to the management and made it 20 lakhs, or have you made the 24 lakhs? So what procedures you used to deal with that? If any information that is inconsistent with the auditor's final conclusion regarding the significant matter, auditor shall document how he addressed with that inconsistency. Then departure. If in exceptional circumstances, auditor judges it necessary to depart from the relevant requirement of the essay, auditor shall document how the alternate audit procedure performed. Sometimes I told the auditor has to follow standards on auditing all the time. But in some situations or in some cases, he may have to take a different route. In some situations when happens. For example, when I was doing the an auditing, like I told you in Coimbatore fraud investigation, imagine if I'm doing an audit like that. So in auditing, there will be said the terms of agreement need to be entered, all these things. But there, one partner was itself a fraud. So sometimes this issue may be happening. So at some point of time, we have to slightly move away from the rule books. So if auditor has done anything like that, state what was that and how he dealt with that. Okay. Then type of working papers. For recurring auditor, current audit file, a simple things are there. If same auditor for many years. Well, just no. Everyone is like completely dry. And auditing is like that. That is the problem of auditing. Which is the easiest subject in CMA? ഏതാണ് ഏറ്റവും ഈസിയസ്റ്റ് പേപ്പർ? നിങ്ങൾക്ക് എല്ലാവർക്കും ഈസി ആയിട്ടുള്ള പേപ്പർ ഏതാ? OMS, ഓപ്പറേഷൻ മാനേജ്മെൻറ്റാ? அது have you attended class for that? Class attend பண்ணிட்டாரு அதுக்கு? Operation management and strategic management. Strategic management is theory, right? But it is very like scoring. Then what is operation management? What is that? Costing, like costing. Decision making. Okay. Operations management. I love, because your syllabus is so good, like structured in a really good way. There is things from CA, CS, everything is there, but the core is on CMA. But if you look at the CA syllabus, they have cut down costing completely. Costing is completely gone. Law is also, CS syllabus thing is also completely gone. Now the pure focus is on auditing, this accounts, FR, all these things. Like it's very easy, because once the knowledge that you guys are getting, if you are like properly preparing for the examination, is too good. Because I love the way your institute structured all your study materials. I went through the corporate accounting book also, and mostly you get the questions from the textbook itself, right? The questions given in the textbook itself, they'll put it, right? Whatever I have analyzed, that is what I believe. That is only difference between CA and CMA. In CA, you won't get anything like that. That is the only problem in CA. But here, I love this, because I thought of making references from this textbook and putting it in the CA books. Because everything, for example, in the next chapter, risk assessment chapter, you just, once you go home, see, like my book is there, like on live on the Telegram channel, my book is available for that chapter. CS book, go, just read that and try to read your book. You will understand the difference. In your book, you will easily understand everything, point by point. Simple English is used, but in like the CA, the very tough English is used there. Very hard to put it on. Here, I just don't have to explain anything. Even if you read it by your own, you will understand all these things. Only the procedural part I need to explain. Other things are very easy. And you also don't need to study too much also, because direct questions are coming in. Why should you complicate yourself? Because only 50 marks is coming. Have a good strategy for that. Because, and is everyone studying now at home? Like your exams on June 10th, 11th. Like, how many hours are you studying? Just need to know. Normal days. Today is not, the class is not there. Imagine like that. How many hours are you studying, everyone? 10. 10 easily. 8. Is there anyone studying 14, 12? 14 or something? Because I'll say just push it. Just push those hours, because nowadays I'll tell you, be it CA, CMA, whatever it is, whatever the exam, most of this content, everything, every student is preparing too well. Every student, because if all of these exams, the pass person will be around like 10-20% pass. At least 50% of the students writing the exam are well prepared, and they are actually, they deserve to pass. 50, minimum 40% of the students. So the competition is between these 40% students. The rest of 60% anyways, they have not studied, they are gone, completely vanished. So the number one issue I spotted with CA, CMA, all these things was that majority of the people get stuck in this loop. Loop means they'll only give average effort. Average effort. If you give average effort, like you study for 6 hours, 7 hours, and in the last 1 month, or the last 2 weeks before the exam, you study 14 hours. But before that, you have only studied 8 hours, or 6 hours, something. So you are literally giving the average effort. What happens? When the examination comes, if it's an average effort, obviously there are other 20% students studying 12 hours who are so good at that. They will clear. But this guy who give the average effort, in the last 2 weeks, they have studied so well. So they will think, oh my God, I've studied so well, but still I have failed. Next attempt also, they will do the same thing. When the exam comes very near, they will study so hard. So leave it. Now you have very good 1.5 months nearly, right? 45 days are there. More than enough to clear like 1 or 2 groups. So what happens is, if you give the average effort, you will like, sometimes you may get passed in 1 group or something, but still you will be in the loop. You will be in the loop. But don't give average effort. Study for minimum like at least 12 hours you sit. Minimum is what I'm saying. 12 hours you sit. Take an efficient timing of 8 to 9 hours. Because when you're sitting for 12 hours, obviously a person can get only 10 hours of efficiency. So get it. That's enough. That's enough. More than enough. There is no need to study this 14 hours, 18 hours, 20 hours. That happens normally day last 2 weeks before the examination, 14 hours, 16 hours comes in. But don't give the average effort. And auditing also, when you're going home, just study what you learned today itself. So that even if you have any doubt, you can ask me tomorrow or you can message me, anything. Okay. Then type of working papers. You have any questions relating to study or anything where you need any help? Like how to study auditing or how to make mnemonics or anything, just let me know if you need any help on this subject or any subject. I mean, subject matter, I don't know. If you ask me OMSM, all these things, I have not even heard about that. You ask me accounts or something, I can help. So, type of working paper file. And one more thing, if anybody is going through any tough time in your life, like any issues because of which you are not able to focus or which you are not able to study, those things, anything, if you want to share with me, you can share with me. Like some students may be having the fear of failure, overthinking, all these things. Before the examination, you will panic, right? This thing will be there because CA examination is happening in 2 days. I'm dealing with a lot of these issues now. Friends coming, sir, I cannot study, I cannot focus. Till last week, I was studying so good, but this week I'm not able to focus. Exam, will I pass, will I fail? And the number one issue is, it's not will I pass, will I fail? It's will I fail and will my friend pass? that is the number one thing that I'm getting, because everyone has this issue. I know that. That is why I studied without a friend in my CA. When in Inter, I had a very good friends with me when I'm studying. But I think, and these guys, what the issue is, when the examination comes, very close to examination, they'll call, bro, how much have you revised? How much have you revised? So I'll say, if I revised like till 2 chapters, they'll say I've revised 3.5 chapters. So I was simply sitting and studying. Hearing this, my focus will go. I'll say like, oh my God, they have studied 3.5 chapters. So I'm like very back. And sometimes they may have studied 3.5 chapters. They are actually just reading and going. I may be conceptually understanding. I'm not knowing all these things. But this issue started bothering me so much. Then I thought, cut it. No friends. Let's focus on CA slowly and I'll get it done. Because I don't want this unwanted noise coming in. So in Inter, I switched off my phone for 3, 4, 5 months, complete 4 months or something. And when it comes to final, all the friends already went. I was alone. So it's more than happy. No issues like this. Because who pass, who clears, I just don't care. It's only about me. Simple as that. Have that attitude. It will help you so much in life. When you are doing something, don't compare it with people on the same path. Simple example I can give you. When I was doing my CA Inter, in my office, there was some 3, 4 girls who were my seniors, who were of same age, even below my age, because I joined CA after college. I was having like a party life, then I came to CA. So at that time, this 21-year-old, 20-year-old, they have cleared CPT and CA Inter also. So they are my seniors now in my second year of office. I am like 23 and I'm sitting there, I'm like a kid. So these girls, what they used to do was, they'll not include me or some of our friends in our category, like not even cleared Inter. They'll not include us in their discussion. They'll be like, when we are going to talk with them, they'll say, oh, you are like CA Inter, go. Like we are discussing about CA final, like the materials, books, everything. I was like, okay, let's chalo. And they are not even a CA now. I'm a CA. I can soundly say it's on YouTube. Let it go. Let them hear. I don't care. Because that is the show of people did. But why I'm saying is that even when you go for internship also, these kinds of issues will come. So there, have this in mind. Journey is not the same for everyone. Someone who is teasing you today, someone who is like not giving you respect, you can overtake everyone with your work on this. So that is very important in life. Don't take everything personally. When you are studying for CMA, I mean any subject, Inter things, you may think a lot of friends are there and they are clearing, I am not clearing. This panic will be there. But understand, journey is completely different for everyone. Sometimes in final, they may get stuck. You may clear final faster, like that. Then next is types of working paper files. Working paper files means, in case of recurring audits, some working paper files may be classified into permanent audit file and current audit files. While the former is updated, The latter contains information relating to audit of only single period. There are two types of working files. In case of, this is actually relevant in case of recurring audits only. Recurring audit means you are the auditor in this year for the same company. Next year also you are the audit for same company. Next year also you are the audit for same company. So you are the repeating audit, recurring, you are doing the recurring audit. So in that kind of a case, you will maintain two types of audit file. Permanent audit file means an audit file which you maintain, audit documentation, same thing. Audit documentation, once the audit is completed, you will make that audit documentation into an audit file. Earlier it was just paper, you put it in a piece of file and make it as an audit file. So if you are the recurring auditor, like next year also you are the same auditor, then you can maintain this permanently for the next 2-3 years, and when in the next year if any change is happening, you can change it in this documentation itself. You can like updations, anything, new management has come, so about that you can update here. Current audit file means which is relevant only for this 1 year. We will audit something, we will document the working paper, keep it aside. It is not relevant for future audits because you may not be the auditor next year, or sometimes the company is planning to wind up next year. Anything can happen like that. So permanent audit, in permanent auditing, where is it? Permanent audit files and current audit files. Former, that is permanent audit files, are updated with information of continuing importance. The other thing, current audit file relate to only single period. There is no updations happening. If any new things are coming in, permanent audit file will be updated, but current audit file will not be updated. Then difference you just read. In permanent audit file, you will have the legal and organizational structure of the entity, MOA, AOI, everything will be mentioned. Here correspondence relating to acceptance of the annual reappointment. Correspondence means communication. Communication relating to acceptance of the annual reappointment. Then like auditor's reappointment. Then extracts or copies of legal documents. All these things will be there. Just go through this. That's it. Copy of management letter, analysis of significant ratio trends, the contents. Then ownership and custody of audit working paper. It's a property of the auditor. Audit working paper, auditor is the one who is writing all these things. So it is a property of the auditor. He can allow someone, he can give copies of this if he only permits. It is his property. So if he wants to give copy to someone, he can give it. That is his decision. And the other thing is, if government regulation or some government income tax authority asks for the working paper, he need to give, because it is asked by a government. 2-3 things you have to keep in mind. It is a property of the auditor. Portions or extracts can be had at his discretion. You can give, extracts means photocopies, copies of that you can give. Then it should be kept in the safe custody of the auditor. If required by some legislation, auditor has to make working papers available. Then as per SQC 1, you have to retain the audit working paper for minimum of 7 years. This year you did an audit, for the next year, once it is 7 years, you should have the working paper with you. In the next 7 years, if in any year in that 7 year, if the income tax authority or someone asks what procedures you did, you need to show the working paper. But after 7 years, it's okay, fine. Then audit evidence. Audit evidence means the audit evidence include the information used by the auditor in arriving at the conclusion on which auditor's opinion is based. Audit evidence means just like you did a murder, someone did a murder, you are the police officer. So you need evidence to state that this guy has done the murder, right? Same. In audit also, you find any doubt, get an evidence and clarify it. You find debtor balance, there are many debtors, like 3,000, 5,000. The total is like 10 lakh, imagine. First debtor is 3,000, second Mr. B, 5,000, second Mr. D. Many debtors are there. And in that one debtor is there, Mr. D, for an amount of 8 lakhs. All the other debtors are small. And this one debtor is 8 lakh. All the other debtors combined is 2 lakh, total 10 lakh. So you have a doubt, is it original, some fraud is there. So what you need to do, you need to have obtain evidence. What is the evidence? First you will check the sales, like you said, we will check the sales invoice, everything. Okay, that is one thing. Next, we will send a confirmation letter to this person. So once he receives the confirmation letter, he will sign and give it back. Yes, the 8 lakh is something I owe to the company. You got an evidence. That is what we call audit evidence. For everything you need an evidence. Then the following factors influence the auditor's judgment while obtaining audit evidence. These are the factors that affect his judgment while obtaining audit evidence. That is, debtor I saw, what audit evidence I need to obtain, from whom I need to obtain, what is the procedure I need to follow. All this, auditor is, through his judgment, he is finding a solution for this, because in his judgment he is saying, I need a confirmation for this. Judgment means he's thinking. He can think, I don't need a confirmation also. He can think, I need a confirmation also. He can think, I need to go and talk with him also. Any procedure that he do is from his judgment. So these are the factors that affect his judgment. What are the factors? Nature of the item. If we are talking about debtors, debtor is an item where most of the companies do fraud. So for debtors, you need to, depending upon the nature of the item, since it's a debtor, you have to be strict, you have to get the evidence more. If it was a small item, say for example, some rent expense or something, like every month it will be the same. So you don't need bigger evidence on that. Next is adequacy of internal control. If there are good internal controls, 10 CCTV camera is kept for an inventory protection. You don't even need to obtain any evidence, because nobody is going to do a fraud. 10 camera is kept, 10 camera is left, 10 times the verification happens in 6 months. So you don't need any evidence. If the internal control is good, then you can rely on that. Less evidence is needed on that. Nature and size of the business carried by the entity. Imagine we are talking about Reliance. The nature and the size of the business is very big, and you saw a debtor of 100 rupees. Is it relevant there? No, right? The business is too big. So there you don't need any bigger evidence. That's it. So your judgment will be, I don't need a evidence there, or a small evidence is enough. Situation which may exert an unusual influence to the management, financial position of the entity, materiality of the item, all these things affects his judgment. That's it, simple. Then what are the types of audit evidence? Two types are there: internal audit evidence, external audit evidence. Audit evidence that is generated inside the company is internal audit evidence. Audit evidence generated from outside is external audit evidence. For example, in the case of sales, I told you, checking the debtors, you have two options. Check the sales bill. So sales bill is an audit evidence that is coming from the organization. We are printing the sales bill, right? So that is an internal audit evidence. Similarly, debtors confirmation, it is coming from a debtor who is outside the organization. That is external audit evidence. This is internal audit evidence. Then relevance and reliability of audit evidence. Once we finish this chapter, we'll go. Relevance and reliability of audit evidence. As per SA 500, the relevance of audit evidence deals with logical connection with the purpose of audit procedures. For relevance and reliability means you have to check debtors, and you are an auditor and you have an article. You told the article, check the debtors and come. So what is a relevant procedure? Check the sales bill, check the confirmation. But this guy is a fool. He went on and asked, looking at the bank statement. Bank statement should be checked for the money received, but debtor money is not, since money is not received, we are putting it as a debtor, right? So bank statement, why should it be checked? If money is received, debtor is not there. So anyways, we'll think of another something, some overdraft. I asked him to do the debtors verification. He is checking with the bank overdraft. It is not a relevant procedure, relevant thing, right? So that is what we call a relevance of audit evidence. So for debtors, the relevant audit evidence is sales bill and confirmation. So you have to make sure that you obtain the relevant audit evidence. You are saying, I audited the bank, I checked the bank statement for debtors. It is not a relevant audit evidence. I checked the purchase invoice for debtors. Why? Purchase is for creditors, right? So your audit evidence you obtain should be relevant. The sales bill and the documentation you got, you stapled it, and both thing is correct. So the debtor 8 lakh is correct. You got the evidence, you put it in the documentation. Done. Then reliability means, can you rely on the audit evidence? Simple. Because you saw a debtor of 8 lakh, you got a confirmation from the debtor. So can you rely on him? That is because you get the audit evidence, that is confirmation, you got the audit evidence, that is an audit evidence you got, confirmation. Can you rely on that audit evidence? Simple as that. Simply means, is sometimes this debtor may be doing a fraud with the management. He may not be an actual debtor. Imagine these two people. What is your name? Hari. Your name? Bharat. Hari and Bharat is running a company. And the thing is that Hari is like a loyal guy. He is a good thing. And Bharat is a fraud. Just keep like that in your mind. And the thing is, Bharat want to do a fraud. And like, what is your name? Karthikeyan. And Karthikeyan is the employee of the company. So what Bharat and Karthikeyan became friends. They went to a bar to drink. Simple as that. They went to a bar to drink, and there they became like a really good friends. So what happens is that they plan, Hari has a lot of money. Let me do one thing. Because Hari trusts me so much. Bharat will say to Karthik, like, Hari trusts me so much, so I will do one thing. I'll try to take as much money as him. And I'll do one thing. I'll create fake debtors. Fake debtors. So Karthik, you just tell your wife to be a fake debtor. I'll just put it in the name of his wife's name is, imagine, Harini. Imagine his wife's name is Harini. So this guy, Hari and Karthi together will put in the balance sheet and the P&L and balance sheet of their company that there is a debtor called this girl for this much amount. So debtors will increase. That is, debtors means sales. When the sales happens, money is coming in, right? Sorry. So they may do frauds like this. So, and the audit evidence, what is audit evidence? Auditor may not know this guy doing the fraud, anything. Auditor will ask his wife for confirmation. And who is giving confirmation? He itself will sign it a paper and give the confirmation. Is that valid? It's not reliable, right? So when you are obtaining an audit evidence, make sure it is reliable. You are the actual guy, see whether that guy is doing any fraud or not. Relevance and reliability. Then following generalizations may be useful in assessing the reliability of audit evidence. When you are checking whether the audit evidence is reliable, these things you need to do. First is, if it is an external audit evidence is more reliable, external audit evidence is more reliable than internal audit evidence, because internally it's very easy to do the fraud. Externally it's tough to do the fraud because you have to manipulate someone else. That's one thing. Internal evidence is more reliable when related internal controls are satisfactory. If all the internal controls in the company, everything is perfect, see 5 CCTV camera, 3 supervisors, everything is there, then internal audit evidence becomes more reliable. Evidence in the form of documents and representations is usually more reliable than oral representation. Documents and written representation will be better than oral representation. Like everything in a written form will be much better than just word by word communication. That's it. Then evidence obtained by the auditor himself is more reliable than obtained through the entity. Auditor need to obtain the confirmation, debtor's confirmation. So what happened? Auditor has two options. Either he can directly send a mail to Harini's account. Harini, I saw this is the balance in this company. Is it correct or not? That is one way. Sometimes his wife may not have even thought about this. They are simply putting a name. So that is one way. Or he can ask the company to send a confirmation. So if he asks the company, what will happen? He is the one doing the fraud. So he itself he knows the thing, then he will make the bad entry. But if I send directly, sometimes his wife may not know all these things. So what will happen? Wife will immediately, oh, I don't have it in it, nothing. They'll suddenly panic and reply. So then I can catch a fraud. So always remember, audit evidence obtained by auditor himself through direct sending, not going through the company, is much better. Is more reliable because he is directly obtaining it. Then these are the methods of obtaining audit evidence. What are the methods of obtaining audit evidence? Like to obtain a written representation, similar things. What are the methods that I can use? First is inspection. Company has bought earphone, has hundreds of inventory lying in the godown. So I need to check the inventory. In the balance sheet, the inventory figure is 10 lakhs. I need to check whether it is 10 lakhs. What will I do? I'll inspect. I'll go open every box, some boxes sampling. That is what we call inspection. Next is observation. I'll observe whether everything is there or not. Another audit procedure. Next is inquiry and confirmation. I'll talk with people. I'll inquire doubts and take confirmations from them in a paper. Next is computation for some GST calculation or any amount totaling in difference. I'll do the recomputation. I am an auditor. I am studied CA, CMA, all these things. So I'll recompute and see it. Then it is analytical review. Study significant ratios and trends. That is analytical procedure. That is something called analytical procedure. I'll explain that when time comes. So in analytical procedure, it actually means comparing lot of ratios, gross profit ratio, net profit ratio. You know all these things, right? Current ratio, all these things. I'll compare last year's current ratio with this year's current ratio to see whether it has increased or not. That is what we call analytical review, comparison. Studying the significant ratios and trends and investigating any unusual fluctuations. These are the methods to obtain audit evidence. Then what are the audit procedure? This is the core of auditing. Core. Only thing you need to understand. There is nothing complicated here. Just this chart, if you understand, more than that. Simple. I'll draw it and give it to you once more, so you will understand. Audit procedure. This is what we call the entire audit procedure. What are the things we do? You are going to audit a company boat. What are the things you need to do? First step is what we call risk assessment procedure. It's written here, you will understand that. Risk assessment procedure. This is the first step we do. Here we will just sit and relax and obtain an understanding of the company. Before doing all the auditing procedures, everything, I'll understand what is boat, who are the owners of boat, what business boat is doing, what are the products boat has, how many years this company has in existence, how many employees are there. I'll understand all the industry, what are the competitors. Noise is a competitor, JBL is a competitor, everything I'll understand. That is what we call risk assessment procedure. In risk assessment procedure, I'll understand the entity fully. And why am I understanding? When I understand all these things, I can spot the risk factors. Because when I know there is a competitor called Noise which is coming up, so competition is very tough. So that means a fraud may happen in the sales. They'll do something to inflate the sales and get good valuation they'll do. So when I'm understanding the entity, I can analyze the risk areas. I'll identify the risky areas. Sometimes employees are there. When I'm understanding the entity, I look at the CCTV camera, analyze all these things. So I'll understand some employees, some area, some department employees are basically lazy. Sometimes they may be a fraud kind of a guy. So I need to check more there when I'm doing the auditing. So risk assessment procedure. In risk assessment procedure, when I obtain an understanding of the entity for assessing the risk, what are the procedures that I use? First, I will use inspection, inquiry, observation, analytical procedure. These are the 4 things that I use in risk assessment area. Here, I will only just identify the risky areas. I don't do any audit procedure here. Just through this basic audit procedure, I will only identify the basic areas where the fraud is there, fraud or error is there. Then what we call something is called further audit procedure. Once I identify all the risk, then now it's my turn to check them in detail to see whether it is a fraud or error. In the first stage, we don't know whether it is a fraud or error. In the first stage, we only spot those risky areas. In the second stage, we will do the deeper checking and see whether it is a fraud or error. For further audit procedure, we have 2 things. First is test of controls, substantive procedure. Test of controls means you will check all the internal controls in detail. I told you CCTV, fingerprints, every internal control you will check. Substantive procedure means, you don't need to study detail about all these things because not that much relevant. I am giving you just for your understanding. And these things are there in your book, but not detailed enough is not there. Then substantive procedure. Substantive procedure means checking of the amounts. Here you are checking the controls. Here you will be checking the rupees amounts, everything. Here it is a deeper checking. Here it is deeper checking is happening. It is divided into 2 ways. Test of details, substantive, analytical procedure. Here this is a comparison procedure and this is basically vouching and verification. Simple as that. You just need to know this much. Nothing beyond this, just the process. This is the first step. We use this much things there. In the second step, first we will do the test of controls, everything. Now it is about the amounts. For amounts, we will use test of details and substantive analytical procedure. Simple as that. This much is only you need to understand. Then I will teach you everything in the next chapter. Now the basics is clear. I will explain what is substantive analytical procedure, what is test of details, what are test of controls. We will explain everything, but not now. Next chapter. So these are the audit procedures. Same thing is written here. Risk assessment procedure. Risk assessment procedure. This one, RIP. Are the audit procedure performed to obtain an understanding of the entity, environment, internal controller. For what are you obtaining understanding? to identify and assess the risk of material misstatement, further from fraud or error at a financial statement and assertion level. Test of controls, everything is there. Here in audit planning stage, he'll do the effectiveness, all these things, just read it, it's not important. Then there is something called audit notebook. These procedures, everything is mentioned in the next chapter clearly. I'll explain you that. Then audit notebook, the final topic, that is audit notebook means audit documentation is a recording of audit procedure and audit evidence obtained. Audit notebook, it's just a rough book like a diary. Imagine 3 articled assistants are there, 3 or 5 articled assistants are there, 1 auditor is there. We are going to audit a company. I told them at the end of the day, in a piece of paper, give me the procedure, everything that you did, because I need to compile everything and make the audit documentation, right? So what they do, they'll write it in a rough book first. When they are doing all the procedures that they're doing, all the doubts that they have, when doing, any time if you go for articled assistant, you'll get this diary from your office to write all the doubts you have, to write all the things related to the audit you are doing. That diary is what we call audit rough book. Whatever you write as a rough things, that is what we call audit notebook. In the course of conducting an audit of organization, auditing staff may come across various misstatements, frauds or any other issues which need further clarification from the management in depth. In order to avoid any chance of such issues being unanswered, the auditing staff generally record the same in a separate book and raises it for future. That is what we call auditing notebook. When you are auditing, whatever doubts you come, whatever doubts you have, you saw like a debtor is there for 20,000 rupees. I need a confirmation for this. Now you cannot sometimes directly do that. You need to ask your auditor sometimes. So whatever doubts you have, whatever fraud you see, whatever further checking you want, write it in that book. That book is what we call audit notebook. Audit documentation and audit notebook is completely different. Audit documentation is a list of procedures you did that day. You will summarize, and that is preserved in the auditor's office audit file. This is just a rough notebook you do. Then what are the content of that? Name and business enterprise. That is boat limited I am going to audit. Organization structure. What does what? That is who is the CEO of boat, who is the CFO of boat. That is organizational structure. Important provisions, that is MOA, AOA. Then communication with the previous auditor if any, management representations and instructions. All these things will be included in the audit notebook contents plus your thoughts. Now we are done with this one. Now this is the tough chapter. We will handle it after lunch, right? Everyone like tired, I know, I can see from your face. Everyone is getting dull. So shall we break for lunch? So you brought food or வெளியில சாப்பிட போறியா? கொண்டு வந்திருக்க? Super. Going out. எங்க போற? Then suggest me some good restaurants here in Nungambakkam. I don't know too much. You know anything? Like you guys are all from Chennai, right? Anyone coming from long distance or something? Like 10 kilometers range. He's coming out. Tiruvallur. That is like 20 kilometers something. 20. Tiruvallur? What is? Other district? I don't know any place because last day Tiruvallur is coming and going or staying here. Coming and going. Okay, super. So we'll have food. Then after that, what was that? Eh? You were cracking something, eh? From Andhra. I mean, you are working in Chennai. You came just for attending this class. Andhra. So how many kilometers are there daily? 60. You'll go and come or staying here? Go and come. Oh, 60 kilometers. Dedication, man, you'll pass this attempt. If you want any doubt, you call me also directly. No worries. You're coming directly. Right? So guys, who are attending it on live also, we'll break it now and we'll resume back in 1 hour, 2 o'clock. Okay. எங்கப்பா இருக்கா? Transition on இருக்கு. Live இல்லையே. So we had lunch. எல்லாருமே என்ன சாப்பிட்டு இனி தூங்கலாம். Like that is a state of mind I can see. Like feeling sleepy, right? A bit sleepy will be there. Even I am feeling sleepy. I come from Kerala. So there we get like Kerala biryani, right? We have some of you may would have had. Or everyone is like vegetarian. So there because in Chennai, the taste of the biryani is different. Like the masala or the rice is different. So I came to Chennai like on Jan first week. That time I was a big time biryani eater in Kerala. At least 5 biryanis a week or something I'll have normally. But I'll have it like because I need to stay decently fit, right? So like I was training also. So I used to do it like I'll fast till fully from morning to around like 1 or 2 in noon. Then I'll have a biryani. Night I'll have something smaller. So it'll be like 2000 calories done. So in Chennai when I came, there is nowhere to get a good biryani. Biryani means the biryani taste I don't get it because here they give the chicken with skin. I cannot see it. So finally I found out one really good biryani spot there. Like it is called Achayati's restaurant, something. Yeah, something there. And there the biryani is too good. It resembles the taste that I had in Kerala. So every time I come to Nungambakkam, normally I'm working at the Nagar office of THARUN'S Brainery. I'm there. So when classes is happening, I'll come here. So the moment I come here, I need that biryani. So that is why I was fasting from morning, lack of energy. But the moment I had a biryani, I'm like feeling crash. You'll feel that sleepiness. Morning I had really good energy, even though I was starving. Just black coffee, black coffee, black coffee. But still, that energy was there. And now it's like, give me a bed, good AC, and a blanket, and I'm done. But still, we have to go. So that is why I told you, when you are studying for the next 40 days, 42 days, something is there for exam, right? So there, especially your noon meal, I would definitely suggest, if you can, cut off the morning breakfast. So anyways, you will be waking up around like 7 a.m., 8 a.m. normally. Or what time do you wake up? 4? Who is that for? 4? You usually wake up at 4, 5. So you just sleep at, and you only sleep for like 6 hours. 5 hours. 6 hours. I am that same category. I need very less sleep. If you look at my eyes, you look at my Instagram post for the last 5 years, there is not even a single post without this dark circle. I cannot sleep. Last 10 years, not 10 years, like the moment I joined CA, last 5-6 years, I've slept below 6 hours every single day. Not even more than Sundays also. I cannot sleep more than 6. 5.5 hours, I'll automatically wake up and I feel refreshed. I don't know, that is a problem with my DNA, but that is a good thing in terms of studies. We'll get more time than the others who sleep 8 hours, 9 hours. But it's a very bad thing in terms of performance. I'll suggest you, because when I'm writing CA examinations, it was like I only sleep for 1 hour or like 30 minutes or something on that one day. Like I used to stay awake for 36, 38 hours. Like once an examination is completed, we have one day, then the next day is another examination. So the moment an exam completes, I go home and sleep for like 7 hours or something. Then I'll wake up, then I'll only sleep after the next exam. But this is not a suggestion, because 99% of the students cannot do this. And for me, I cannot sleep before exam. That is a problem. I tried sleeping, but I cannot sleep. The moment I go to sleep, suddenly I cannot sleep. That is an issue. So my one inter-examination completely gone like this, because I cannot sleep for the examination. I studied everything, and the day before exam, when I'm sleeping, I cannot. What will we do? What can we do at that? And one of my exam itself went off. Then in the next attempt onwards, I decided, I tried every sleep schedule. I was sleeping at 9 p.m. at night and waking up at normal 3 a.m. But the day before exam, I cannot. I don't know why. Not even a tense. I was not tensed for exam. No anxiety. I never had like a, because I was so good at managing that. Even because you saw my videos, I mentioned techniques where exam anxiety is like a, for me, exam was a cool thing. I don't even get that much tensed. My only tension is that will I be having like a sickness or those issues, not something that's not in my hand. So then I devised this. Any issue that comes against you, for me it was sleep. Some people, oversleeping is a problem. They sleep for like 10 hours. That is the moment they study, they'll feel sleepy. For them, that is issue. For me, unable to sleep is issue. People have for some people, panicking may be the issue. But whatever that comes to you, that affects you in an examination, you itself have to find a way to solve that. In my case, I would say my one attempt, 6 months went off because of that one issue. Next attempt also, I was doing properly, sleep everything properly. Exam time, I cannot sleep. So I understood this, and that attempt I never wrote, but I got one group in that attempt. Then what I did was, in my next attempt onwards, I realized this thing will take me off. So I thought, let's not sleep. What will happen? I researched about that. And everyone says that you need to sleep for 8 hours or at least 6 hours to perform well. Yes, that is 100% correct. Your performance matters in exam. If it's a practical paper, if you don't sleep for proper 6 hours or 5 hours, at least 4 hours, what will happen? You will tend to commit a lot of mistakes. But one thing I can guarantee, if you study anything, there is no problem of remembering. Even if you don't sleep also, you will remember everything you studied. That is a guarantee that I can give. Every examination, final, all the examination and inter one group, I have written every examination with max to max 1 or 2 hours of sleep. Max to max 2 hours, some days 2 hours, some days 0 hours. Final, it was last papers, first group papers was 0 sleep something, because I cannot sleep. That much kind of a portion is left. Then there are other techniques to beat your issues. In exam hall, when you are going, just take one like a small Vicks inhaler, right? This thing will take it. Just take it with your hall. Take it with you to exam hall. That's a killer item. It's a killer item. Just for the exam only. Not for any other thing. Just for the exam. Because 3 hours you have to write, right? 3 hours you have to sit and write. This thing, I took it to my exam hall. One day, I realized, the moment you feel sleepy, just take a sniff of this. Suddenly your brain will wake up. I don't know how that matters. Every 20 minutes of solving a question, I used to take a sniff. I used to stay alert, so alert in that 3 hours. That is one thing that I used to do. Then the second thing was coffee. Extreme coffee consumption during the exam time. Only during the exam time. Don't take it towards life. Life, normally 1 or 2 coffees a day is fine. But when it comes to exam, I was drinking it like crazy. Because we need to stay awake. I used to put 3-4 sachets of this Nescafe in the water, heat it up, then cool the water down, take it in a, just this much water I used to put 3 sachets of coffee. And take it to the coffee hall and chuck it down, tuck. You'll instantly feel this alert. But these are all only for if you cannot sleep. But if you can sleep, that's the best thing. At least 5 hours or 6 hours before exam, that's the best thing to do. And one more thing, even if you couldn't get sleep in any examination, don't worry about it. Because if you try to sleep, but you're unable to sleep, just understand this one fact, you have got another 4 hours to study. Just think it in a different way and study and go and write. And if you feel sleepy in between, just sleep. No worries. But some students have, not some, like majority of the students have this panic, this thing before examination, the portions are not left. And I would say you are prepared for 3 to 4 months. If you're unable to, you could not even revise everything properly, then spend 2 hours on extra on studying. No problem. But sleep, practical examination, before practical examination, you must take good sleep. Else, lot of marks, at least 5-10 marks you will lose because of the mistakes you tend to commit. Appa, why I told this, I don't know. Somewhere sleep came into my mind. And also this one, exam time also, please have less amount of carbohydrates at noon especially. Noon, less amount of carbs. You are right. Normally you will be having rice and chapati, all these things, right? Have it in a very limited, else you will crash. Noon you will just crash studying. Then this is one of the technical chapter in CA Inter. The others, they went. Gone. Officer. Okay, whatever it is. Then Audit risk, assessment of audit risk, internal control. This many things are written in this thing. So you have to, what you have to understand is that assessment of audit risk. So in this chapter, we'll be learning about the risk assessment, all those things. This is a technical chapter. This is the only chapter in your syllabus which is a bit technical, actually hard to remember. Other chapters, everything is easy. Here, I'll give you the understanding of everything, so it will be very easy for you to recall stuffs. First is audit risk. What do you mean by audit risk, and what is the assessment of audit risk? Audit risk means risk that the auditor gives an inappropriate opinion when financial statements are materially misstated. That means there are a lot of errors in financial statements, but auditor was unable to identify these errors. So he, in his audit report, he said everything is perfect. That is what we call audit risk. Lot of errors are there, but auditor was unable to detect that, or auditor detected that but still gave a fair opinion. This is what we call audit risk, simple, in simple terms. Then, for example, this is just an example, like a 50 lakh machinery was there, repair and machinery. So some addition was added to the machinery. So normally it should be capitalized, right? Because it should be capitalized. But the accountant put it as revenue expenditure. In P&L expenditure, he put it. That is a mistake which auditor need to identify. But he forgot to identify that, or he identified, but he never wrote it in the opinion. Give a perfect statement in audit report. That is a audit risk. Then what are not included in audit risk? Audit risk does not include the risk that the auditor may express an opinion that financial statements are materially misstated when they are actually not. That means, audit risk, I told you, auditor gives a correct opinion when financial statements are wrong. That is audit risk. What is not audit risk? Auditor gives a wrong audit opinion when financial statements are correct. Financial statements are perfect, but auditor told it is something error is there. That is not included in audit risk. Just keep it in mind. Then one more thing that will never normally happen, but still they have written it. Then audit risk also does not include the business risk of the auditor. Business risk of the auditor also audit risk will not include. That means this is a company, this is auditor's audit firm. So all the risk of this company is only included in audit risk. This auditor has some other competition or some business risk is there. That is not included in the audit risk of this company, right? This is auditor, this is company. He is just coming to audit this only. All the risk associated with this company only is what we call audit risk. And one more, plus if he does something bad, that is also audit risk. But other risk of him, personal risk of him, he may have other 10 CAs around his office. That is a competition. That is his business risk. That is not included in this one's audit risk, right? Okay. Then audit risk is classified into these three: risk of material misstatement and detection risk. That is what I called these two risks. I'll explain what this is. These two risks are within the organization. And detection risk means auditor unable to detect the error or fraud. Auditor came to audit, but he was unable to detect these mistakes. That is what we call detection risk. This is auditor side's issue. These three together is what we call audit risk. If you look it like, this is auditor, this is the company called boat. This is the company called boat. Issue. What is this? Okay. Where is it? Whatever. This is auditor. This is the company called boat. Auditor, this is a company called boat. Then inherent risk plus the control risk. These are the risks of boat only. Sir, boat says inherent risk means the risk, whatever the auditor or whatever the management do to avoid the risk. They put CCTV camera, they put supervisors, control, everything. But still, there may be chance of risk occurring. For example, even though 1,000 CCTV cameras are put, fingerprint scanners are kept for the inventory location, boats, earphones are kept. But still, there may be a really good employee who is so good at fraud, who can hack all the CCTV cameras, right? Whatever we do, still there is a chance of risk. That is what we call inherent risk. It is inherent in the organization. Whatever auditor do, this risk will be there. That is inherent risk. Control risk means all the controls are not properly working. Simple as that. We put CCTV camera, we put fingerprint scanner, all this to control fingerprint scanner so that no one who has not paid the fees will not enter the class. CCTV camera so that no one can steal the physical inventory. All these are controls, but there is a chance that these controls are not working. Sometimes CCTV camera software update is pending, it is not working. Those risk is what we call control risk. We kept control to prevent a fraud, but that control is not working effectively. That is control risk. Inherent risk is whatever we do, risk is still there. Inherent risk and control risk. Then detection risk means he has to detect the fraud, right? Detect the financial statements fraud, all these things. So he unable to detect that is what we call detection risk. Auditor unable to detect a material misstatement is what we call detection risk. 3 risks are there. So these 3 risks together is what we call as audit risk. And this inherent risk plus control risk together is what we call risk of material misstatement. So risk of material misstatement plus this one, detection risk is what we call audit risk. This is a equation that can ask. Then one more thing, this auditor is here, personal business risk. His personal business risk, why should it come to the board's financial statements? No, right? So it is not included in audit risk. See, risk of material misstatement, detection risk, control risk, inherent risk. Then risk of material misstatement, risk that the financial statements are materially misstated prior to the audit exercise. Management prepared the financial statement, gave it to the auditor, even before checking, the chance that there errors are there in the financial statements. That is what we call risk of material misstatement. Then it existed, this risk of material misstatement actually exists at 2 levels. 2 types of risk of material misstatements can happen. One is on financial statement level. That means a mistake that affects the entire financial statements. That is the risk of material misstatement at overall financial statement level. Then a risk that affects only one assertion. What do you mean by assertion? Anybody knows what do you mean by assertion? Nobody knows, right? No, not reason. Think, you will get it. I'll just show it to you. This is controller. No, not conclusion. I'll show it to you. This is a balance sheet. This is a P&L. In this balance sheet, there will be items like assets, like a land and building, 10 lakh, plant and machinery, 5 lakh. Here we have share capital, 10 lakh, liability, 5 lakh. So total is 15. Here also 15. Here also we will have sales, 20 lakhs. All the figures will be there, right? So as a CMA student, what do you understand from this? Land and building, 10 lakh. What do you understand from this? We'll learn about assertion in the financial statements chapter. But before that, this is a core thing that you need to have an understanding. This is what I emphasize more, because giving clarity to students on what small terms are. If you normally go for this 3 days or revision batch, they'll simply say you have to check the assertion, you have to check the finance. They'll go like that fast. You may not understand what is this, assertion, what it is. The basics, no one will explain. This was the issue with when I took classes. So I'm solving those issues. What do you understand by this? Or what do you understand by this? Just in a balance sheet, there is plant and machinery, 5 lakh, land and building, 10 lakh. What do you understand from this? That is what we call assertion. What do you understand from this? Management is saying to us that company has a plant and machinery that is valued at 10 lakh. So existence, that is one thing. Company has a plant and machinery. That is what we call existence. And the value of the plant and machinery is 10 lakh. Management is saying to us, writing it and saying to us, right? That is what we call assertion. Whatever management has written in the financial statements, and what are we understanding from it? That is assertion. For example, sales 20 lakh means company say, and one more thing is that P&L will be like this. For example, A1 for some date to 31/3/2022. This will be like the financial, it will be like this, right? So that means in this period, what I'm understanding, in this period, company has done a sale of 20 lakh rupees. This is what I'm understanding, right? That is what we call assertion. First, in this period, that is what we call cut off. We learned that in the other chapter. Cut off. Cut off means that period only. 1 year, that period only. That is what we call cut off. In this period, company had sales of 20 lakh rupees. This is what we call assertion. So don't overthink about that. When that chapter comes, we'll explain everything. So risk of material misstatement that affects the financial statement level means one mistake. For example, let me put it like this. There was a mistake in sales. The actual sales was 10 lakh. Because of some error or some fraud, they put some figure, accountant some mistake, they made it a sale as 15 lakhs. So when sale become 15 lakh, obviously profit also will increase by 5 lakh, right? Profit 5 lakh. And when the profit increases, this balance is taken down to reserves and surplus in balance sheet. So the balance sheet also gets mistaken. Everything gets mistake. One small mistake on sales affects the everything in financial statements. That is what we call risk of material misstatement at overall financial statement level, which affects everything. Got it, right? Then risk of material misstatement at assertion means a risk that only affects one or two assertions, smaller mistakes. Example, there was a repair and maintenance expenditure of, imagine 10 lakh itself. Same figure, 10 or 5 lakh. 5 lakh was the mistake that time, right? So there was a repair and maintenance mistake of error of 5 lakh rupees. What was the error is that the company spent 5 lakh on repairs, but the accountant put those 5 lakh as rent, not even rent, like put other miscellaneous expense. Instead of repair and maintenance, he put the same 5 lakh, amount was the same, but he put it in other miscellaneous expense. There will not be any effect on the financial statement because anyways repair 5 lakh, that 5 lakh is put in here. So it will only affect that heading only. There is no other change in the financial statement. That is what we call risk of material misstatement that affects assertion. That is assertion level. Got it, right? Clarity is got. Okay. Then inherent risk. Inherent risk. So yeah, these are the two levels of risk of material misstatement. Now we'll talk about risk of components and risk of material misstatement. Components. First is inherent risk, possibility of a material misstatement due to complex transactions or even due to organized fraud. That is, whatever you do, there is a chance of mistake. Inherent risk because of the complexity of transaction, thousands, 2,000, 5,000 transactions are happening. So whatever you do, there is a chance of mistake because one transaction can become a mistake, right? How can you detect everything? That is inherent risk. That is inherent in the organization. Like whatever we will say, like to some people, whatever you do, he will not be successful. Some guys will be say like that, right? I mean, not we, some parents will say, even in the enna pannal even nannavamatar, like and the mari solluvarle adhe madiri than idu, like inherent risk. Whatever they do, inherent, it is inherent him because of his quality or character, because of a company's character, it is like this. Then control risk means possibility of a material misstatement due to ineffective design, implementation and maintenance of a internal control system. Possibility of a mistake because of the ineffective design or implementation of control. That means I wanted to install a CCTV camera to check the physical inventory. So I had two options. Either I can go with a 10,000 rupees CCTV camera from a China product, or I can spend 2 lakh rupees to put the same CCTV camera, other CCTV camera. So to save money, I put the local CCTV camera. So that means sometimes that may work, sometimes that may not work. That is a control risk. I would have, if I could have spent 2 lakh, I would have put the best CCTV camera. That would have worked so well. So that is what we call control risk. Putting there is a ineffective design, implementation and maintenance of control. In that case, it was ineffective implementation of control. Okay. And one more thing, if the internal control is efficient, internal control, that is CCTV camera, if it is efficient, so good camera, then controllers will be down. Obviously it will be down, right? Because camera is good, so fraud chances low. But if the control, that CCTV camera is bad, efficiency of that control is low, that means controllers will be high. That's it. That is one thing you have to keep in mind. They can put it in an MCQ or somewhere. Then detection risk. I told you, auditor unable to detect material misstatement. He performed so much of audit procedure, but he was not able to detect mistakes. Possibility that an audit procedure applied by the auditor to reduce the audit risk will not be able to detect a material misstatement. He did audit sampling, he did risk assessment procedure, lot of audit procedure, but nothing worked. He was not able to detect risk. That is what we call detection risk.
So this is the equation that I told to you. What? Audit risk is equal to risk of material misstatement into detection risk. Similarly, audit risk is equal to inherent risk plus control risk into this is what we call risk of material misstatement, right? See, risk of material misstatement, inherent risk, control risk into detection risk, audit risk. This is one question. What was it? J-Mart Limited is a multi-brand retailer and operates through the multiple locations across the nation. It sells products of thousands of categories from food to consumer, whatever. Each individual product has a price tag with a barcode. So price tag is there, barcode is there. In addition, there is another security tag also. Extra security tag is there, which is removed only after billing is done. Okay. Inventory records are physically verified a fortnight basis also. Identify the risk associated with the audit. In this case, just look at this case. Price tag is there, barcode is there, security tag is there, then one physically verification of inventory is also done. So 3 risks are anyways there, but see how it is. Inherent risk. It is possible that the employees might have misappropriated the inventory by manipulating the inventory records. Whatever you do, there is a barcode, scanner, everything is there, but still inherent risk will be there. Whatever you put, there is a chance that employees can manipulate the record and make it. Control risk. Each item of inventory carries a price tag, a barcode and a security code also. Additionally, physical verification is also done. Internal control appear to be quite satisfactory, but collusion among employees can evade the control, which means there we have price tag, barcode, security tag, every code is there, but still what is the control risk means that some employees, one employee looking at the CCTV camera, like that, there will be a person supervising this, right? That person and a other fraud employee could be friends and they can together, that person can off the CCTV camera. Even if you put that control, still there is a risk. That is control risk. It is related to control, so it is control risk. If it was not related to control, that is everything inherent risk. Then detection risk, there may still be possibilities that the material misstatements and the same may not be detected due to adoption of test checking, because thousands, 2000, 5000 sales may be there. Auditor cannot check everything. He may be using a sampling, checking 5 bills out of 50 bills. So there is always a chance that there are some other bills which he has not checked, which are wrong, which have errors, right? That is what we call detection risk. He is unable to detect something. Okay. Then what it is? Assessment of audit risk. As per SA 315, he shall perform risk assessment procedure. I told you, like the chart I drew to you. Remember this one. This one. As per SA 315, he need to perform this procedures: inspection, inquiry, observation, analytical procedure. Further audit procedures, these are the procedures. Same as written here. Same. As per SA 315, he need to perform risk assessment procedure and inquiry, analytical procedure, observation. 3 things are coming in. Okay. Then what do you mean by inquiry? Inquiry is means simple. Asking and getting things, that's it, inquiry. Much of the information obtained by the auditor's inquiry is obtained from management and those charged responsible for financial reporting. Mostly auditor will make inquiries to the management and those who are doing the financial reporting. Financial reporting means those who are making the financial statements. Financial reporting means it is a report of financial performance plus financial position. Financial position is balance sheet, financial performance is P&L. So financial reporting means reporting of balance sheet and P&L. Simple. Who are making this one things. Then this we just read. These are the inquiries directed towards TCWG, may help auditor in understanding the environment in which financial statements are prepared. All these simple things. Now comes the analytical procedure. Analytical procedure is a tough thing. It means, I'll read it, then you'll understand. Evaluation of the financial information through analysis of plausible relationships among both financial and non-financial data, which means comparing financial information with the financial information, or a financial information with a non-financial information. to identify something is what we call analytical procedure. Simple as a plausible relationship that is written here, right? Plausible relationship means like a logical connection. So I'll tell you how we do the analytical procedure. We'll take last year's financial statements, last year's profit and loss account. This year's P&L also we'll take. Now we'll compare both. What was the gross profit of last year? What was the gross profit of this year? Now it was last year was 10%. Now it is like imagine it's 8%. Last year was 10%. Now it is 8%. Then the next thing, you'll see this. I'll show it to you. This is last year's P&L. This is current year P&L. This is previous year P&L. Last year's gross profit was 10%. This year's gross profit is equal to 12%. This is, so we are performing analytical procedure. So first thing is that we compared these two. Now we got one conclusion that 2% increase is there in profit. Next we checked sales. Last year sales was only 10 lakh and this year's sales, sorry, there is a small mistake. Last year it was 10%, this year it is 8%. So that means a decrease in 2%, right? So when I looked at the sales, last year it was 10 lakh, but this year is equal to 15 lakh. So last year the sale was 10 lakh and we got 10% gross profit. This year the sale is 15 lakh and the gross profit is only 8%. Why is that? Why is that? There may be something, some fraud or something happening. So he performed first analytical procedure, he compared the gross profit, he got that this year there is a 2% decrease. And then second he checked the sales. There he understood this year there is a 5 lakh increase in sales, but still gross profit is equal to 2% down. Why is that? Now he'll think, the professional skepticism, the questioning mind will come. He'll think what happened? Because sales increase, normally profit should increase. This year it is down. Then he'll identify, then he goes behind that, investigates that. Sometimes there may be fraud or an error or something with the expense area. Because sales increase, profit decrease means expense has been increased somewhere, right? So he'll go behind and understand whether there is any fraud or what is the reason. That is what we call evaluating the financial information. Last year's P&L, this year's financial. We are evaluating that through analysis of plausible relationships. We are comparing both, and here we got 2% decrease. This is analyzing the plausible relationship, logical connection. This is analyzing the plausible relationship among both financial and non-financial data. Here we are using both financials. Sometimes financial and non-financial also we'll compare. That is what we call analytical procedure. And comparison, in this case we compared gross profit with gross profit, sales with sales. In some other cases, we will also compare sales. Sales is a financial information, money amount is there, with some cost of goods, not cost, volume of goods sold, quantity of goods sold. Quantity is in kg, this is in rupee. That is a non-financial thing, this is a financial thing. We will also compare that. What was the last year's sales and last year's quantity sold? What was this year's sales and this year's quantity sold? We will compare. That is what we call analytical procedure. Always keep in mind it is just comparison. Now I can say in the if 100 CMA students are writing CMA, only 10% or 20% students know the meaning of analytical procedure or substantive procedure or anything. Nobody knows that. Everyone will say analytical procedure is like evaluation of financial information through that they will say. But what is actually analytical procedure? This comparison, this nobody will say. Because very limited students only know the meaning of what is there in the auditing. So, even though they have attended the classes also, even though sometimes they have attended the classes, but still these kind of like core meanings they may not know. Analytical procedure, it may identify the aspect of the entity which auditor was unaware, because last year's and this year's when he compared, he identified there is some problem. He was unaware about that before. Only after this, doing the analytical procedure, he identified some issue is there. Then, what analytical procedure performed as risk assessment procedure may include financial and non-financial. I told you, sale of goods with a square foot of selling space, that is volume of goods sold or anything. Then observation, just observing. observing what is happening. Simple as that. Observation and inspection. You observe, you take it and count or do. That's inspection. Observation and inspection may support inquiries of management and others. Observation of the following. We will observe the entity's operations. We will inspect the documents, inspect the reports, observe the entity's premise and plan facilities. Observe or inspect. Okay, then some relevant factors. Auditor will consider these factors also in risk assessment. Risk assessment means seeing whether there is any risk or not, assessing that, evaluating whether financial statements has any risk or not. That is what we call risk assessment. If I am doing the risk assessment now like around 10-15 students are sitting here. For me, risk only like sometimes 3 may be listening, 7 may be, they look like they're listening, but I know what's going in your mind. You'll be feeling like, what is happening, like circling your head. I know that because I've been there, bro. I sit there. I sat there in like every subject. If it's a accounts paper or something, like at least you'll be solving the paper, so you'll be like alert. But in auditing or law or strategic management, these papers, it's like theory someone is saying to you, but you have to understand the meaning. Else you will suffer when you take this for self-study. That time it's horrible. Then what are the other factors he considered? First is information obtained in the prior period. Previous year auditor may have obtained a lot of information. So this year auditor, when he is doing something, he can refer to that also. How that auditor dealt with these issues, etc. Then discussion with the engagement team. That is, even though I am an auditor, I am a CA, like I may have experience with auditing all these things. For auditing, I'll take my articles also with me. That is my engagement team. So when I'm going with this team, even though I am experienced, I'll do a discussion with these people. Well, I'll sit with them. How is auditing going? How should we go on with? So sometimes they may also give some really good ideas. Sometimes they may also have some doubts which I have not ever thought of. So that we auditor will do this discussion for risk assessment, engagement team discussion. Then this one is required understanding of the entity, environment, internal control. Auditor need to obtain an understanding of entity. That is, what is their operation, who are the owners, everything. What are the internal controls in the company, everything. Simple. Internal control comes. Now you understand means what is internal control in a company, right? I've told it 1,000 times in the class. I understood only internal control in CA final. In inter I was just memorizing internal control I'm going. Yeah. For example, when you're writing CMA examination, what if you copy from other person? So there is an internal control kept by the exam department, and invigilator will be there, right? That is an internal control. Sometimes CCTV will be there. All those things are internal control. Sometimes your parents may have given you 1 lakh rupees as pocket money in your account, but still they'll keep an internal control that if you withdraw any money, message will go to their phone, right? That is an internal control. Anything that any person do to protect from a fraud or an error, that is internal control. Simple as that. Control within an organization, internally. Concept of internal control, it is a process effected by an entity's board, management and other personnel designed to provide reasonable assurance regarding the achievement of objectives in the following categories. Why are we putting internal control? For the better doing of business, right? That is to achieve these objectives. These are the objectives of business. To achieve this, we are putting internal control. First, the reliability of financial reporting, effectiveness and efficiency of operations, compliance with applicable laws and regulations. All these things we are putting internal control. Then essay 265, communication with those charged with governance. Like you don't have to learn about all these essays. Governance states that internal control as all the policies and procedures adopted by the management of an entity to assist in achieving management objectives, and then other things are like for ensuring orderly, efficient controls, all these things are there. Only thing is for management's better conduct of business, they are putting internal control. Simple. Do you want me to like explain all these things? 1 second. Let me see if there is any complex term. To see achieving management objectives of ensuring as far as practicable, all these things, I'll cut it. Essay, if I was learning this, I will show you how I learned this. Internal control, all the policies and procedures adopted by all the policies and procedures adopted by the management, adopted by the, I learn it like this, adopted by the management of an entity, adopted by the management to assist in achieving the management's objectives. Like for management's objective, what is management's objectives? Ensuring orderly and efficient, ensuring efficient conduct of business. Like I used to like cut short the things in. This is not a proper like definition where you have to write all these things. Just these kind of stupid words are there. Like cut all those, then the sentence will easily form a meaning. That is a problem with, but your book is too good on this. You just see EA's book, then you'll like, you cannot even read anything. As far as practicable, efficient conduct of its business, including the other conduct of its business. I'll only learn this much. I'll short it there because they'll not ask define internal control. No, I just need to know the meaning of internal control only. That's it. If it's a definition, you learn everything perfect, pitch perfect. The as far as practicable, everything need to be there. But just understanding this much is enough. Or including others there to management policy, safeguarding of assets, prevention and detection of fraud. So like 2-3 points from this you take and also combine it with it. That's it, done. That is how you like cut short the syllabus and learn the important keywords and go. That's it. Scope of internal control. 2 types of internal control are there. Administrative control, which is kept to control all the administrations. Accounting control, to control the accountings. Internal control kept at the accounting, whether accounting is doing proper or not. That is, the accountant is there, a senior will be placed on top of him to check whether everything is there. Daily bank reconciliation, daily reconciliations, all these things will be done. That is accounting control. Control system which ensure recording of transactions in the books, othering means, I mean, sticking on to the, like following that, othering to the established accounting policies, principles. For example, depreciation. Depreciation is like an accounting policy we need to put. So whether all these things are properly put or not. There is an internal control. There is a accountant is there, but there is someone senior above him who will check whether this guy is putting all the depreciation, all the accounting principles, revenue recognition, everything is correct or not. Then accounting control leads to the maintaining proper books of accounts, all these things are not done. Accounting control is again divided into 2. It is divided into 2. First is internal check, next is internal audit. Okay. Internal check and internal audit. Then what do you mean by internal check, internal auditing? That will anyways will come. Then basic elements of internal control, financial and other organizational plan, competent personnel, division of work. I'll say company may have a lot of internal controls, not only one CCTV or not only one supervisor. In every department there will be internal control. If you take THARUN'S Brainery, 2 accountants are there, right? One among them is a senior accountant, so he is an internal control. Then anyways, we THARUN'S are, everyone are chartered accountants, so to check accounts we itself are enough. So that is also another internal control. On top of that, see, THARUN'S will check all those things. That is another internal control. When if students are entering the class without paying fee, there will be someone to check your attendance register, everything. Some other students, you will not be entered. So company may have many thousands of internal controls in a big company. So for that internal controls, these things are needed. These are the elements in that. First is internal financial and other organizational plans. Specify the various duty and responsibility of both management and staff. That is, before you put internal controls, specify what are the duties of each, or like one, you are an accountant, you are a senior accountant, because you are an internal control, you have to check that. And Tarun sir, he is another internal control to check other person. All these things you have to specify the roles first. Then competent personnel means competent employees, skilled employees should be needed. If you are putting 10 accountant and 1 supervisor, the supervisor should be competent, right? He is the internal control, so he should be competent and skilled. Then division of work. Work of the organization should be divided in different stages, allocated to the employees in accordance with the quality and skill. Different works of organization are there. Don't give every work to one single person. He may be a good person, but don't give every work to him, because he may get tired and his efficiency will also lose. So find different competent person, allocate different works. That's it. Then division of work. Then separation of operational responsibility from record keeping. That is, there is one person. Imagine Tarun, we have one staff who handles cash. That is, he goes outside, he purchases he books. Imagine he books the room for faculties who are coming in. He buys tea or coffee to the office. He buys all the miscellaneous. He's one going to pay the electricity bill, everything. But there is an accountant also. Accountant gives him the money and he goes. So he is the operational staff. He does the operations. Accountant is a record keeping staff. So this one job, imagine this one guy itself is doing this job also. Now we have 2 persons to do the job. He spends money and he gives money. If this person itself is doing all the job, what will happen? He can easily do fraud, because he is an accountant. He enters the accounts. He can say, he take 1,000 rupees from our bank account, go to some sort of a tea buying or a coffee buying. He buys a coffee for 600 and 400 he puts in his pocket, and he comes and he records it as 1,000. 400 he can easily take. There is no one to check that, right? So this guy going out, operational work and accountant record keeping work should not be given to the same person when you are putting internal control. It should be different persons. Separation of operational responsibility, that is, person who is going out to do the operation, from record keeping. Separation of custody of asset from accounting. Similarly, those who handle the custody of asset, he should not be doing the accounting works. To protect the asset from misuse, custody of assets and their accounting should be done by separate person. Else it will be very easy. Imagine inventory is an asset, right? Inventory is handled by me, and I am also recording the books of accounts also. I can easily put imagine here 10 lakh inventory is there. I can easily put 9,80,000 inventory only. 20,000 inventory I can put in my pocket and go. Who can see? Because I am doing all the things. Like who can, like in the CEO cannot come and do all the small stuff. So it should be done by 2 persons. Then authorization, all activities must be properly authorized by proper authority. Authorized means giving the permission to do that. For example, company want to buy one AC, we don't simply say that operational person go and buy one AC, no, right? We will say, because he cannot normally go and buy one AC. Imagine, just rub it. Imagine he saw, completely forget it what I told. Imagine he come to this room and one of you say, sir, not sir, like, Anna, the AC, like the cooling illa. Their cooling is not that we are feeling hot. Immediately he cannot go take 25,000 and buy one AC. No. To buy one AC, he need to talk with the senior person. Tharun sir needed to grant him the money. Everything is there, right? So that is what we call authorization. That authorization should be there. Then managerial supervision and review. Everything should be supervised by a manager and review. Done. Then objectives of internal control, just read this. And all that I am putting, just read, don't consider that as not important. It is important, but it's easy for you to understand alone. That is why I am putting just read. Then advantages of internal controls, efficiency, effectiveness and economy will be there. Prevention of errors and irregularity, safeguard from irregularity or misappropriation, employee satisfaction, productivity. All these things are simple. Then what are the types of internal control? This is very funny thing. For your examination, you have 2 options. You have 40 days for your exam. One option is you study from tomorrow onwards, you are studying 14 or 12 hours a day and you are preparing well. Because you know exam is like a tough thing that's coming your way. You know that you are gonna suffer there if you don't study now. So one option is that you study from tomorrow 12 hours a day for the next 40 days. And when the exam comes, like a moderate, because you have studied well, you may decently write the examination. So since you are studying from tomorrow, the last 1 week or last 3 days before examination, you won't have that much stress because you have at least studied this much. That is first option. Second option is that there is one student, he doesn't study it now. He believes that everything can be done at the last 2 weeks. And at the last 2 weeks, when the error is coming, when he is like completely panicking, he'll start studying, he'll never be able to study, he'll be on stress, completely he'll flunk in the exam. First thing is what we call prevention, because we know, we take a preventive action. We will get tensed that day, we know that, but for that to let it be cool, let it to prepare well for exam, we take a preventive action. That is first option. Second is detective action. Till last 1 week he never studied. Last 1 week he got all the fear. Now fear coming in, now he started studying. That is detective action. So preventive control means a control which we keep to prevent a fraud or error. CCTV, simple example. We keep it to prevent someone stealing it, someone doing any fraud there. That is what we call preventive control, to discourage error and irregularities from occurring. It's a proactive control because we know that if you don't keep a CCTV, someone will steal this thing. So it's a prevention. We are preventing the error. Then what are the detective control? Detective controls are designed to find the error after they have occurred. For example, internal auditing. Internal audit is also an control, right? Like 3 months company has performed, April, May, June, company has done their sales, everything. So a checking of that is what we call internal auditing. So internal audit is also an internal control. So internal audit, what we are doing, all the error has been committed in those 3 months. Now we are checking that. So it's a detective function. It's a detective control because error has already been occurred. During the internal audit, we will identify all those errors. It's a detective control. Imagine like this. These are 3 months, April, May, June. Here we are doing the internal auditing. Internal auditing is an internal control. All the errors have already been committed in these 3 months. And this internal audit, we are only detecting that. That is what we call detective control. In preventive control, here itself we will place a CCTV camera, so no one will do the error. That is a preventive control. Then in preventive control means segregation of duty is there. That is, properly duties are assigned to correct people. Segregation of duty means all the task has been assigned to competent each persons. Duties are segregated among different people to reduce the risk of error or inappropriate action. If one person performs all the tasks, chance of error is more because it's a human. So we divide it into 2 persons. So chance of error is less. Approval, authorization and verification. Management specifies those activities or transactions that need an approval before they are performed or executed. Like our management will say to all the employees, even before you spend 10 rupees for THARUN'S Brainery, take my authorization, approval from the management, then only do it. We can say like that. Or you can, till 1000 rupee expenses, you can take from the petty cash book and you can spend. No one will ask. But if the expense is above 1000, take the approval. We can say like that. So that is an internal control. If you don't say like that, they will take 3000 and spend. So we are saying, so till 1000 you take it and spend. For like small tea, rupee, everything, they don't need to call us, right? So till 1000 you can spend it on your own from the take money and spend. But above 1000, take approval. Take approval is what we call internal control. Again, controlling that, controlling a chance of fraud or error. Then security of assets, access to equipment, inventory, security, cash and other assets is restricted. Assets are periodically counted. Security of assets means we will put internal controls to secure assets. Inventory is an asset, we will put a CCTV camera to secure assets. Simple as that. All these are preventive control. All these are prevention. See, segregation of duty. Before the error occurring, we are splitting the duty to different people, so error will not occur. Before they spending the money, we told them take approval before you spend. Preventive control. Before someone steal the asset, steal the inventory, we are saying we are securing the asset. We are putting a CCTV camera or we are putting a lock on the door. We are protecting it. So here, before the error occur, we have taken action. Then detective control, error has already been occurred. Error or what? Misstatement has already been occurred. Review of performance. When we review the performance, we can see whether there is any fraud or error. Then reconciliation also. That is, once the 3 months thing is done, we will reconcile. Opening purchase with closing purchase, we will see any mistake is there. Physical verification also. Physical verification we do to see whether there is an error, because error has already been occurred. We are just spotting whether there is anything. Then techniques and evaluation of internal control system. What are the techniques and evaluation of internal control? How I am the auditor, I went to a company. Now I want to evaluate the internal controls in the company. For example, inventory, CCTV cam, all these things are there. I just want to evaluate, are they working perfectly? Every internal control in the company I want to check. How will I check it? That is what we call techniques of evaluation. Auditor uses these techniques to evaluate the internal control. Narrator record, let me there. I'll first explain checklist. Auditor will make a piece of paper like audit program, detailed instruction. He'll make a piece of paper, write, check the internal control relating to purchases, check whether sales are properly authorized. Authorizing means internal control. All the things which he need to check, he'll write it in a piece of paper and give it to the article assistant, like internship guy. He'll be doing everything work, right? So he will go, first he'll check, are the CCTV cameras functioning properly? Yes. So he'll write yes or tick it, checklist, tick or yes he'll write. Are the purchases properly authorized? He'll ask there, so they say no, he'll say no. This is what we call a checklist. All the internal control which auditor need to check, he'll prepare a checklist and give the list to the article assistant. He will go and do all the work. Okay, that is checklist. Checklist is a series of instructions or questions which auditor or the audit staff must follow, or the audit staff or auditor must follow and answer. Yes or no, he'll answer, and once he finishes it, he'll sign it. This article assistant, done. Then flowchart means a pictorial representation of all the internal controls. Company, this department, 3-4 departments will be there, and in that what are the internal controls company is having. That flowchart auditor will evaluate the company's internal control fully, then he will make a flowchart. That is flowchart. Then narrative record. Narrative record means it is a description. Flowchart is a graphics, flowchart is the like. Similarly, auditor will go and do all the evaluation of internal control. Then he will make a description, that is in a paper he'll write, like this company, the department has, in like words, paragraph he'll write. Narration is what, writing is what we call narration. That is what we call narrative record. He'll just write a description of every internal control. This company had a CCTV camera in room number 3. That camera is not working properly. So internal control is deficient. Everything he'll write it. That is narrative record. Got it, right? You're getting meaning of all these things, right? What these things are. Then checklist, flowchart, internal control, questionnaire. I told you checklist is given by auditor to articled assistant, that is audit staff. Internal control question is given by auditor to client, that is management itself. All the doubts auditor has, is purchase properly authorized, all these doubts, right? Internal control, he'll prepare everything and give that, it's like a questionnaire to the company itself, to the management itself. Answer this and give it to me. It's like very easy, you don't have to go and check. First he'll give it, let the management answer everything, and then he'll cross check it with this everything. That is internal control questionnaire. The questionnaire is a pre-designed format to ensure collection of complete and all relevant information. Yes or no will be written on side of that. Questionnaire may receive descriptive responses also. Main areas. Okay. So these are the methods. First is narrative record, written description. Next is checklist given to the article assistant. He'll tick, 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 go. Then flowchart, graphical representation. Next, internal control questionnaire given by auditor to management or client, and he'll do the checking. He'll answer the questions. Then checklist differences, you just simple this thing. Issued at the commencement of audit, all these things simple. Then inherent limitations, go with the headings more. In internal control, an exam, always think they'll ask you in inherent limitations of audit. That is something different we learned earlier. This is inherent limitation of internal control. Don't miss it. Like everything looks the same, but answer is different. Okay, then what are the inherent limitations of internal control? First is breakdowns. Whatever we do, internal control can break down because it is a limitation. Limitation means നമ്മൾ சொல்லுവാറില്ല എണ്ണ സെഞ്ഞാലും അല്ല സെഞ്ചാലും അത് പ്രോബ്ലം ആയിട്ട് ഏതാവതൊരു ഒരു പ്രോബ്ലം അതിൽ വന്നിടുന്നു അത് ആ ഐറ്റം തന്നെ ഈ ബ്രേക്ക് ഡൗൺ. Even if you put 2 lakh rupees CCTV camera, still there is a 1% chance that can break. That is what we call breakdown. Judgment. Effectiveness of an internal control is highly impaired when decisions are made within human judgment under pressure. Under pressure. That means like we put a senior personnel to check the junior personals whether he is doing correct or not. But அவங்க மேலே லைக் பெரிய ப்ரெஷர் போட்டுருக்கு. லைக் யூ ஹாவ் டு செக் யூ டெய்லி. ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஆஃபீஸ் டைம் இஸ் ஃப்ரம் 8 AM to not 8 AM, from 9 AM to 7 PM. Imagine office timing is like that. And this happens in mostly in banks. Bank I'll say one, because one of my cousin sister, she is working in bank. I'll say her issue. Don't even think of going into a bank and after you qualify, right? If you are going into a bank, get into a good bank. She was into a very normal private bank. Salary was good, like 70 something, 70, 75 something salary was there. So she is a CMA. She has also cleared CMA. She has a BCom, CMA, some other degree. CMA is there anyways. And she wrote the bank test or some way she entered into a bank. And there it was, what bank was it? I'm not putting the name because it's going on live, else I would have told the name. I don't want to face any case or anything for something. So what happened was, her daily working time is, she is a senior of her, under her there are like 5-10 employees are there, the normal bank employees we see daily. If we go to a bank, there are cashiers, people sitting there, and she was an assistant manager, and above her manager is there. And this manager guy, he is like a super strict guy. He is like shouting everything. He will not even come to the bank properly, but he is so good at making the task done. Every task he puts it to her. And the bank timing was morning around like 10 AM or something to evening 5 PM, 6 PM or something. So all the employees will come. Bank, thousands of transaction happens in a day. They do all the job, and by 6-7 all the employees will go, and her job is to make sure that everything is correct, what these 7 employees have done in those 8 hours of work, and she has to compile whether everything is correct in the last night. So it will take her night till 11 PM, 12 PM to finish off the job, because some guys, what in bank, I'll tell you, even 1 rupee has a proper accounting. So what she normally does is, once the entire day is completed, she will cross check the bank account balances with the cash. Cash is there in the bank. She has to cross check all these things. Some 10 rupee, 100 rupee, something may be missing somewhere. Who may have taken, we not even know. She says to me, whatever we do, every still day, 10 rupee will be at least missing. That is an inherent risk. Whatever we do, whatever control we have put CCTV, we have put, she also is a control, but still some sort of a 10 rupee or 1000 rupee, 2000 rupee mistake is there. And she says, if it's just a 10 rupee, if it's below 1000, I'll put it from my pocket. I don't want to work till 12. But some days it will be 25,000 mistake. When she cross checks something till night, she'll have to cross check which account balance has this problem. Till sitting of like 3, 4, 5 hours, sometimes she may get it. So, but she has to finish it at that night itself, because tomorrow morning account is opening again. So if this error is not rectified, then that can multiply next day. She will not be able to even find it. So that is her job. So problem is that she is an internal control, right, to check all these people, but lot of pressure is on her. So her efficiency will be gone, because I told you, if it's a 1000 rupee error, she will put her money. Is it what should be done? No, right? She has to actually find the error, but to escape from the pressure, she puts 1000. So the internal control is getting weak when the pressure is putting in. That is why I told you this example. Judgment, because bank manager thought putting a lady like that will reduce the pressure, but his judgment was wrong, because when she is acting under pressure, everything is going. Then management override. High level personnel may be able to override prescribed policy and procedure for personal advantage or gain. A senior manager or the shareholder put 10 internal controls. So everyone is following the internal control in the company, but sometimes there will be someone just below the shareholder who is like a manager in the office itself. So if he comes and says turn off the CCTV camera, everyone will turn. The decisions will be made by the senior management guys. Put a CCTV on inventory area, and employees will be putting CCTV on inventory area, everything will be done. But sometimes the junior manager will come and he can turn off the CCTV, because if he comes, who will ask him? The employees don't have the power to ask him. That is what we call management override of control. A junior manager will come, nicely he'll turn off the CCTV, he'll take an inventory, put in his pocket and go. That can happen. That is management override of the control. We kept a control, management is overriding that. Then collusion, like I told you. Collusion means here inventory is there, the door is there, door is locked, and the senior management has given a key to one employee only, or keep it with you only, don't give it to anybody, because that he is an internal control. Lock is an internal control, and that employee is also an internal control. Key is only with him because he is trusted. We trust him. But what happened? That employee went to a bar to have a drink at that point of time. Some other fraud in the office, another fraud employee in the office met with him. They became really good friends and told, bro, you have a key of something. Nobody will know. We'll just go out to the office, take it, put some inventory in the pocket and go. Who will notice? Every day we'll put one simple example. Just think like this. Boat earphone is there. Boat earphone is there. Every single, this is a small size, right? Earpods means this, only like this size is there. You can put 3 or 4 in your pocket. So every single day, if they are coming, taking one and putting in the pocket and going, they can sell it in OLX. Just imagine the level of profit they'll get. Every single day, 5,000 rupees is for one earphone. 3 they are taking, 15,000. They can sell it for 10,000. Still per day they will be getting 5,000 rupees. Simply they will be getting. And they can share it equally, 5,000, 5,000 they'll have. In a month, they'll get 1,50,000 rupees. And one inventory loss a day, who will identify that? 10,000 boat earphones will be there. Who will identify that? No one. So that is what we call collusion. You gave the internal control to one person, but that person colluded with, joined with another person, and together they are now doing this. And this mostly happens in the accounting and cashier section. For your information, I am saying THARUN'S Brainery has an accountant and a person who goes out for operation. So accountant cannot do any fraud, because accountant, if he did any fraud, it will be on his head itself. Accountant and this guy also cannot do any fraud. If he do any fraud, accountant will catch it. So now both of them became friends. Now they can do thousands of frauds. Who can detect? Because even if for a 500 rupee bill, he will be friends with some company. He will take 1,000 rupee bill from them, give it to accountant. Everything is sorted. 500 they will take. So that happens. Then control over the common business activities suitable for common and reparative businesses only, because internal control system will identify deficiencies. If business activity is not repairable, then no use with its, what is it? No use with internal control system. One second. Which means that if an error is something or a mistake is something which will not be repeated, not a mistake, I am saying. For example, repairable business activity. Internal controls is suitable only for repairable activity only, which means inventory is there, putting a CCTV camera is there. If we are putting a CCTV camera, if someone steals any inventory, we detect it. Next day onwards, we can say that we detected inventory. No one will do that because it's a repairable activity. Repairable means even if we detect one mistake, we can make it correct next day. So no one will do it again and again and again. Repairable activity. That is, reparative means repairable activity. If it's not a repairable activity, for example, simple thing, I told you boat earphone will be kept in them. Imagine me and Aman Gupta are friends, and Aman Gupta, that's the boat CEO, and Aman Gupta's one container is coming from Thailand, container of earphones, container. So he asked, bro, can you put it in Tamil Nadu for your place for just 3 weeks or 3 days? Can I put it in your office? Because shipping to Delhi takes time. So can I put it in your office for 3 days? I told bro, yes, you put it in my office. It's just for 3 days we are keeping it there. Why should we put a very big internal control there? Because even after 3 days, even if we detect a mistake, it is after 3 days it is gone. We are not having an inventory or anything. It's not our job. We are just keeping it only. So inventory internal control system is mostly suitable for common and reparative business activities only. For Aman Gupta, this inventory cycling is daily happening. But for us, he just only kept it for 3 days. It's not a repairable activity. Even if we put an inventory camera and we detect something, still, once 3 days after, inventory will be going. There is no benefit for putting all these things. Then costly system. Operating an internal control system often turns up to be very costly because that thing is very costly. Putting a control is obviously costly. So these are inherent limitations of internal control. Oof. Okay, then we have internal check. Then we have internal check, internal audit. Oh, chapter is almost done. We'll finish it. Internal check means now we learned about internal control, internal audit, internal check. Internal check means arranging duty to employees. Just understand this, arranging duty to employees in a way that one will check the duty of other. Imagine, here we have a simple example on that. For example, in a bank, you have a check of 1000 rupees. If you need to give it to a bank and cash the money, the normal procedure will be, you will go to a bank, there will be a cashier sitting there. You will give the check first. He will observe everything and just give it a seal. Now you have to take that check to, or he will give it to another person sitting on his side. So his procedure is to just to check whether in the check the signing everything is correct, whether it's a fraud check or not. This guy will only check that. Then he will give the check to another person. He will check the whether your account holder name, whether the money is there in your account, everything, and he'll put another seal and give it to another person. That person will give us the money. So here 3 employees are there. You are getting money only from one to one. So if one employee, this one checks whether the check is a fraud check or not, and he gives it to the second person, right? So second person, when he is looking for the seal everything, he'll also check whether the check is a fraud or not. So this person's work is checked by this person, and this person's work will be checked by this person also, because third person will also have the check in his hand. He'll also see whether the sign is fake or everything or not, and then only he'll give the money. So internal check means in your office, arrange your employees in such a way that one's work will be checked by another and his work will be checked by him. So what happens, there is no need of an extra internal control. Extra person is not needed. One's work is checked by this person's work checked by this person. So there is no need of an extra internal control. That is what we call internal check. It is a process by which duty of various staff, duty of employees are arranged in a way that work performed by one is automatically checked by the next while performing his duties. The bank's example is mentioned here. Then thus internal check or internal check system may be defined as same things you go through, and this, what are the objectives of internal check? Lessen the possibility of fraud or error, identify the fraud or error at early stage due to independent checking, improve the efficiency of workforce. All these things are there, just go through, you'll easily understand. Then next is internal audit in detail. Please understand the meaning of all these things, right? Hope you understood, right? The internal audit, internal check, internal control, else everything's definition looks the same. See, almost similar. So if you are memorizing it without the definition, if they ask you anything, what is the difference between internal audit and internal check, you are gone, because you may confuse it with both. Understand the meaning, then learn. Internal audit is a part of the internal control system of an organization, and let's leave that. Independent management, we learned this same definition, right, earlier in internal audit. Yeah, same definition. Critical appraisal of the functioning of an entity with a view to suggesting improvements and add value and strengthen the overall governance. Then scope and objective of internal audit, monitoring of internal control, examination of finance. This I'll explain. What is the objectives of internal audit? Internal audit, I told you, for the 3 or 4 months, company will do its business. April, May, June, July, we'll have an internal audit, quarterly audit or something. We'll just audit last 3 months. Just a normal audit. It's not a mandated by law. It's just a normal audit that we do, whether sales was correct, GST was correct, everything was correct, to check that. Why are we doing that? First, it is a monitoring of internal control. When we do an internal audit, that is an audit in between the year itself, we can see if there is any internal control issues happening or all these things. We are doing an auditing. So if we identify a fraud, we can see that which internal control was weak, or an error, which internal control was weak. We can identify all that. Then examination of financial and operating information. Obviously, we'll examine that. Then review of operating activities happening, review of compliance with the laws and regulations, risk management, governance. When you are doing that internal audit, obviously you will review the operating activities. Operating activities means sales, purchase, expenses. This is operating activity. You will check that, right? Internal audit. The review of compliance with the laws and regulations. You will check whether company has properly paid the GST, paid the MCFE, all these things. Then risk management. You will see, right, company has a lot of competitors coming in. What are the measures taken by the company to manage that risk? Everything you will check when you are doing the internal audit. Then governance of the company too. What is a scope? Scope means what are the things you do inside internal auditing. What are the things you check? Simple. Then advantage, just read it simple. Then internal audit in India, these people need to mandatorily do the internal auditing. These people. This can easily come as a 7-mark question or something for you. Internal audit, they'll give you 2 points about internal auditing. Either they may ask advantages of internal auditing, or they may ask you this one, objective or scope of internal auditing. Along with that, they will place this question. I'll tell you how they will place this question. They will give a scenario. In that, from that you have to identify whether that company require an internal auditor or not. And the company ke internal auditor venama namukku kandupidikanam. That's very hard to speak Tamil. Malayalam is easy. But I love, like when I see like the normal Tamil people speak Tamil, I just feel like jealous. Like simple, like so good. But next year I'll be taking classes in Tamil also. I have to learn to. Tamil is like a cool language. Because I thought Hindi was a cool language earlier. I know Hindi. So Hindi means thoda in the Tamil kathukra madiri andha madiri. So I was planning to take, but now it's like Hindi marandittu Tamil ai fulla. So they have to mandatorily do the internal auditing. Who are this? Every listed company need to have an internal auditor. Internal auditor means an auditor inside their company, not an independent person. Then unlisted public company having a paid up share capital of 50 crores, having a turnover turnover greater than 200 crores, or loans and borrowings greater than 100 crores, or deposits greater than 25 crores. These people need to have internal auditors. And this is as per the previous financial year data. If in the last year company's paid up share capital was greater than 50 crore, internal auditor is needed, like that. And one very important thing is this one, just borrowings case. In all the other cases, you just have to see in the last year whether paid up share capital was 50 crore, then internal audit is needed. If turnover last year was 200 crore, then internal audit is needed. But loan and borrowings, if at any point of time in the last year, during the last full 1 year, imagine in April, May, June, the loan and borrowings was just 90 crore or something. But in September, on 1st September, we borrowed another 10 or 12 crore and just touched 102 crore, above 100 crore touched. Next day itself we repaid the loan. But one day it was above 100 crore, right? Got it? Do I need to explain it? Huh? Got it. One day it was above 100 crore. Till there we was 90 crore. One day we borrowed at 12 crore. Next day itself we repaid. So one day it was only above 100 crore for just 2 crores above 100 crores. So if at any point of time in the last year, if it is above 100 crore, internal audit is mandatory. Keep in mind. They'll say like that, opening the loan was 90 crores. Then in the mid something, they borrowed something and the loan touched 101 crore. And that next day itself they'll repaid. But on the closing of the financial year, the loan was only 85 crores. Do you need an internal audit? Everyone will directly write at the end of the financial year, it is 80 crore. We'll only check that, right? No internal audit is needed. Your answer is gone. At any point of time, if it's above 100 crore, internal audit checked. Then every private company having a turnover greater than 200 crore, loan and borrowing greater than 100 crore at any point of time. This is private company. This is unlisted public company, listed company. Okay, then a solved case study, this simple case study, you just read it, very easy. Here also, paid up share capital 52 crore, turnover 192 crore, ABC private limited. So we will check this limit, private limited. Private limited, turnover is 200, loan and borrowing is 100. Here paid up share capital 52, we don't have to bother. Then a turnover of 198 crore, it is below 200 crore. So no internal audit is needed. Didn't have an outstanding loans and borrowings is not even there. So obviously internal audit is not needed because turnover is below, no loan and borrowing. But will your answer change if it is an unlisted public company? For an unlisted public company, if you see paid up share capital limit is 50 crore, but they have 52 crore. So obviously internal audit is needed. Thanks. Obviously internal audit is needed. Guys who are attending it live, just say, write something on the comment box. I just want to see whether you are actually there or not. Many people are watching it on live. This many CMA students are there. I think for CMA there is no like a proper coaching centers or nothing, right? It's very less, right? In YouTube, do you have a proper coaching for CMA? No. Hindi? Hindi, English or Tamil we need. Basically English we need minimum. No coaching. It's strange. I'll start one. I'll start one. Because there's an opportunity in the market. Students are less compared to like a CA or something, but take a CA. This is a pure business opportunity. See, in case of a CA, like 1 lakh students are there. For CMA, sometimes 30,000 may be only there. But for CA, other 10,000s of YouTube channels are there. But CMA, one channel is there, I'll directly get that 30%, right? It is a good opportunity. That is an opportunity. And which are those subjects which you find very tough in CMA, Inter? Toughest paper. So let me just know. We'll try to do something. Management accounting. Cost accounting tough. Then why you joined CMA? CMA is purely cost accounting, right? Cost accounting tough. CMA. Oh, okay. Cost accounting, management accounting. That happens. So management accounting and cost accounting is difficult. Then maybe most probably no. What is it? Which is the next toughest paper in CMA? Like just give me like 3 or 4. So we'll think of doing something on the YouTube as well for that. We'll think of doing, like as of now we don't have plans, but we'll think of doing this management accounting, cost accounting. Then this corporate accounting, how is that? This one is easy. 50% is that and 50% is auditing. So learning is a bit easy because you don't have to completely learn practical or completely learn theory. Whatever you want, you can learn and go and pass. Okay, these 3 papers. Okay, we'll think of something. There's a market gap in that. Then next is till where I've learned this is very important. This is SS610 using the work of an internal auditor. SS610 using the work of an internal auditor. This purely means these internal auditors, they will be doing the internal audit during the year, right? I told you during the 22-23 year itself, in mid of that something, they will do internal audit. So once they do the internal audit, they will have a report and they will have a conclusion, everything. They may have identified lot of frauds. They have a report. So when the statutory auditor, the main auditor comes at the end of the year to do the auditing, sometimes he may ask the internal auditor, because internal auditor is someone inside the company. He'll ask him, bro, you have done the internal audit, right? So just can you give me the reports that you have made? So it will be easy for me to do the auditing, everything. So this statutory auditor sometimes uses the work of internal auditor. Uses the work means this reports everything of internal auditor. This is what we call SA 610, Standards on Auditing 610, using the work of, relying on the work of internal auditor. SA 610 using the work of internal auditor. External auditor, that means the statutory auditor who comes to do the main audit, can use the work of internal auditor after conducting the following evaluations. First is, external auditor shall consider the following factors to determine the extent to which he can rely on the work of internal auditor. Because I am coming from outside, I may not know whether this guy is a good guy or not. How can I trust him, his work? So I will consider these following factors and then I will decide whether I will use his work or not. And that factors, these are the factors auditor, statutory auditor need to consider before using the work of internal auditor, before he used the work of internal auditor. First is whether the internal audit is undertaken by an outside agency or by a separate audit department. That is, internal auditor most probably will be inside the company itself. But some companies don't hire an internal auditor and keep it, don't employ an internal auditor. They'll hire one internal auditor when needed. Someone from the CFM, come just do the internal audit and go. I'll pay 50,000. They'll suddenly come do the internal audit and go. So auditor will see whether it's someone inside the agency or some outside agency, inside the department or someone outside the agency. Scope of internal audit, management action and internal audit report he'll see. Scope means what all the things that he has considered in the internal auditing. What are the coverage of auditing, whether he has checked all the internal controls or he tested on a sampling basis, whether he has tested all the sales, everything he'll see. Then only he'll decide whether I should use his work or not. Experience and qualification of internal auditor. Internal auditor may be a newly qualified chartered accountant. So his experience is limited. So I may not use his work. Sometimes internal auditor may be a 20-year-old experienced chartered accountant. So I can definitely use his work. That is experience and qualification. Then technical compliance by the internal auditor, whether internal auditor has complied with all the technical standards, all these things. Authority vested on the internal auditor and level of management to whom he is accountable. This is very crucial, I'll say. Once I cleared CA, I got few job opportunities as internal auditor. You also will get once you clear your course. And I haven't taken that opportunity purely because of only one thing, respect. Because internal auditors are actually, even though they are CA qualified people, everything, but still they are actually an employee of the company. So they will not get, and above them managers are there, other managers are there who are not even qualified as this person, but others are there. So since he is an employee of the company, he may not get the level of respect or something. That company may have just for the sake of name put an internal auditor, but so respect will not, but this statutory auditor will definitely get the respect because he is coming on behalf of shareholders to check it. So management will be afraid of him. If you are going as a statutory auditor, it's like very powerful game because you are going to find out whether any fraud is done by this management. So management will give you this. When I normally go for stat audit, it's like morning we'll go. The moment we'll enter the office, we'll sit there. 5 minutes itself, they'll come with all the bowl of cashew nuts, all these juices, everything. From like 10 a.m. you'll get that. 11 a.m. once you finish, that, this kind of a glass of Tropicana or something you'll get. Once you finish this much itself, they'll come with another tender coconut or something. Because they need to like satisfy us so much that we don't reveal any fraud or something to outside. They'll give us everything. They'll give us the best resort to stay, whatever we need, everything they'll give. Statutory auditor. So this point is, what is the authority vested in the internal auditor and level of management to whom he is accountable? Sometimes this internal auditor may be, he may be a good auditor, but this management may have just for the sake of having a team has put the internal auditor. He may not even have any power. He only will do some basic checking. If he plans to do a good checking, management will say, no, you just do this and leave it be there. Because he's an employee, he cannot do anything. So he's just coming to the office, taking the money and going, that's it. So we'll see what is the authority with internal auditor. What is the power of internal auditor in that company? If internal auditor has a good power, he checks everything, management has given him super power, go check everything, find all the fraud, everything, then we can rely on his work. If internal auditor is like a poor guy who cannot do anything, then we will not rely on his work. Whether professional care has been taken by the internal auditor in conducting his audit work. If he is a professional, when we look, if he has not taken professional care, due ethics, everything, we will not use his work. If he is a professional, we will use his work. Like in jailer, we will see like 100% professionals are, he will say, right? Similarly, so imagine if you want to give a quotation to someone, if you want to kill, Hari wants to kill him, you like I'm saying this, and at the end of the class, don't become like enemies. So if Hari wants to kill him, what will happen? Two options are there. There is one gunda, is for example, I'll put a Sandanam from Leo, for Vikram, like Vijay Sethupathi is there, right? One gunda is Vijay Sethupathi. You can either give the quotation to Vijay Sethupathi. That is one option. Other option is you can either give the quotation to Vinayagan in jailer. Like what was his name in jailer? You have not seen jailer. Everyone has seen jailer, right? What was the name of the villain? Think. We'll think of that first. Then we'll think of auditing. What was his name? Because I have this habit. If I don't get something, I think. Varman. Exactly, Varman. So you have two options. Either you can give the quotation to Varman, or you can give the quotation to Sandanam. Two options are there. Who will you give quotation to? If you give quotation to Sandanam, first thing is that he is below Rolex, everyone is there. So he may not be that professional. But this guy is 100% a professional guy. So you'll only give quotation to him. Whatever happens, if he takes a quotation, he'll kill him and come. Right? So that same thing. If the internal auditor has a professional attitude, everything, we'll rely on his work. Else we will not bother relying on him. Simple. Here you, point number 5, where you learn like this, and here you write Varman versus Sethupathi. You will never forget this point. Simple as that. And some other things. Internal control, internal check, internal audit. What we learned till now, they have summarized it here. And risk-based internal auditing. That is a very important area, risk-based internal auditing. And some standards, everything is there. Chapter is done there. Okay. Risk-based internal auditing. Simple thing. Risk-based internal auditing means risk-based internal auditing. It's a methodology that internal auditing to an organization's overall risk management. That risk-based internal auditing allows internal audit to provide assurance to the board that risk management process are managing risks effectively. In internal auditing, basically you will check all the internal controls, everything. But in risk-based internal auditing, in normal internal auditing, you will be checking almost all the internal controls, all the basic things like a normal audit. But in risk-based internal auditing, you will do the same things, but more focused to the risk management function. Every organization will have a team called, bigger organizations, risk management team. That is, for example, if you take, imagine, just tell me one company, any company, famous company, give me. I'll take Zomato, or like we'll take Blinkit. Blinkit everyone knows, right? Blinkit. Blinkit, Deepinder Goyal, the owner, Zomato's owner, Deepinder Goyal, he also owns a stake in Blinkit. So, Blinkit is a very big corporate. Blinkit will have a risk management team. And what are the risks of Blinkit? We need to check that. The different risks of the Blinkit are, 3 competitors are there. Zepto is there, Instamart is there, Blinkit. These 3 are the main, two competitors are there. So they are giving very big discounts. Zepto is like killing, like giving crazy stuff. Zepto played a really good game with me. When I came to Chennai, in Kochi, Zepto is not there. There only Blinkit and Instamart is there. I was a gradual Instamart user because that is more faster there, quicker there. So when I came to Chennai, I installed a Zepto, and Instamart and this Blinkit, they used to charge like around 9 rupees or 10 rupees, some handling fee, some fee like that, 10 rupee, 12 rupee fee they used to charge. Zepto from day one gave me like crazy discounts. Crazy discounts, they are giving everything, crazy discounts and zero fee, all these things, and their gold pass or something for like 10 rupees or something they gave. I already have this gold pass in Blinkit and Zepto, Instamart, but Zepto gave me everything. Okay, then fine, I like 9 rupees or something I spent, then everything was free, I was enjoying. What is Zepto's plan? We know that, right? They'll make us addicted to Zepto, and after some time, once we get used to their ecosystem, they'll start, because if you see in Zepto, the total bill generated, we add 3, 4, 5 items in the cart, and in the total bill, you have to click inside that bill to see what are the breakup inside that. The total product cost plus convenience charges, some other charges, these charges etc. will be like 40 rupees total if you count. And Zepto, what they do is, first initial many days they gave everything for free, and they'll at the end they'll try make us used to addicted to that thing, and then they'll put this small charges which we don't even see, because every time or the first at least 50, 100 purchases in Zepto, every time I used to check the bill, there was 000. So when 101st purchase happening, we'll slowly ignore that. We'll directly pay the price and go. But I used to check everything. This last day, day before yesterday, when I ordered some chicken or something, there it is written 35 rupee, some fee, and there is some other things. 99 rupee, something, some golden pass or something, 99 rupee for free delivery. Anyways, I am getting free delivery. Why should I pay 99? They are adding all these things. Immediately I switch to Blinkit, uninstall Zepto, go. And now Blinkit is there. Now I go with Blinkit for like 3-4 months, we can go with Blinkit happily. And Blinkit, once they identify that we are a free customer, then they'll also eliminate us. Then we'll go with Instamart already has eliminated me. Then now everything is over, right? Now they'll think we are over. No, I'll buy a secondary SIM. Anyways, I need a secondary SIM for a class giving numbers. So I can use it for another 3-4 months. Happy. Why should we pay all this? Because every time check that. Check that thing. What did you say? Eh? Family nemesis. I don't have anybody here. Like I stay alone in Nambatur. Like stay. I have to cook, clean, wash, everything I have to do. No time. And I like CMA, CA, inter, final, everything is there back to back. But it's lovely. Job is good. Then risk-based internal audit, focusing on risk management function. Got it right. Then traditional audit versus risk-based audit. Simple. Auditing plan was based on audit cycle. Here risky areas, simple stuff. Then advantages of risk-based auditing. Developing a consistent and a comprehensive approach to risk management. If risk-based internal auditing is not there, then there is no specific focus given to the risk. I forgot to talk to you about risk management of Zepto. That is why I told about Zepto. Zepto, the issue is that if you take Blinkit for example, these people, they have a lot of risk. The number one risk is that this Zepto, they are giving so much discount. So people may go to Zepto. Sometimes Instamart is given. That is one risk. Second risk is that these local supermarkets are now offering free delivery. Nearby stores, everything. That is another risk for Blinkit. Third risk is Swiggy received lots of funding from bigger companies. So they'll now provide even more discounts. So everyone will go from Blinkit to Swiggy. These kinds of risk will be there for every organization. For THARUN'S Brainery, every organization has risk. So for these bigger companies, there will be a team of 5-6 people who will sit in an office, and their job is just to analyze the risk of organization. What are the risks that is affecting us? How can we manage those risks? Like for example, Swiggy got funding. Should we also get funding? Or should we invest in marketing more? Should we reduce the price? Should we increase the price? All these things will be there. The risk management team will be there in organization. So when you are doing the internal audit, you just audit them also. Normal internal audit, you will be auditing everyone focused easily. Same focus will be given to all the departments like risk management department, marketing department, all the departments, sales department. Same focus will be given, 10% focus to everyone. But when you are doing risk-based internal auditing, 40-50% focus to risk. Another 40% only to all the other together. That is risk-based. Focusing, make sure your risk management team is so good. Checking that. That is, developing a consistent and comprehensive approach to risk management makes it easier for an organization to adapt to changing conditions. That is one thing. Then transparency means A risk-based approach enabled the internal auditor to identify the risk correctly and allow management to put the right internal controls in place for best performance. When you do risk-based internal auditing, you will identify all the risks that is affecting the organization. You can say that to management, and management can put better internal controls to manage all these things. Specificity. Specificity means ranking and mapping of risks with risk-based internal auditing will allow activity and funds to the areas that will allocate activities. Oh, they have mistakenly wrote this. Will allow to allocate activities and fund to the areas that require most attention. Blinkit, I told you, has many risks. One is competitors reducing prices. Another, others, local supermarkets giving home delivery. Third may be sometimes, what if the government may comes and launches a new app of the government itself? Because have you seen in Bangalore that happened? Have you heard about this Namayatri? When Uber and Ola was taking the market, suddenly government itself introduced an app called Namayatri. Now people only will take that, right? Obviously. Similarly, if tomorrow Ola, Blinkit, Instamart, everyone is there, they are having crores of funding. They are getting crores of funding. And only 3 of them are competing each other just with a thought that in future, I'll get the market share. I'll get the market share. They are fighting for that. And in future, suddenly when government launches a new app saying that everything is for discount. Imagine now people are getting ration, like free ration, everything here, right? So they'll put this ration shop on as an app. All the groceries will be listed there. Just imagine, everyone will buy from there. Very low prices, cheap prices will be there, right? So that is also a risk. So specificity means you can rank the risk. If there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 risks for a company, you will rank which one is a rank 1. That is the toughest, the biggest risk for the company. For Blinkit, the biggest risk will be government coming in. Government if coming in, that is a number 1 risk. What is a number 2 risk? Like Zepto giving discount. That may be the number 2 risk. So you can rank the risk like this. When you are doing a risk-based internal auditing, you can rank the risk like this and focus more on the most important stuff first. First, we will focus only on the government issue. We'll give some bribe or something to the government, and for the next 5 years, don't come with something like this. So specificity, ranking and mapping of risk with the risk-based internal auditing will allow activity and fund to focus on the areas that needs most attention. Then this is a process, just read it, they'll never ask process or something, mostly. Then these are the risk-based internal standards, like auditing standards we learned. This is not risk-based, internal auditing standards. Just read all this names. Sometimes in MCQs or something, they'll pump you up with this. And if your luck is very bad, they'll ask you a descriptive question. But I would say, leave that question rather than studying this. Because this is like 2-page, you have to study and remember all these things, and the chance of coming is only 10%. But if it comes, it's you're not bad luck, but studying that 2 pages for a 7 mark is a tough thing. Internal financial control versus internal control over financial reporting. Internal financial control and internal control over financial reporting. That means, it's very simple, internal audit was there, and risk-based internal audit is a part of internal audit which focus is given to risk. Similarly, internal control is there. This is internal financial control, focus given to finance. In internal control, CCTV checking, everything is there. Internal control, internal financial control. Same thing, more focus on to finance area, the money, accounting, all this area. And that is one thing. Then internal control over financial reporting. I can show it to you like internal control is the biggest thing. From that, internal control, internal financial control came. From that you can see internal control over financial reporting, which means internal control, a smaller version of that, focusing purely on finances, internal financial control. Another version of that is internal control over financial reporting. Means here I told you financial reporting means P&L and balance sheet. Making of the P&L and balance sheet is what we call financial reporting. So this focuses on controls over internal controls over making of P&L and balance sheet. This one. Here I've written internal financial control. It's a subset of internal control that focus only on financial matters. Next is, it's a subset of internal financial control that focuses on financial that focuses on financial reporting, ensuring that the financial statements are properly prepared, everything. Concept of internal financial control. The term internal financial control means policies and procedures adopted by the company for ensuring orderly and efficient conduct of its business, including adherence to company's policies. Lot of things are there. Similar definition you can see it in internal audit. Everywhere same definition is there. If you study once, just small tweak in here and there, definition is the same. That can easily be managed. Just read, this is not like a very important area where internal financial control report is needed. Director's responsibility statement, audit report, all these things. Not a very important area. Then benefits of internal financial control, senior management accountability will be there, because you have an internal control over finance. Who is handling finance? Management. So when you put an internal financial control, the senior management will become responsible. If you put a CCTV, the junior staff will be become alert, because he will not do any fraud because CCTV is there. Similarly, we are putting a control on finance also. So senior management people, they are the one doing that, right? So they will be accountable. Improved control over financial reporting process, all these things. Simple. Then what is this? Internal financial control also become important as they help derive values in the form of simple stuff. Just read it. It's not even very important stuff. Not that important. Then a process designed to provide. Mostly they'll ask you this. This is the question that they can ask from this. That is why I'm focusing more on that. Meaning of internal financial control over financial reporting. Process designed to provide reasonable assurance regarding the reliability of financial reporting and the preparation of financial statements. Same for preparation of financial statements. Now we'll focus on this. Internal financial control versus internal financial control over financial reporting. 3. I told you. First we have internal control, then the next is a smaller version of that is I heard like a very small, nice voice. Then internal financial control, then the smallest version of that is small. Internal financial control over financial reporting. This is the biggest, this is next to small, this is even smaller. So it covers internal financial control over financial reporting, cover only those controls which are elements of financial reporting, because it's focused purely on financial reporting. So it will only cover those elements that are in financial reporting, that are required for P&L and balance sheet making. For making P&L and balance sheet, what are the elements required? It will only cover that. Then that is balance sheet P&L. Internal financial majorly ensures controls which provide reasonable assurance that financial statements are free from material misstatements. Then next, this one. Internal financial control cover controls which ensure efficient and effective functions of the business, controls which safeguard the assets, ensure compliance of policies. Here the easiest thing is the internal financial control means internal financial control of financial reporting plus operational control plus anti-fraud controls. That means I told you this internal financial control over financial reporting is small, plus something it becomes internal financial control, plus something it becomes internal control. See. So this chapter is done. Now this is the last chapter for today. 2 chapters are there. Or should I take it tomorrow? Let's see. This is a small chapter. We'll finish it now itself. Nothing is there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 pages. We'll go real quick on this. Or should I take it tomorrow? What do you want? Tell me, or if you want, we can finish it by 4:30, or we can take it. This is a small chapter, audit sampling. Because only because I asked if should we take it tomorrow, everyone is tomorrow. Because the class was scheduled till 5, right? Everyone's 4 only, right? Then we'll okay, sorry, 4. Then we'll do it tomorrow, because else you won't be having because you have to go home. Some people are come from long, right? Someone. Okay, chalo, we'll break it here and we'll resume back tomorrow. हो गया audit sampling. I'll do one thing tomorrow. Now we have 2 chapters left in this model. Audit sampling is there, and audit trial, like very small chapters. It's like hardly 1 or 1.5 hours will be taken. Tomorrow we'll start fresh with the provisions of the Companies Act, the remuneration, all these things, and in the evening we'll study these chapters, like around 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock we'll finish this too. Happy, right? Like, are you satisfied with the class? You're understanding everything, right? That is only what I need, because auditing, memorizing is in your hands. If it's if I got time, 10 days, 5 days, like once you clear CMA inter, when it's CMA final, you come to me. You like come and join the normal fast track batch at least, like where we have 10 days, 12 days time for auditing. Then we'll sit, because here I'm teaching you only this thing. I don't have time to make you memorize stuff. If memorizing was happening, I'll tell you how I used to do in like CA or something. Morning a student will come, we'll be sitting, we'll be teaching the class till 1 o'clock only, from 8 to 1, because auditing is only like 6 hours, more than 6 hours auditing is, brain will get fried. 6 hours or 5 hours we'll teach auditing from 8 o'clock to 1 or 2. Then after that we'll sit and we'll make all, understanding is happening at those 4 or 5 hours. Then I'll give you the mnemonics, we'll memorize everything. We'll do a revisiting technique, something called revisiting technique is there. You don't have to study all these things. You only have exams 1 month, right? After, I'll give you that technique. Very important. 1 minute. Because you go home today, you study this. Tomorrow morning you try to recall, you'll never get it. That is a problem. That's making us frustrating. We spend 1 whole day studying 2 chapters. Next day morning when we are revising, we are not getting. That is a frustration we are happening. Don't do it. If exam was so near, I would have not suggested you this technique, but you have 40 days, ample amount of time. Do one thing. Today home, you are going, or any day, like a full day you studied 1 chapter. At the end of the night, don't recall it. You studied 3 chapters in auditing today. Don't recall it. At the end of the day, just take your book and go to page number 1 and just revisit everything. See what was first page, okay, this was a topic, okay, like this, every page like 30 seconds or something. So even if it's a 100 page also, it will take hardly like 30 minutes or something. In that day, you will revise everything. 1 whole day, 8 hours you studied, take 1 hour or 30 minutes to revisit it, no recalling. If you recall, you will not get and you will get frustrated. Don't recall. Tomorrow morning, because revisiting is very easy. Like just imagine you studied 1 whole day and trying to recall, you will get frustration. You don't even want to recall. Like that revision is frustrating. Don't recall, just revisit. Tomorrow morning before starting this chapter, before starting the next chapter, revisit it again. So now revisiting happens 2 times. Revisiting is 30 minutes in it. If you're recalling, it would take you around 1.5 hours, and frustration also. And confidence will also be gone. You studied 1 whole day, not getting anything. How can you sleep that night? So revisit it. Tomorrow morning, revisit it. 2nd time. Then tomorrow study the 2nd chapter, whatever chapter you want. Tomorrow night, revisit this chapter and last chapter. 2 chapters. The today's chapter and yesterday's chapter, revisiting. Don't recall the first chapter. 3rd day morning, recall the first chapter. Try recalling. You will get nearly 80 to 90%. Because I'll tell you, this technique, for me, auditing was the toughest paper. I told you, I have the pettiest short-term memory. I cannot remember anything because of my habits that I did in my college life periods. Because I cannot remember anything. I have that kind of a bad brain I'm having. So I was not able to recall anything. I devised this technique. There is a guy called Andrew Huberman. You know that. Some of you may know. In YouTube, there is a guy called Andrew Huberman. He is like a doctor. He is the prime, the number one in the world regarding the science, mentality, mindset, memory. The research about him, like before studying research about how brain works, how we can recall stuff, how we can memorize stuff, all these things. So this Andrew Huberman, he stated one thing. The problem is students, they try to memorize, they will not get it. So what you need to do is first feed these things into your brain. You studied one whole day. That doesn't mean brain will remember this. It's not properly fed to your brain. So when you revisit it one more time, it's one more time fed. Next day morning, it's again fed. Next day evening, it's again fed. So 3 times it is fed into your brain. Now it is there. Because one day you studied, you revisit means you are going through that second time. Morning, going through that the third time. Evening, 4 times. 4 times you went to the same page. Now you try to recall, you will get it. How can a human being expect to get an answer just by looking at once? It's not possible. So try this revisiting technique. Revisit 3 times, then recall. Once you recall, you get it, okay. Next day also try to revisit. So every single day revisit every chapter. 10 minutes. First day it may take you 30 minutes. Second day it may take you 20 minutes. Third day it may take you 10 minutes. Last day it will take you 1 minute. So studying audit daily. Simple as that. Put 2 hours or 1 hour or something. You'll never forget auditing. Same. I'm just giving you this only because you have had. If you have time, just go to my YouTube channel. Is there like CA Sudarshan Idanath? There is one video regarding that. Eye running technique I've put. Watch that video. There I've describably I've explained about this thing. You'll get it. Okay. So chalo bye. We'll see you tomorrow with other chapter. You're understanding it right, everything? Okay. Bye. And guys who are attending on the live, thank you for the class, and we'll see you tomorrow with the remaining portions. Done, right? And who are watching, just comment it down like something.